मैं श्री जगदीश कुमार चेयरमैन यूजीसी को अपने विचार प्रकट करने के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं। प्रोफेसर जगदीश कुमार।
Good morning and thank you, Vinit ji. It's a privilege for me to be part of this distinguished panel as we deliberate on a theme that resonates deeply with the vision of our nation, invest in people. At a time when India is rapidly emerging as a technological innovator and is poised to become the third largest economy in the world, the role of higher education in shaping this trajectory cannot be overstated. The implementation of the National Education Policy 2020 provides us with a unique opportunity to transform India's higher education landscape. It's a policy that is not merely reformative, but transformative. It is designed to empower our youth with the required skills, knowledge, and adaptability required to thrive in the 21st century. Investing in people through quality education, research, and innovation is central to realizing our country's vision of a self-reliant, inclusive, and globally competitive economy. Friends, you know that the strength of our nation lies in its diversity. As we progress towards becoming a global economic powerhouse, we must ensure that no section of society is left behind. Our universities and institutions must serve as engines of social mobility, unlocking the potential of youth from socially and economically disadvantaged backgrounds. Rural India, with its immense talent, needs to be seamlessly integrated into our higher educational framework. Friends, I would like to highlight some of the transformations that have taken place in higher education since 2014, and more specifically, after the launching of the National Education Policy in our country. There has been a huge expansion of our higher educational institutions across the country since 2014, especially in the centrally funded institutions. If you look at the number in 2014, we had 115 institutions, but today the number of centrally funded institutions are 157. We have added during last 10 years 42 institutions across the country, and as a result of that, and also because there are so many universities which have been set up across the country, and today we have nearly 1,200 universities and more than 55,000 colleges across the country. There is also a rapid expansion of the induction of faculty into these educational institutions. In 2022-23, we have the total number of faculty in our higher educational institutions exceeding 16 lakhs. And what is notable here is that the number of female faculty members has seen an impressive growth of close to about 29.1%, underscoring the fact that the workforce inclusion in the higher educational institutions is inclusive. And alongside, there is also an increase in the number of students who are enrolled in our higher educational institutions. In 2014, we had about 3.42 crore students in our higher educational institutions, but today it is exceeding 4.5 crores. And that is a tremendous increase in terms of the number of students who are joining the higher education field. And this is also reflected in our GER. The GER in 2022-23 has reached 29.5%, and as compared to 23.7 in 2014 and 15. This is a tremendous growth in GER, especially the female GER has reached 30.2% as compared to the male GER. And when you look at the students who are coming from the socially and economically disadvantaged backgrounds, there is a significant increase in the enrollment of the students coming from the SC category, it has grown by nearly 50.1% during the last 10 years. And the SC female enrollment also has gone up significantly, reaching about 61.2% enrollment. A similar increase is seen among the students who are coming from the scheduled tribes category. Their numbers have increased by 75% during the last 10 years. And also in the case of the ST female enrollment, there is an exceptional increase of 96.3%. Friends, the higher education system is becoming very inclusive, with more number of students getting into the higher educational institutions from the socially and economically disadvantaged groups and from the rural background. And it is also important to ensure that when more institutions are coming into the higher education sector and more students are joining, it becomes our responsibility to enhance the quality of the education that we are providing. And in terms of the number of institutions which are coming for the accreditation, there has been a lot of increase there also as compared to 2015. Today, we can say that nearly 57.1% increase is there in terms of the accreditation. And as you know, recently, we have also brought in a lot of reforms in the accreditation process, introducing the basic accreditation and the maturity level accreditation. And we are reaching out to many more institutions to come into the ambit of the accreditation. And this is also reflected. The increase in the quality of the academic programs and the research ecosystem is also reflected in the global recognition that our institutions are receiving. Today, a large number of institutions are now getting into the world rankings. And similarly, many more institutions are getting into our own country's national institutional ranking framework. It's very important for us to strengthen the research ecosystem in our country. Across the higher educational landscape, a large number of institutions have established the R&D cells, and that has reflected in terms of the publications that are coming out of our higher educational institutions. And also, if you look at the Global Innovation Index, India has climbed up from the 76th position in 2014 to 39th position in 2024. And you might have already heard about the establishment of the One Nation and One Subscription, which will provide access to nearly 13,000 e-journals to about 1.8 crores users from across the higher education landscape, from 6,300 higher educational institutions. Friends, reaching out to large number of students using digital technologies through online platforms is also important. Today, our SWAYAM platforms and the SWAYAM Plus platform is reaching out to a large number of students. Currently, we have close to 4.6 enrollments in these programs. The online education and ODL also is playing an important role. We have more than 100 institutions offering ODL and online. Providing experiential learning to our students is important. So the role of providing internships and apprenticeships is well recognized, both through the AICT's internship portal and other government internship portal. We are reaching out to lakhs of students and thousands of educational institutions. One important aspect that has happened during the last 10 years is the inclusion of the Indian knowledge systems as part of our higher education. UGC has already trained 1,000 faculty members in including integrating IKS in the regular teaching programs. And in the next stage, we are planning to train about 10,000 teachers. Promoting our Indian languages in higher education and promoting multilingualism is also a top priority as part of our NEP implementation. And as you know, in JEE, NEET, and CUET, we conduct the test in 13 regional languages, and there is an increased budget allocation also for higher education, and there are newer schemes such as the PM Vidya Lakshmi scheme, and there are other schemes which are looking at removing the financial barriers and provide better access to our students. So there are many other schemes that we are launching to provide experiential learning to the students, such as institutional innovation councils, the idea labs, and providing training to the teachers through the Malavia Mission Teaching Training Program. We have already trained more than 1.5 lakh teachers, and we are reaching out to 15 to 16 lakh teachers across the country. And for providing research funding, we now have the Ansandhan National Research Foundation. Friends, to conclude, it is important for all of us to recognize that we have a collective responsibility to make education a tool for empowerment, not just a privilege for a few. When we invest in our people, we are investing in the future of India. The future of India is being shaped in our classrooms, our laboratories, and our institutions. Let us invest wisely and inclusively so that we may build a stronger, more resilient, and innovative India. Thank you very much.
थैंक यू वेरी मच प्रोफेसर जगदीश कुमार जी। अब मैं श्री संजय कुमार, सेक्रेटरी डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ स्कूल एजुकेशन एंड लिटरेसी को अपने विचार प्रकट करने के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं। सर।
Thank you, Vinit ji. We have a brief presentation before you, and you know, education is all about investing in people, and the UGC chairman has already given a broad snapshot of what the higher education scenario is looking like. This year in the budget speech 25-26, the Honorable Finance Minister has made two announcements. 50,000 Atal tinkering labs will be set up in government schools in the next 5 years, and each of the government schools in the rural areas will be given a broadband internet connectivity. Now, what has made this possible? And I think what has made this possible is the relentless and the concerted effort which has taken place in the Department of School Education and Literacy across the country in the last 10 years. And on that crest, this innovation of Atal Tinkering Lab is going to ride. Next, please. So this is what the brief snapshot of India's education system is, which I would say is perhaps one of the most complex education system in the world. So we have 14.72 lakh schools, to which 24.8 crore children are going and are being taught by more than 98 lakh teachers. Next, please. So how does it look like? Over the years, in the last decade, our PTR across primary, upper primary, secondary, and higher secondary has improved appreciably. And if you look at in the last 10 years, 46.52 lakh teachers have been recruited, of which 61% are women. And not to be outdone, 5.8 lakh non-teaching staff have also been recruited to make life for the teachers a little easier while they are working in the schools. Next, please. This is the qualitative improvement we have seen in the last 10 years. So if you look at the number of boys and girls who have passed class 10 board and class 12th board with more than 60% marks, which can be a standard for the kind of learning outcome improvement which we are seeing in the school. So you see it appreciably. 2013 to 23, in class 10, we have moved up from 58.1 to 95.5%. But what is more interesting for both class 10th and 12th is that girls have had a much larger improvement as compared to the boys. Our gender parity index in our schools is almost more than 1. Girls are outnumbering boys marginally in all levels of schooling, and also in learning outcomes, they are showing that they have the wherewithal to do well. That means we are reaching out to boys, girls in the school, and the learning outcomes are improving. Next. This is again how the infrastructure and other parameters have improved in the last 10 years. So our GR across different educational structure has gone up. And if you look at the right-hand side, we find that in the basic infrastructural requirement in our schools, we are almost very close to saturation. In fact, we've been working with all the states so as to ensure that in the basic infrastructure, we are able to show absolute saturation. So if you look at electricity, 60 to 91.8%, and this is what is going to make Atal Tinkering Lab and internet connectivity workable now that we have this kind of an infrastructure in our schools. And if you look at computer and internet, we will see a remarkable progress in the last 10 years. Availability of computer has gone up to 57.2, almost more than doubled. And the case for internet has gone from 8.1 to 53.9. So, and again, this year we do hope that we saturate it at least for all the government secondary schools. Next, please. And what has made this possible? I think sustained investment has made this possible. So the average per capita student expenditure has gone up from 10,780 to 25,043 in 21-22, an appreciable increase of 130%. Next. We want that each and every child should be part of school and no child should be out of the schooling system. So if you look at the NSS data and if you see what is the scenario for the never enrolled children, we see an appreciable drop in the 6 to 14 years as well as 14 to 18 years age gap. And so larger number of children are in school. I do admit that some are still out and our endeavor shall be to bring them back to school. Next. This is with respect to children who got enrolled but somehow dropped out of school. And here also we see that there has been a appreciable, remarkable improvement in the age group of 6 to 14 as well as 14 to 18. So children who have never been part of schooling system, they are in school. The ones who enrolled and dropped out, they are coming back to school, and both the numbers are decreasing as evidenced by the NSO data of 2024. Next. Again, what is happening to our expected years of schooling? This is a very broad indicator which goes as a component in the Human Development Index. And when a child is born, the number of years he or she can be expected to have during their lifetime. And this also includes higher education. So in 2013, it used to be 11.81 years. Today it has gone up to 13.28. And research shows that every additional year of schooling adds 0.37% to the GDP. So good schooling is also adding to the economy of the country. Next, please. And this is again to develop a passion for mean years of schooling. Mean year schooling is defined as the number of years of schooling availed by that cohort of the population which is more than 25 years of age. And this comes from the NSS data. And again, you will find that in the last 10 years, our mean years of schooling has improved from 5.4 to 7.5. But again, coming back to my earlier reiteration that women have seen a larger increase as compared to male. Next, please. So, and the third definition is, which comes from the SDG 4, is that what is the youth literacy? And youth is defined as 15 to 29. We are almost in the late 90s, very close to 100. And we do hope that by the year 2030, India will be able to achieve the youth literacy of 100%. Next. So another salient points of education is that we should have absolute inclusion. And when we are looking at inclusion, we are looking at the learning outcomes for children who are part of scheduled caste and scheduled tribe. And this data gives us the percentage of girls from scheduled caste who passed in class 10 and for SC as well as ST. And again, you can see that more number of girls are passing in class 10. Next. Similar position for class 12, that the SC girls and ST girls, they are doing extremely well and are showing improvement in class 12 board examinations also. Next, please. And this is a slide to which I come back once again, is that over the years, what we have seen in the last 10 years is that there has been a feminization of school teachers. So in 2014-15, we had 52% male teachers and 46% women. Today, the whole figure has reversed. So now today we have 52% female teachers and we have 48% of male teachers. So feminization of teaching is taking place. In a manner of speaking, this does augur well for all of us. Next. Again, advancing our school, better infrastructure. We are doing better in terms of availability of drinking water, hand wash, girls' toilet, boys' toilet. And this is what is making possible the availability of students in our schools. Next. Same for electricity, playgrounds, and library facilities. And I am very happy to say that last year, we introduced the National Digital Library as a part of the FM's announcement. And we do hope that this is going to give 24/7 facility to all our students. Next. So we are going to build our future together, more inclusive for even CWSN. So handrails, access-free barriers in all our schools, again, it is increasing. We do need to pay a little more attention and saturate it. Next. And again, internet availability has gone up, computer availability has gone up, and this year we are working with all the states so as to ensure that all the government secondary schools are enabled with internet connection as well as computers availability. Next. This is the last slide, which goes on to show the broad picture that in India, the public expenditure on education is 4.64, and this is the way we look across other countries. We do hope that we are inching towards what 6% of public expenditure, which is what the national education policy mandates. So based on all these things, we do hope that in due course of time, the Department of School Education and Literacy will be able to ensure that every child is part of school, GR goes up to 100% by the year 2030, and with effective learning outcomes for one and all. Thank you.
थैंक यू वेरी मच सर. अब मैं सेक्रेटरी स्किल डेवलपमेंट एंड एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप श्री अतुल कुमार तिवारी जी को अनुरोध करूंगा कि वे आज के विषय पर अपने विचार रखना चाहें.
Good morning to everyone. Secretary Higher Education, my fellow secretaries, Professor Jagdish Kumar, Dr. Paul, Professor Bide, Professor Gupta, and all others who are in this webinar today. If India's demographic dividend is our biggest assets, then the investing in people through the skill development is the one key driver for unlocking India's full potential. In the Union Budget 2025-26 also, emphasizing Sabka Vikas, there was also focus made on the Garib, Yuva, Annadata, and Nari. Ever since this ministry was constituted in 2014, we have done significant reforms leading to standardization, integration, unification, convergence, expansion, leveraging the digital platforms and AI, global mobility, doing work for entrepreneurship for the disadvantaged group, new age courses, and in general, I would say that the skilling ecosystem has developed and is ready for its next phase of growth and in alignment with the industry. Just to give a brief idea about what has been done in the last 10 years, I would say that the first thing has been the standardization. The earlier the things were very fragmented. Now they have been brought together, whether it is our regulator in terms of NCVT, National Skill Qualification Framework, dual system of training, job roles with clear pathways, flexi MOUs, new industry partnerships, sector scale councils, recognition of prior learning, and all that. We have also gone around and done a lot of convergence of the institutions and convergence of the schemes. And now we are in a position, after doing this standardization, to align with the different departments and ministries in their skilling work, which I will also mention as I go by. Under the National Education Policy also, which is a momentous document and a framework that a lot of work has happened in terms of bringing skilling and education together, whether in terms of the academic bank of credits, whether as the Professor Jagdish Kumar said about UGC and other higher education institutions allowing for the 50% credits in their degree programs to be skill-based courses, using the APAR credit frameworks and the skilling pathways which have come by broad the education and skilling closure. We also have the Skill India Digital Hub, which has the comprehensive digital platform, which integrates training, certifications, and job matching. And tremendous progress has happened because it allows for 24/7 access to skilling through the online blended learning, AR/VR technologies, and multimedia education. It also has integrated with the DigiLockers, eShram, PM Gati Shakti, so as to enhance the job mobility. We have seen the expansion of skilling institutions over since 2014 in terms of the ITIs, which number have increased from 44% to almost 14,619. We have seen a massive growth in the skilling centers, whether it is Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Kendras or skilling into educational and higher education institutions. The apprenticeship program has been enhanced, offering more opportunities for practical skill acquisition. Just to give a few numbers, over 3 crore youth have been skilled in the past decades, including 40.4 lakh apprentices have been trained under the National Apprenticeship Scheme. Short-term training has happened along with the JSS around 1.93 crore candidates. 536 future job qualifications have been introduced in areas like AI, drone technology, 5G, and green hydrogen. We have 289 JSS. We have trained almost 30 lakh people. We have linked the JSS with the Ullas scheme of the Education Department, PM Janvan of the Tribal Welfare, and vibrant village programs as well. We have started industry partnerships through sector skill councils and dual system of training. We have done partnership with leading firms like Dassault, Samsung, Microsoft, IBM, and Google. And the flexible MUs have also provided a very good opportunity for our youth to get skilled. In order to make the skill aspiration, which is also one of the key initiatives, we have done this Kaushal Mahotsava events when the ITI and other skill graduates are conferred their degree certificates. The credit-based equivalence between education and vocational training has also further enhanced its appeal. Along with the Education Ministry, we are also honoring our teachers on the Teachers' Day. We have, in the global skills also, India has improved its position from 39th position in 2011 to 13 in 2024 with multiple medal wins. And we have also found that the enrollment in short-term training programs, apprenticeship, and ITI admissions have seen substantial growth, demonstrating improved employability outcomes of the skilling programs. India also has an aspiration of becoming the world skill capital, and it is in this regard that the formal frameworks for international skill-based mobility have been established through G2G and B2B agreements. The global demand for 3.7 million skilled workers have been identified around 16 countries, and we are around 60,000 candidates have been sent under B2B and almost 9,000 to Israel and Japan. And we also started training in occupational English, German, Japanese, and Finnish to enhance that. If you talk about promoting traditional and emerging sectors, the PM Vishwakarma, we have already trained almost 20 lakh people. We have aligned with the One District, One program. We are aligned with the PM Janman schemes. And even for the Agniveers also, we have done a tremendous path-breaking work along with the army establishments, in a sense that the Agniveers, they will receive 2 skill certifications upon their service completion. We have already 52,000 army veterans will be trained under the PMKY on civilian jobs. 20 defense institutions have been recognized as awarding bodies for industry-linked learning. And it is in this context that the budget in 24-25 and 25-26 has given us an emphasis on the skilling, labor and employment and skilling. As you are aware that under budget 2024-25, the announcement was made for an outcome-based approach for having 1,000 hub and spoke ITIs, and we are in the final stages of its design, which will include infrastructure development along with decentralization and deregulation and governance reforms. As India strives towards Viksit Bharat 2047, strengthening the skilling ecosystem, especially through skilling in manufacturing, will be crucial. It is in this regard that, taking into account the success of industries like electronics, semiconductors, automobiles, pharmaceuticals, etc., and the need for a globally competitive workforce, that the creation of 5 Centers of Excellence for Skilling has been announced in Budget 25-26, which builds upon the previous year's announcement of under the new National IT Upgradation Scheme of 1,000 ITIs. It is here that the Make in India, it is also noteworthy that this budget announcement also coincides with 10 years of transformative journey through Make in India initiative, which have seen significant process in manufacturing, increased investments and job creation. It is our vision that the Center of Excellence will be housed in the National Skilling Training Institutes, which provide the vocational training for ITIs, industry supervisors. And we have also taken note of the global examples of China, South Korea, Brazil, and Singapore, and Germany, and how they have led to Center of Excellences. And it will also allow us to do the upgrading the existing courses and introduce sector-specific curricula with multiple entry and exit options. So, sir, in the afternoon session, we'll be engaging with our stakeholders in trying to get their ideas on 4 items. One will be the defining roles and responsibilities of government, industry, and global institutions. Second will be how do we ensure collaboration mechanism between the stakeholders, and how do we integrate seamlessly industry participation in curriculum design and training delivery, as well as the structured framework for training instructors, incorporating continuous learning programs, certification mechanisms, and incentives to attract and retain skilled trainers. It is with this that initiatives that India can build a world-class skilling ecosystem, ensuring that the workforce is well prepared for both domestic and global opportunities, ultimately reinforcing its position as the skill capital of the world. Thank you very much.
थैंक यू वेरी मच सर। अब मैं नीति आयोग के सदस्य डॉक्टर वीके पॉल से अनुरोध करना चाहूंगा कि वे आज के विषय पर अपने विचार साझा करें।
नमस्कार, respected Secretary Health, esteemed Secretary colleagues, friends. I like to start with highlighting the achievements and the activities of the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and indeed the health sector of India. Good news is that for our very core SDG, health-related SDG goals, we are on track. Under 5 mortality rate of less than 25, which is the SDG goal, is already achieved in 11 states, and we are on track to have it for our entire nation. Neonatal mortality rate of 112 already achieved in 6 states, and 2 or 3 are at the verge of this. We will achieve that as well. And the difficult SDG of maternal mortality ratio under 75, again, we are on track. And we already have this achievement logged in 18 states and union territories. Happy to state that in the course of the last 4 to 5 years, India is building a strong foundation of primary health care. Primary health care is the most important layer of the health system. 174,000 Ayushman Arogya Mandirs, the health and wellness centers, have been commissioned. 140,000 new mid-level providers. It's a silent revolution. 140,000 new mid-level providers have been put in place. Health, telehealth is available in all these centers, and more than 100 drugs are available free of cost. I believe this is the most important initiative that India is now undertaking, because primary care looks after 85% or more of the health conditions and also saves money. Under Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, 55 crore people are accessing health insurance for secondary and tertiary conditions for 5 lakh rupees in our country. We have now added the entire population of above 70 years to be eligible for this benefit, adding this benefit additionally to 6 crore more people. Every day, 30 to 35,000 admissions take place under this program. Not surprisingly, the out-of-pocket expenditure as a proportion of total health expenditure has declined significantly between 2013-14 and 21-22. We have moved from 63% to 39%, and the trends are being maintained. And this is also coming from free dialysis scheme, free ambulance scheme, and the system of Jan Aushadhi, which imparts opportunity for less expensive generic medicines. Happy to state that under National Health Mission, human resources are very important and a quiet revolution that's being rolled out. Between 2013, 14, and now, from 1.8 lakh human resources under the mission, today we have 4.7 lakh, which is 2.5 times escalation during this period. We are pushing high standard through IPHS and QAS system, which are the standards applying to the public health facilities. Under the Ayushman Bharat Digital Health Mission, 53 crore Indians now have a health identity and a card which will be used for learning the health records. Under eSanjeevani, every day, 250,000 teleconsultations are taken across our country. But preparing for the pandemic under PM Ayushman Bharat Health Infrastructure Mission, a huge infrastructure is being built. For instance, we are pitching for critical care blocks and critical care facilities in all the district hospitals and larger hospitals. This will need more than 35,000 beds. Simultaneously, 15,000 pediatric persons each. Let's not forget what we achieved in the COVID-19 pandemic, immunizing 2.2 billion doses, starting 2.2 billion doses across our nation and universalizing this adult vaccination. In the course of the 5 years, we have the opportunity to eliminate, and we shall, together with all the stakeholders and with the power of the people of India, we shall eliminate the following diseases from the face of India: Kala-Azar, tuberculosis, leprosy, lymphatic filariasis, measles, and rubella. And very recently, we have eliminated trachoma. Our sickle cell screening target of 7 crore individuals across 11 states is moving rapidly. We already have covered 78% of them. Let me now briefly touch upon the two budget announcements that have been made by the Honorable Finance Minister. These two announcements relate to enhancing the scope of medical education and strengthening cancer care. Next one, please. The Honorable Finance Minister announced that in the next year, 10,000 additional UG, PG medical seats will be added in medical colleges towards the goal of adding 75,000 seats in 5 years, which was the call the Honorable Prime Minister gave on the Independence Day last year. Next, the context is very simple. India has a doctor population ratio of 1 for 834, including Ayush doctors. Developed nations have this ratio to the tune of 3 per 1,000. There is an acute shortage in the public health system as well as also in the private health system. And there are a phenomenally high number of aspirants for undergraduate and postgraduate opportunities in medical education. Therefore, it is imperative that for meeting the aspirations of the youth, but also very importantly, to strengthen the healthcare system that reaches the benchmark of developed nations, we enhance the opportunities for medical education. And we have done very well in this regard. Next one, please. The medical college number has become double, 102% increase. We moved from 387 medical colleges 10 years ago to 780. And we now have more government medical colleges 10 private medical colleges, and that enhances the affordability for the students. Expansion of the AMS system is underlined by the fact that 22 new AMSs have been sanctioned and 18 of them are operational. Next one, please. We would also like to emphasize here that a phenomenal increase in the existing number of undergraduate and postgraduate seats has undertaken. These seats have seen 130% and 135% enhancement respectively since 2013-14. 52,000 seats, UG seats are now in 2013-14 are now 118,000 seats. And in terms of PG seats, 52,000 seats are now have been escalated to close to 75,000 seats, giving opportunities for training. Next one, please. Two important schemes, one for the undergraduate program and one for the PG program, have played an important role in this area. Next one, please. A very special scheme has been to upgrade our district and referral hospitals into medical colleges. Very happy to state here that 157 medical colleges under this scheme have been approved and 131 of them are already functional. And to get the best out of this resource, the government is working on co-locating nursing colleges in each one of these 157 medical colleges. There is a lovely Zora Medical College, Mizoram, which I had the opportunity to visit just about a week ago. Beautiful facilities are coming up, a vibrant ecosystem in medical education is building up. Next. We are working on regulatory reforms at a feverish pitch. The big reform has been the institution of the National Medical Commission that replaced the erstwhile Medical Council of India. But taking the opportunity of the new act, we have rationalized minimum standard requirements to make them more liberal without compromising quality. We have introduced a new curriculum. Teachers' eligibility qualifications have been improved. A national medical registry is being launched. New diploma courses through the pathway of National Board of Examinations at district hospitals has been instituted. A lot more is happening and we expect the pace of reform will continue into future. Next one. District residency program is a special program which links the public health system with the medical education system. All postgraduate students, all postgraduate residents belonging to any specialty in the second year of their training out of the 3 years are now being posted for a period of 3 months at district level hospitals. What does it give? A real life experience for learning and practical skills embracement. But equally importantly, this enhances the strength, the capability of the district health system, the district hospitals. These students, which are already, they have a 1-year experience in the specialty, work as team with a specialist in the district hospitals and improve the care. And it also brings in continuum of care. This is a unique program which is bringing an interface between the public health system and medical education. Next. E-learning resources are being used increasingly in medical education and pushing the frontier further. Next one. We are now also, using the power of AI for medical education and research through initiatives as COE in AI in healthcare at three of our prime institutions, as also using AI-driven simulation skill labs. Next one. Very briefly, I'd now like to highlight the components of the daycare centers, daycare cancer center announcement that the Honorable Finance Minister made. There is a rising burden of cancer in the country. 1.46 million new cancer cases are registered, are noticed every year. Sadly, a lot of them are diagnosed late, and this has to change. Next one. Already, the country, the nation, is laying emphasis on screening and early detection. A nationwide screening on 3 important cancers is undertaken. Under this, 26 crore screening, 26 crore people have been screened for oral cancer, 14 crore for breast cancer, and 9 crore for cancer cervix. We have established state cancer institutes, 19 of them. Tertiary cancer care centers have been established, 20 of them, and then there's an Apex National Cancer Institute at AIIMS Delhi. Daycare cancer centers have already been established in 372 districts, and we will now pitch at improving them further. Likewise, district and CSC NCD clinics are running, and huge efforts on capacity development and awareness generation are being instituted. Next. In order to provide financial coverage for cancer care, Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana has multiple care packages. There is also the Health Minister's Cancer Patient Fund. And of course, access to cancer medicines at affordable cost is being also instituted through the Jan Aushadhi Kendra system, through Amrit pharmacies, as well as through the pathway of reduced customs duty and GST reductions for selected cancer drugs. In the announcement that has been made, the government will facilitate setting up of daycare cancer centers in all the districts in the next 3 years. And importantly, 200 of these shall be established in this financial year. So we will establish 200 new centers. We will build and strengthen the 372 that already exist and systematically achieve the saturation level of 1 DCC per district within the next 3 years. Next one, please. What would this center entail? This will be a 4 to 6 bedded unit for chemotherapy, for follow-up care, for supportive care, and for counseling. 2, there will be provision for additional equipment, medicines, disposables, and training will be instituted to the teams in the district hospitals. Treatment plans will be instituted by the tertiary care system, the state cancer institutes, and the INIs. Same-day treatment model will be followed to save on stress and financial burden. Linkages with Ayushman Arogya Mandir, that is the primary healthcare system, as well as the tertiary system, the state cancer institutes will be established, and we shall optimally use telemedicine and tele-oncology to create these connections. Thank you very much. These are very aspirational and game-changing budget announcements and programs. We all will make a success of this and create a healthcare system of India that befits the standards of developed nations before 2047, the 100th anniversary of India's independence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. V.K. Paul. मैं प्रोफेसर अमिता भिडे को मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हाउसिंग एंड अर्बन अफेयर्स की ओर से विचार रखने के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं. प्रोफेसर भिडे इज अ प्रोफेसर at the Center for Urban Policy and Governance in the School of Habitat Studies, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai. Over to you, Professor Bide.
Thank you. Thank you. Just to check, am I visible, audible?
Yes.
Am I audible? Yes, thank you so much. So at the first and at the outset, let me really thank all of you for organizing this webinar and all the panelists, extremely esteemed panelists who are part of the webinar as well, beginning with Professor Jatish Kumar, the secretaries of the various departments, Professor Gupta and Professor V.K. Paul, and so on and so forth. Okay. I think when we think about urbanization itself and the role of Mahua, Mahua is located right at the forefront of facing a huge opportunity as well as a challenge. The opportunity called urbanization, which is now an emergent reality, a huge transformation from when we became independent. We were really called rural India. We were predominantly rural, and now we are at a stage where we are transitioning to an urban India. This gives us multiple opportunities, economic opportunities, and also to ensure that and determine for the world what is sustainable urbanization. Okay? But it also presents a lot of challenges in the form of a significant amount of people, more than 80% or so, who are working in the informal sector. And the informal sector is one which is surrounded with extremely risky and hazardous working and living conditions. It also has a high proportion of social vulnerabilities, and Mahua has this inevitable and extremely challenging task of matching this along with the physical infrastructure needs, the sustainability needs, and the governance needs of providing for the enhanced urbanization. It tries to do so through a variety of flagship missions. And I think we have made extremely significant progress there in the form of, if we look at the range of flagship missions, the first is Swachh Bharat mission, I think, which all of us are aware of, the Amrut, which looks at basically the water supply and the sanitation infrastructure, which also becomes...
Professor Vijay, just 1 second. Are you showing some PowerPoint presentation? Because
no, I'm not showing a PowerPoint presentation. Okay. I'm not showing the PowerPoint presentation.
Oh, thank you. Then control room, if you please see why we are getting this black screen. Sure. NIC control room. Yeah, please go ahead, Professor Vijay.
Yeah. Then the cities, there is the National Urban Digital Mission, and there is cities program. And along with all of that, there are two things which I'm going to focus on in this talk, is basically the Deen Dayal Upadhyay Antyodaya Yojana, or the National Urban Livelihood Mission, and which works also in conjunction with PM Swanidhi, which is a program which was started in the context of street vending. Okay. So it's an approach, I think, right from the beginning. So the DAY NULM was instituted in 2014, and basically it is completely aligned with the overall mission and the theme of investing in people. It may sound surprising because when we think about urban development, we think of physical infrastructure building, very engineering and planned approach, but these are two flagship missions which really focus on investing in people, creating employment opportunities, creating services for them, and overall expanding the entire rubric of urban development and making it financially, socially much more inclusive and sustainable. You have first statement, I will say, of investing in people has basically been from 2014 until now. There is an entire transformative ecology of institutions which has happened. So there are national centers of excellence, there are national resource organizations, there is a dedicated center for sustainable livelihoods, which has now been instituted at the National Institute of Urban Affairs. And all this creates people and a cadre of people, more than 24,000 of them, who are committed to the cause of creating sustainable livelihoods, basically in the context of the national urbanization and urban development. The second thing that one would like to talk about really is that the entire approach of the NULM and the PM Swanidhi has been a learning approach, learning and iterative. You pilot things, you experiment with them, then you create models out of them, and then you upscale them at a state level and also at a national level, and always therefore create room for experimentation. I think this is something which is fantastic. And the kind of mandate that therefore the NULM carries is also very vast. On one hand, it is creating livelihoods. And in the last 8 to 10 years or so, from 2014 till now, there are more than 1,995 shelters built for homeless. There are more than 38 lakh people for whom livelihoods have been created. And there are more than 90 lakh women who've actually been covered under the entire rubric of institutions like self-help groups, and through which then enterprise development has happened. It is also very interesting to see that in PM Swanidhi, a program which was started in the context of a post-COVID crisis, really, and that program also has been able to be extremely successful with more than 68 lakh vendors all over the country, street vendors who are otherwise, I mean, they are micro business persons, one can call them, or nano business persons for that matter. And they have been set up on the overall path of financial inclusion to the extent where not only have been these 68 lakh street vendors have been given loans, but they have also been connected through convergence with many other ministries of the Government of India. There is an entire bouquet of 8 schemes, which include social security schemes, which include a mapping of the entire household to see which other schemes can the household be eligible for, and then trying to ensure that the household gets benefit of all of those Government of India schemes as well. And this is all done through a digital architecture, which also enables a extremely good monitoring and evaluation system. And I think this is something which is a huge achievement, because till now and prior to 2014, most money which went into urban poverty alleviation programs was considered by banks, by relevant institutions as money which is going down the drain. And in that sense, this has really been a transformative journey. Now, in the coming budget and in the coming years, this approach is being shifted even more. So in consultation with a whole lot of collaborators, which include academic institutions, NGOs who are working on the ground, these resource organizations which have been created, consultants who have also started working in the field, what has been identified is, along with a what should I say, a Gisapita income-based approach to identifying the poor, okay, and which often proves very flawed. Along with that, 6 vulnerable occupational groups have been identified. And each of these occupational groups, the minute I take the name, you will all be able to recognize what is the entire set of specific vulnerabilities which are associated with these. These are waste workers, construction workers, there are domestic workers, there are gig workers, okay, and there are street vendors. And of course, there are also the NACA workers. So if you look at all of these sets of workers, all of them have specific sets of vulnerabilities. And they are now, their vulnerabilities are being addressed through a comprehensive set of interventions in the coming years. And the DUA has conducted a lot of pilots linked to this. This has led to several learnings. One of these learnings is perhaps that self-help groups, which has become a set methodology in the context of rural areas, does not yet work in the entire dynamic reality of the urban. And therefore, perhaps one should also invest and create common interest groups of the these occupational groups who are interested in pursuing perhaps collective enterprises and so on and so forth. The second learning, I think, which is also very important, is that this digital architecture and monitoring is extremely critical, because it enables an easy convergence across multiple scales of stakeholders, from the Government of India to the state governments, to banks, to implementing organizations, and to the people themselves. So putting people at the center of all of this and investing, therefore, in the implementing machineries and people who are implementing, as well as investing in the people and ensuring that the benefits reach them fully, I think has been really the transformative approach that one has seen. The second thing and second approach really, and the gap which has been seen, is really also to think about and integrating this piloting learning approach. And for that, the entire architecture and design of program delivery is very, very critical. And there is a lot which Mahua is investing in this kind of architecture and design of programs. And at the same time, it is also investing a whole lot into the capacity building people who are implementing and investing in these programs. The third is creating collaborative relationships. Okay? Because collaborative relationships are extremely necessary if there has to be any dent, and if creation of homeless shelters. So on one hand, you are creating assets. Okay? On the other hand, one is creating also supportive social infrastructure. For example, you can give a loan to a street vendor, but tomorrow, the same street vendor will also be shooed out of that place by others because that place is not secure. And for this reason, there are vending carts which are being created. Okay? There are night markets or weekly markets which are also being experimented with. And this is a very important social infrastructure which is being generated. There are many laborers in our cities who stand at labor chalks, and these labor chalks become incidental developments. Okay? So can we develop these labor chalks in such a way that not only can workers congregate there and the labor exchange can operate efficiently, but at the same time, there can be the needs of the laborers who are gathered there can also be met. Can there be a rest place? Can there be tea stalls or snack stalls there? Can there also be some resting rooms there? So these are the developments and these are the pilots which are also being carried out here. And finally, in terms of creating all of this collaboration, the social infrastructure, all of this, I think what is very, very critical really is this entire alignment, with, again, coming back to investing in people, right? And people who are perhaps the poorest, the people who are most vulnerable, and who can therefore, who are in some ways the key to making cities far more inclusive. The final word here about financial inclusion, both as an achievement and as a path ahead, is in terms of looking at credit cards. Okay? Banks are very, very reluctant to start a line of credit for these nano enterprises. And therefore, the Mahua has come up with the idea of having and instituting a credit card which can meet some of the working capital requirements of the street vendors. And it is this approach which is being now experimented with, which will also be adopted then with the other target groups which are part of the DFI MUL. There are many challenges. The scale of the issue is huge, but the overall ambition is to reach somewhere around 26.4 crore urban poor households over the next few years and create sustainable livelihoods for them. I'll stop.
Thank you very much, Professor Bide. अब मैं महिला एवं बाल विकास मंत्रालय के सचिव अनिल मलिक जी को अपने विचार प्रकट करने के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं।
To all my esteemed colleagues, panelists, Dr. V.K. Paul, Professor Jagdish Kumar, Professor M.P. Gupta, Professor Amitabh Bide, and my dear friends, secretaries. I'm going to make a small presentation on the budget initiatives for development of women and children in India. Next, please. So the budget this year, it reinforces the commitment of Government of India for development of human capital in specific areas related to women and children.
Excuse me, sir.
Which are.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, आपका presentation we are not able to see. Are you sharing some screen, sir?
Yes, we are sharing. Is it? We are just trying. Let us just fix it.
Yes, sir, it's clear now.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to talk about the issues relevant to women and children and the capital development that the budget reinforces our commitment for. I'm going to talk about the ICDS first. It's an old established program which delivers nutrition, preschool education, health, immunization to children, adolescent girls. Next. This is a snapshot of the Saksham Anganwadis. Next. We have about 100 million beneficiaries, about 8.8 crore children below 6 years of age. Of them, you provide nutrition, healthcare. About 4.5 crore children, 3 to 6 years, we provide preschool education. More than a crore pregnant women and lactating mothers, and more than 2 million adolescent girls in some areas of the country. Next. We have established a malnutrition protocol, how malnutrition can be managed. This has been, in the works for last 2 years, and it has helped improve the malnutrition indicators as we see, in the later slides. Next. The National Family Health Survey since 92-93, Survey 1 to 5, they give this report about stunting, underweight, and wasted percentages. We see that there is a gradual, improvement in the malnutrition indicators of children. Stunting is coming down, underweight and wasting, everything is coming down. But when we take question tracker, which is the administrative data set that we are using now across the country, which is filled up by the Anganwadi worker on a daily basis. Then the figures except for stunting, then for underweight and wasted children, they are actually much better than the figures being shown in the Family Health Survey 5. Next. The Honorable Finance Minister has announced increased norms for cost, how to calculate the cost of supplementary nutrition. This is very, very welcome, and it will help us, help the state governments to provide more protein, healthy fats, and essential micronutrients, which is now, part of the diversified diet that is part of the mandate now. And also we have mandated that if possible, Anganwadis should have their own Poshan Vatika, the small Nutri gardens, about half of them, 6.42 lakh, have already been established. Now, as we know, and we have been talking about it, that the brain development, human brain development happens during conception, and then first 2 years, primarily 75 to 80% happens by that time, and before the age of 6, 85% of the brain develops. So if we, focus on this area, then we absolutely, look after the future of India, the workforce of 2047, Amrit Kal year. So the present investments are leading to the productivity and higher health outcomes for future. This is another area of concern, and we have now established a procedure which is followed by the Anganwadi workers and ASHA workers also, whereby identification of children who are missing their milestones, developmental and intelligence milestones, they can be diagnosed early and referred. Next. Various scientific studies, I think they are there in public domain. They say that if you invest 1 rupee in early childhood capital investment, then the returns are 14, 15, 16 times
compared to even the hard physical infrastructure, where the returns probably to the economy are about 4 times. So we are going for achieving these, and are making huge progress because of the increasing budgetary allocations. Next. This is a new area where the new education policy mandates that children from 3 years to 8 years, they need a foundational stage of learning, and minimum 3 years of learning before they start primary school. Part of that would now be imparted through the Anganwadi system, and we are already ready for it. We have trained our more than 2 lakh of the Anganwadi workers through the SLMTs. We are going to train all of them, about 14 lakh Anganwadi workers, and we are going to repeat the training next year. Next. This is the services being provided, through Anganwadi network, where our own workers and helpers, who are 2.5 million, they themselves, become part of a trained workforce, and they become an agent of change in the communities in which they serve. We have introduced a digital platform, mobile app on the Android platform. This is called Portion Tracker. It's filled up by the Anganwadi worker and all the stakeholders above her level, supervisors, CDPO, district officers, and state officers, and the government of India. They have login IDs. So this data is collected on each and every activity of the Anganwadi through this tracker. There is no maintenance of physical registers now. It's in the local languages, 24 languages. Now we are going to strengthen it further by introducing a recognition system for face, so that the rations and services given to beneficiaries are captured, on a real-time basis to build more accountability. We have also, through the increased budgetary allocations, now established the idea of Jan Andolan and community participation through Poshan Ma and Poshan Pakhwadas and community-based events, whereby various stakeholders in the society, Panchayati Raj institutions, self-help groups, civil society groups, other organizations, local influencers, they are involved, in the nutrition, health, and early childhood education activities. Next. Next. About women, we have women empowerment programs also, and we follow the life cycle approach, starting from the childhood of women, adolescence, adulthood, motherhood, and then old age. And this is part of the women-led development, which is the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister to achieve Viksit Bharat 2047. Next. These are some of the initiatives of this ministry as well as other ministries that are part of this initiative, where universal health coverage, maternity care, immunization, and we have Swachh Bharat, where the drudgery of women has been reduced to a great extent, piped water supply to households, clean cooking gas connections, and all-weather houses being constructed, education, as highlighted by Sanjay Kumarji, the great job that they are doing. So all these are enablers for empowerment of women, to enable them to participate in the workforce in big numbers. We have a special maternity benefit scheme also, which we are implementing through online DBT mechanism. Right now we have, since its inception in 2017, benefited 3.82 crore beneficiaries, and they have received about 17,448 crores through direct cash transfer. Another scheme which the budget has, the Honorable Finance Minister has been very kind to approve, is this special assistance for capital investments to create a new working women hostels. This was worth 5,000 crores, and we are going to take full benefit of it. Already many approvals have happened. This would enable more women to participate in the workforce, to work fearlessly away from their homes. Next. Another initiative which has been there since last 10 years is the institution of one-stop center, where women who are distressed or under any kind of threat of violence or where actual violence has happened, but they don't want to go to police right away. There is a place available, and now its access is online also, and it is available through the women helpline also. So under that, in that one place, we provide all 5 services: police help, medical help, legal help, psychosocial counseling, and shelter. Next. Women helpline now, like other helplines, child helpline as well as 112, it has got absolutely stabilized throughout the country. 181. It is linked both ways to the child helpline as well as to the emergency helpline 112, and also linked to the district level institutions of the Women and Child Development Department, including the OSC. So this is a big relief to women under any kind of threat or any kind of pressure. It's available 24/7 into 365. Next. This is a non-lapsable. This is a great innovation in the budget. This is a non-lapsable ongoing scheme where the focus is on projects which promote safety and security of women. Till now, about 5,846 crore rupees have been actually utilized by implementing agencies. Whereas from our side, we have appraised more than 50 projects worth 11,298 crores. Next. This is just at a glance what kind of projects we are appraising. Projects dealing with the prevention of crime against women, of helpline, emergency help, projects relating to safe transport, where women can go to work fearlessly or go for studies fearlessly. Next. Projects to improve the safety of public places, projects for training, capacity building of duty holders, and also projects to bring the guilty who commit violence against children and women to speedy justice. This year there has been a big jump in the gender budgeting. This is a budget statement number 13. Where more than 49 ministries and 5 UTs have reported budget to the extent of 4.49 lakh crores out of a total budget of 50.65 lakh crores of the union budget. So we can see the focus on women, their empowerment, their protection. It's a huge increase from previous years. This recognition of the gender budget will help us in focusing and monitoring different ministries and departments, and there are more than 270 schemes which have been reported under this. Next. So this is the gradual increase in the budget of the gender budget under the gender budget head. Next. For children also, and half of them are women, girls. The budget in the statement number 12 has increased, next please, to 1.17 lakh crore approximately. It's been reported by over 20 ministries, and more than 90 schemes are involved, which have a provision of direct benefit or direct protection or help to the children to the extent of 100% or 30 to 90%, and some partly below 30%. Next. We also implement the child protection legislations. Juvenile Justice Care and Protection of Children Act is the foundational law and rules and various institutions that have come under it. And then, against sexual offenders against children, we have a very stringent act, POCSO Act, and there is a Commission for Protection of Child Rights, which gets these rights implemented and looks into complaints and goes into the complaints in details. We also have a Vatsalya scheme. The budget provisions have taken care of the scheme in the sense that it is now pan-India scheme supporting the children who are abandoned, orphaned, or who have nobody to look after, or trafficked children, or children under threat of violence, through institutional care where they can live in a hostel-like situation for a long time, and also through non-institutional care, that is family care through adoption, foster care, aftercare, etc. Next. These are various statutory institutions under the child care laws at the state level and at the district level. Next. Different kinds of institutional care we provide. These are, we are dealing basically with the children who are in need of care and protection and children who have a conflict in law situation. So both children are segregated and dealt with differently so that they can reintegrate in the society. There is a budget of around 1,500 crores for the next year, and it will help us further strengthen these child protection services. Next. So the main mission of the ministry is that health, education, empowerment of children and women have to go hand in hand, you know, and it's an all government and all ministries effort. We are coordinating with various ministries, and I thank them for their cooperation and full, convergence that we have been able to achieve at the district and implementation level. Let's hope we can build a healthier, empowered, and equitable India. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. I now invite Professor MP Gupta of IIT Delhi, who is representing Department of Telecommunications. Thank you.
So, namaskar and good afternoon to all of you. I am honored to be part of this important webinar, and thank you, Duty Secretary, for giving me this opportunity. Today, I will give a summary of how telecom sector in the past 10 years has triggered a spurt of economic opportunities and augmented more than 40 national priority programs, thereby catalyzing economic growth. As you know, United Nations SDG also has found telecommunication as very powerful tool of development and poverty alleviation. And if you see past decade, telecom sector in India has seen major developments, including consolidation among operators, a massive surge of data usage driven by affordable tariff, rapid adoption of 4G technology, increased focus on domestic manufacturing, and emergence of 5G services, all fueled by friendly government policies promoting digital inclusion, startup innovation, and market competition. And these have led India to emerge as the largest telecom market in the world with vast user penetration. Going forward, the entire effort made by DOT may be organized into 4 baskets, and I will explain each one subsequently. So first basket is about initiative that ensures inclusive and meaningful connectivity. We can call Samaveshit. And this is about 4G and 5G network spread. 4G has footprint across all villages. 5G has been rolled out, covering almost more than 80% of the population. In terms of subscriber base, India is now the second largest in the world, both on telephones and internet. And via BharatNet program, we are going to reach almost all Gram Panchayat in foreseeable future. And the budget is very high, is 1.3 lakh crore, etc. Second basket that we would club all those initiatives leading to enhancing ease of living and ease of doing business. We can call Twarit. And this is about all telecom reforms, and primarily the recent one act, New Telecom Act, that was cleared by Parliament in 2023, replacing all old acts. It has added several new features like licenses by rule-based framework, of authorization framework for spectrum assignment, adjudication mechanism with voluntary disclosure, regulatory center, etc. Via National Broadband Mission, the process of granting permissions has been streamlined significantly. So it used to take almost more than 400 days to approve an application. Now it takes 41 days. I probably assume that there is still scope to improve. A week time should be enough. Further, DOT also has set up more than 60 certification labs across nation, to improve quality and security of telecom products via testing facilities. TRI also has set up a new benchmark for key network parameters like network availability, call drop rates, packet drop rates, etc. Third basket is about making infrastructure secure and safe. And DOT has launched a portal called Sanchar Sathi, allowing citizens to report suspected fraud communication, know the mobile connections issued in their name, and report connections which are either not taken by them or not required. Also report stolen or lost mobile handset for blocking and tracing. Check the genuineness of mobile handset. Report the incoming international calls received with Indian telephone number as calling line identification. And these have made significant impact. By last year, the data shows that more than 25 lakh mobile handsets have been blocked, and more than 70 lakh suspected connections have been disconnected. More than 70,000 point of sales selling SIM on fake documents have been blacklisted, and there have been plenty of FIRs on that. Fourth basket is about initiative that is supporting innovation and development. And notable one is extending Make in India production linked scheme incentive like to also telecom manufacturing. And over and above standard PLI scheme, DOT scheme offers 1% additional incentive for product designed, developed, and manufactured in India. So, and this is showing a positive result. If you look at past year data, there have been manufacturing of telecom and network products to the tune of 29,000 crore in previous year, which is several times more than what it used to be earlier, and also generating several number of employments to passing out graduates as well. And looking at the future, Government of India has launched 6G vision as well, with the aim to develop and deploy the same by say next 5 to 6 years time. So with so much promise, that DOT initiative hold, Finance Minister has rightly set as personal agenda in this year budget to extend broadband connectivity to all government-run secondary schools and primary healthcare centers in rural areas through BharatNet initiative. This provision is not just about technology, it is about empowering communities to thrive in the digital age. If you follow Human Development Index, the idea of empowerment is woven into HDI as propounded by United Nations, which measures countries' progress primarily in 3 areas: healthcare, education, and living standard. And Government of India has initiated several programs to augment HDI, particularly in the sector like education and healthcare via digital technology. And if you recall, digital empowerment has been one of the 3 vision areas of Digital India program, started in 2015. It's promised to provide universal digital literacy, universally accessible digital resources, availability of these resources in Indian languages, collaborative digital platforms for participative governance, and portability of all entitlements through cloud. Now, Digital India program has been here around for almost 10 years, and I feel we should do some audit how much digital empowerment we have achieved so far. Going forward on broadband theme, so availability of broadband connectivity in rural schools means that students are able to access the wealth of online educational resources, e-learning platforms, and digital literacy tools. Similarly, the availability of internet connectivity in public health centers provides access to telemedicine, remote diagnostics, and digital management of health data, all of which are crucial to improving healthcare services in these underserved areas. With this transformative change, the nation is moving towards a future where digital equity is reality, where every child has access to quality education, and every person has access to quality health care. I encourage all of us to think on these initiatives as a stepping stone towards smarter, healthier, and more connected India. Together, we can ensure that benefits of broadband connectivity are felt by every citizen from mountain to plains. That's all from my side. I'll stop here. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much, Professor MP Gupta. Now I request Ministry of Labour and Employment Secretary, Ms. Sumita Davra, ma'am, to say a few words on her subject. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon to all. When it comes to investing in people, the Ministry of Labour and Employment in the past several years has taken numerous measures to promote labour welfare, improve social security coverage, bring in labour reforms to ensure ease of doing business with a view to more employment generation, and also with a view to promote ease of living. Several notable reforms have been brought in EPFO, the Employees Provident Fund Organization, the ESIC, Employees State Insurance Corporation, and so on. Before I go to the budget announcement 2025-26 for the ministry, I would like to enumerate some of the major achievements of the ministry, which will reflect the progress in investing in people in the last few years. First of all, I'd like to talk about social security benefits. Here we have evidence from the ILO's World Social Protection Report 2024-26, which highlights India's remarkable progress, where we have doubled our social protection coverage from 22% in 2016 to about 48.8, almost 50% in 2024. And due to India's remarkable progress, the social protection coverage in the world has increased by 5 percentage points. If we consider cash and in-kind benefits of India's social security schemes, and we are working on this with ILO, we see the exercise reveals that 65% population of the country is covered by at least one social protection benefit. Apart from what I just presented on India's overall social protection coverage, I would also like to highlight the several intervention schemes taken up by the Ministry of Labour and Employment in the last 10 years and also recent past. We have the National Career Service Portal, which was launched in 2015-16, where we match the people who are seeking jobs with the employers. And in the last 10 years, we have mobilized about 4.7 crore vacancies on the National Career Service Portal, and job fairs have been conducted, more than 50,000, and we have more than 400 model career centers which have been established to function as employment exchanges and align the supply and demand in the labor market better. We have also covered 51 lakh and more beneficiaries under the Pradhan Mantri Shram Yogi Man Dhan Yojana, which is a pension scheme, and under Atmanirbhar Bharat Rozgar Yojana. In the last 4 years, we have covered more than 60 lakh beneficiaries with an expenditure of more than 10,000 crore. We also have eShram, which is globally recognized as a best practice of technical intervention in the labor market. And this is a national database of unorganized workers, where about 31 crore, to be precise, 30.63 crore unorganized workers have been registered to get access to several social security schemes of Government of India and also of the states. We have also several schemes for labor welfare under health, housing, education. And when we speak of the employees pension scheme, which is implemented by EPFO, we have more than 5.29 crore members who are under the employees pension scheme. Now, when we talk about EPFO further, the Employees Provident Fund Organization, we see an increasing trend in the enrollment. And in the last 6.5 years alone, we see more than 6.2 crore new members have joined the EPFO, which shows both job creation and formalization of the market. At the same time, for ease of living, significant reforms have been brought into EPFO to improve the pension services, claim processing, enhance IT systems, and so on. To give an example, in December 2024, we launched the pension reform under the centralized pension processing system, whereby a pensioner can take his or her pension from any bank in the country, any branch in the country. Similarly, we have increased the auto settlement of Provident Fund claims We have increased the limits from 50,000 to 1 lakh. We have expanded the categories from just sickness to include also education, marriage, and housing. Under Nidhi Aapke Niket, we go to the beneficiaries every month. District camps are organized, and in the last 2 years, more than 16,000 district camps have been done, where more than 5.5 lakh beneficiaries have come to get the problems resolved. 85% grievances are resolved on the spot. The centralized IT system of EPFO and the simplification processes, improved grievance redressal, automated claim settlement are some of the other reforms. We have extended EPFO services in the Union territories of Jammu Kashmir and Ladakh. And we have also implemented the minimum pension scheme, which was notified in 2014-15, and more than 20 lakh pensioners are availing the minimum pension every year. Under the Prayas initiative, we give the PPOs to the members under the EPFO on the day of the superannuation, and there are many other such reforms, all of which I am not enumerating, but it's also important to mention how digitalization is being used, the face authentication technology, which reduces the dependence of the pensioner on external biometric devices. The impact of these reforms in EPFO is a historic claim settlement for the first time in history in 2024-25, where EPFO has crossed 5 crore claim settlements in 1 year, settling more than 2 lakh crore rupees worth of claims. Now coming to ESIC, the Employee State Insurance Corporation, where the health benefits and other social security coverage is given, the number of insured persons has increased from 2.03 crore in 2014 to 3.72 crore in 2024. The number of beneficiaries have increased because the number of families are also included along with the insured persons to about 14.43 crore in 2024. The number of hospitals have increased to 165. We have also announced another 10 new ESIC medical colleges in this financial year, apart from the 8 existing colleges. The healthcare services in ESIC are being integrated with PMJY, and the pilot is already done, giving access to ESIC beneficiaries to a bigger network of hospitals in the country. We have also approved more than 100 new hospitals, and we have started mobile app for taking appointments. We are using technical interventions for providing ambulance service. The 5G ambulance services are in place, super specialty hospitals, the Aadhaar seeding, Ayushman Bharat health accounts have also been started. Coming to labor reforms, the codification of laws, multiple laws. There were 44 Central Labor Acts into 4 codes, has been approved, has been passed by Parliament in 2019-20, bringing about simplification, rationalization of the labor codes, reducing complexity, difficulty in enforcement, and also so that we can leverage technology for transparency and ease of the stakeholders and create safe, healthy working conditions for labor, bring about more quality employment generation, more flexibility in the labor market, decriminalization, reduction in compliance burden, more ease of doing business, more job creation, and so on and so forth. Many, many reforms have been addressed under the labor codes. Simultaneously, the states have also been piloting a lot of reforms, and these reforms have led to reduction in compliance burden, a more eco-friendly ecosystem for investments, and also importantly, allowing women to work at night. Many, many states have brought in all these reforms. Now, looking at employment trends, it's very important to see what is happening in the employment market. In the last 10 years, India has risen from the 10th largest economy to the 5th largest economy, bringing about a significant transformation in the employment landscape. We see major employment growth drivers in services, in construction, in trade, in manufacturing, in the MSME sector. The job market is rapidly evolving. New job roles are emerging in the startup ecosystem, the gig and platform economy, healthcare, tourism, hospitality, education, the global capability centers, the care economy, the startups. They are all contributing to job creation. The workforce engaged in economic activity has risen in the last 10 years from 471.5 million to 643.3 million, going by RBI data. Unemployment rate has declined from 6% to 3.2% in the last 6 years alone. Similarly, the labor force participation rate and the worker population ratio has increased in the last 10 years. employability of Indian graduates has gone up significantly from 33.95%, about 34% in 2013, to about 55%, 54.81% in 2024 due to government-led skill building initiatives. I have already mentioned about technological development in the labor market and the use of e-Shram. I have also mentioned about the National Career Service Portal, and these are case studies today we are showcasing to the rest of the world, G20, how in the last 10 years alone, technology is being used in the labor market in India to bring about demand-supply alignment and also bring access to social security for unorganized labor. For employers, we have technology in terms of Shram Suvidha portal, which is providing a single interface between employers and enforcement agencies. There is day-to-day transparency, which has been promoted. There is a single annual return under 8 acts, and discretion of labor inspectors has been reduced in the last 10 years. Coming to G20 presidency of India, we had a very important announcement by the leaders on development of an international reference framework to address the global skill shortages by bringing about mutual recognition of skills and qualifications. That is where the ministry is leading the study with ILO and OECD, and we will have the study very soon. By the end of this year, the draft will be there. This is very important because it will enable international mobility of Indian youths with their skills and qualifications being recognized within that framework. So that's going to be facilitated. Recognizing the importance of the employment landscape, which I just mentioned, the budget 24-25 proposed the employment linked incentive scheme as part of Prime Minister's package on employment and skilling. The proposed scheme incentivizes employers and employees and focuses on first-time employees in the formal sector. The budgetary allocation for this scheme has been doubled in this year's budget. In 25-26, this has been doubled from 10,000 crore to 20,000 crore, taking the ministry's budget allocation to a historic high of 32,646 crore in financial year. So this is for both labor welfare, employment creation, and the present budget 25-26 has the theme, one of the 10 core areas outlined are employment-led development. Within that, very specifically, I would now like to come to our budget announcement, which is the Social Security Scheme for Welfare of Online Platform Workers. Now, this is a presentation which we have. We'll quickly go through it. India's gig and platform economy is booming, and if we see the NITI Aayog estimates, we are already around 1 crore as of now, and we are going to be 23.5 million, 2.35 crore by 2030. That's how the platform and gig economy is growing. Next. These are some of the challenges which have been recognized by governments, the challenges faced by the gig and platform workers. Has been engaging with various stakeholders to bring about a welfare scheme, a social security scheme for the gig and platform workers. Next. Coming to the union budget announcement, recognizing the contribution of the gig workers on online platforms, we have a historic announcement. We have showcased this in the G20 Labour Working Group in February this year, and this has been hugely appreciated. The registration of platform workers on eShram portal, we've already launched the aggregator module. Then we will arrange for their identity cards. Our scheme, a draft scheme has been put together already. And then we will come to the important benefit of providing healthcare benefits to the platform workers under PM Jan Arogya Yojana. As we are aware, the Jan Arogya Yojana will give a coverage of 5 lakhs per family per year for secondary and tertiary care hospitalization across public and private impaneled hospitals in India. And the scheme, what we have put together now, since we will be targeting the platform workers, we will be targeting to cover 35 lakh workers in this fiscal year alone, 25-26, with projections to increase further to 1 crore by 29-30. Today's panel discussion, which will be held later in the day, we will be discussing vital issues such as strategic planning for effective execution of bringing about the benefit to the platform workers, the expected challenges in rolling out the scheme and the significance of using technology for smooth implementation. So this will be the focus of our discussion later today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. With this, now we come to the conclusion of this session. I sincerely extend my gratitude to all the esteemed panelists for sharing their valuable insights and perspectives. एक बार फिर आप सभी का इस सत्र में भाग लेने के लिए बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद. I request all of you to join at 1 p.m. for Honorable PM session. Thank you very much.
sir. Hello, hello.
Hello. Can I see headquarter? I'm audible?
आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही सर?
Ministry of Labor.
मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ लेबर से आ रही है,
सर वॉइस आ रही है?
आपकी नहीं आ रही है।
बस सर अभी 3 मिनट में शुरू हो जाएगी सर।
सर हेलो हेलो।
Kindly turn on the cameras, mute the mics, please. We still see a lot of blank cameras. Session 7, Gaje. I see Mr. Manish Jain, Yogesh Singh, VCDU. Thank you. Hari Kumar Janki Raman. Rahul Singh, DA, still, I think, got the camera down. There are some microphones on. Kindly turn them. Sir, kindly turn off your camera, sir. Gopi, sir, please. There are a few others. Deepak Singh, I think. Deepak Kumar Singh.
Dominic ji. Shilpi ji.
I am seeing again a blank camera. Shilpi ji. Jane Dominic. There are two blanks. Session 7, Gaje. INC HQ something. Acha. There is Deepak Kumar Singh. Kindly turn it on. जी सुरेश जी। Deepak Kumar ji, kindly turn on. Thank you. Munish, NIC headquarter. Devashish plus Pusti. I'm just reading out names, please don't mind, but these are the blank screens we see. There is one Mr. Ray. I'm not able to read the name clearly. In water cleanliness and sanitation, under that box. Ministry of Ports, the chair is empty. Kindly.
Water cleanliness and sanitation, there are 3 speakers, panelists who are not putting on their mics. Can that be immediately? Shilpi ji.
Just at the side, so I'll join in right away.
Thank you. Once again, I request everyone to turn on your cameras, please, and mute all the microphones. Primarily, all the secretariat offices have been given the links for microphones, so kindly ensure that they're all turned off. We will be receiving the presence of the Honorable Prime Minister in just a couple of minutes. So kindly, all of you, please be in your seats. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का हार्दिक अभिनंदन। बजट घोषणा 2025-26 के बाद आयोजित की जा रहे पोस्ट बजट वेबिनार में मैं आपका हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं। यह वेबिनार अर्थव्यवस्था में निवेश, सुगम जीवन और सुगम यात्रा यानी इन्वेस्टिंग इन इकोनॉमी, ईज ऑफ लिविंग एंड ईज ऑफ ट्रैवल, लोगों में निवेश यानी इन्वेस्टिंग इन पीपल और नवाचार में निवेश, इन्वेस्टिंग इनोवेशन के विषय में आयोजित किया जा रहा है। इस वेबिनार का उद्देश्य सभी संबंधित हितधारकों, स्टेक होल्डर्स को सरकार के दृष्टिकोण से अवगत कराना और उनके रचनात्मक विचार जानना है। इस वेबिनार में 29 मंत्रालय, 29 सत्र में लगभग 100 पैनलिस्ट और 25,000 से अधिक प्रतिभागी शामिल हैं। इस वेबिनार में बजट के 43 अनुच्छेदों पैरा पर चर्चा होगी। अब मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से अनुरोध करता हूं कि वे हमारी मार्गदर्शन करें।
नमस्कार, आप सभी का इस महत्वपूर्ण बजट वेबिनार में स्वागत है, अभिनंदन है। इन्वेस्टिंग इन पीपल, इकोनॉमी एंड इनोवेशन, ये एक ऐसी थीम है जो विकसित भारत के रोडमैप को डिफाइन करती है। इस साल के बजट में आपको इसका प्रभाव भी बहुत बड़े स्केल पर दिख रहा है। इसलिए यह बजट भारत के भविष्य का ब्लूप्रिंट बनकर सामने आया है। हमने इन्वेस्टमेंट में जितनी प्राथमिकता इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और इंडस्ट्रीज को दी है, उतनी ही प्राथमिकता पीपल, इकोनॉमी और इनोवेशन को भी दी है। आप सब जानते हैं, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग और टैलेंट नर्चरिंग ये देश की प्रगति के लिए फाउंडेशन स्टोन का काम करती है। इसलिए अब विकास के अगले चरण में हमें इन क्षेत्रों में और ज्यादा निवेश करना है। इसके लिए हम सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स को आगे आना होगा, क्योंकि ये देश की इकोनॉमिक सक्सेस के लिए आवश्यक है और साथ ही ये हर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की सक्सेस का भी आधार है। साथियों, इन्वेस्टमेंट इन पीपल का विजन 3 पिलर्स पर खड़ा होता है: एजुकेशन, स्किल और हेल्थ केयर। आज आप देख रहे हैं, भारत का एजुकेशन सिस्टम कई दशक के बाद कितने बड़े ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन से गुजर रहा है। नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी जैसे बड़े कदम, आईआईटीज का विस्तार, एजुकेशन सिस्टम में टेक्नोलॉजी का इंटीग्रेशन, एआई के फुल पोटेंशियल का उपयोग, टेक्स्ट बुक का डिजिटाइजेशन, 22 भारतीय भाषाओं में लर्निंग मटेरियल्स उपलब्ध करवाने का काम, ऐसे कितने ही प्रयास मिशन मोड में जारी है। इनके कारण आज भारत का एजुकेशन सिस्टम 21वीं सदी की दुनिया की जरूरतों और पैरामीटर्स को मैच कर रहा है। साथियों, सरकार ने 2014 से अब तक 3 करोड़ से ज्यादा युवाओं को स्किल ट्रेनिंग दी है। हमने 1000 आईटीआई संस्थानों को अपग्रेड करने और 5 सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस बनाने का ऐलान किया है। हमारा लक्ष्य है कि युवाओं की ट्रेनिंग ऐसी होनी चाहिए कि वो हमारी इंडस्ट्री की जरूरतों पूरी कर सके। इसमें हम ग्लोबल एक्सपर्ट से मदद लेकर ये सुनिश्चित कर रहे हैं कि हमारे युवा वर्ल्ड लेवल पर compete कर सके। इन सब प्रयासों में हमारी इंडस्ट्री और एकेडेमिया की सबसे बड़ी भूमिका है। इंडस्ट्री और एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट्स एक दूसरे की जरूरतों को समझें और उन्हें पूरा करें। युवाओं को तेजी से बदलती दुनिया के साथ चलने का मौका मिले, उनको एक्सपोजर मिले, उन्हें प्रैक्टिकल लर्निंग के लिए प्लेटफॉर्म मिले। इसके लिए सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स को एक साथ आना होगा। हमने युवाओं को नए अवसर और प्रैक्टिकल स्किल्स देने के लिए पीएम इंटर्नशिप स्कीम शुरू की है। इस योजना में हर स्केल पर ज्यादा से ज्यादा उद्योगों की भागीदारी हो। हमें ये सुनिश्चित करना ही है। साथियों, हमने इस बजट में 10,000 अतिरिक्त मेडिकल सीटों की घोषणा की है। हम अगले 5 सालों में मेडिकल लाइन में 75,000 सीटें जोड़ने का टारगेट लेकर चल रहे हैं। सभी प्राइमरी हेल्थ सेंटर्स, टेलीमेडिसिन सुविधा का विस्तार इन सब क्षेत्रों में हो रहा है। डे केयर, कैंसर सेंटर और डिजिटल हेल्थ केयर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के जरिए हम क्वालिटी हेल्थ केयर को लास्ट माइल तक पहुंचाना चाहते हैं। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं इससे लोगों के जीवन में कितना बड़ा परिवर्तन आएगा। इससे युवाओं के लिए रोजगार के भी अनेक नए अवसर बनेंगे। इन्हें जमीन पर उतारने के लिए आपको उतनी ही तेजी से काम करना है। तभी हम बजट घोषणाओं का लाभ ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोगों तक पहुंचा पाएंगे। साथियों, पिछले 10 वर्षों में हमने इकोनॉमी में इन्वेस्टमेंट को भी फ्यूचरिस्टिक सोच के साथ देखा है। आप जानते हैं 2047 तक भारत की शहरी आबादी लगभग 90 करोड़ तक हो जाने का अनुमान है। इतनी बड़ी आबादी के लिए प्लान अर्बनाइजेशन की जरूरत है। इसके लिए हमने 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए का अर्बन चैलेंज फंड बनाने की पहल की है। इससे गवर्नेंस, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और फाइनेंशियल सस्टेनेबिलिटी पर फोकस किया जाएगा और प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट भी बढ़ेगा। हमारे शहर सस्टेनेबल अर्बन मोबिलिटी, डिजिटल इंटीग्रेशन और क्लाइमेट रेजिलियंस प्लान के लिए जाने जाएंगे। हमारे प्राइवेट सेक्टर को, खासकर रियल स्टेट और इंडस्ट्री को प्लान अर्बनाइजेशन पर फोकस करना चाहिए, उसे और आगे बढ़ाना चाहिए। अमृत 2.0 और जल जीवन मिशन जैसे अभियानों को भी आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सभी को साथ काम करना है। साथियों, आज जब हम अर्थव्यवस्था में निवेश की बात कर रहे हैं तो हमें पर्यटन की संभावनाओं पर विशेष ध्यान देने की जरूरत है। पर्यटन सेक्टर का हमारी जीडीपी में योगदान 10% तक होने की संभावना है। इस सेक्टर में करोड़ों युवाओं को रोजगार देने की क्षमता है। इसलिए इस बजट में घरेलू और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय टूरिज्म को बढ़ावा देने के लिए कई फैसले लिए गए हैं। देश भर में 50 डेस्टिनेशंस को टूरिज्म पर फोकस करते हुए विकसित किया जाएगा। इन डेस्टिनेशंस में होटलों को इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का दर्जा दिए जाने से ईज ऑफ टूरिज्म बढ़ेगा, स्थानीय रोजगार को भी बढ़ावा मिलेगा। होम स्टे के लिए मुद्रा योजना का दायरा भी बढ़ाया गया है। हिल इन इंडिया और लैंड ऑफ द बुद्धा, इस अभियान के माध्यम से दुनिया भर के पर्यटकों को आकर्षित किया जा रहा है। भारत एक ग्लोबल स्तर का टूरिज्म एंड वेलनेस हब बने, इस दिशा में प्रयास किए जा रहे हैं। साथियों, जब हम पर्यटन की बात करते हैं तो इसमें होटल इंडस्ट्री, ट्रांसपोर्ट सेक्टर के अलावा पर्यटन में दूसरे सेक्टर के लिए भी नए अवसर हैं। इसलिए मैं कहूंगा, हमारे हेल्थ सेक्टर के स्टेक होल्डर्स हेल्थ टूरिज्म को प्रमोट करने के लिए इन्वेस्ट करें। ये अपॉर्चुनिटी तो ग्रैब कीजिए आप। योगा और वेलनेस टूरिज्म के पूरे पोटेंशियल को भी हमें इस्तेमाल करना चाहिए। एजुकेशन टूरिज्म में भी हमारे पास काफी स्कोप है। मैं चाहूंगा इस दिशा में विस्तार से चर्चा हो और एक स्ट्रॉन्ग रोडमैप के साथ इस दिशा में आगे बढ़ा जाए। साथियों, देश का भविष्य इनोवेशन में किए जा रहे निवेश से निर्धारित होता है। भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था में आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस कई लाख करोड़ रुपए की ग्रोथ दे सकती है। इसलिए हमें इस दिशा में तेजी से आगे बढ़ना है। इस बजट में एआई ड्रिवन एजुकेशन और रिसर्च के लिए 500 करोड़ आवंटित किए गए हैं। भारत एआई की क्षमताओं को विकसित करने के लिए नेशनल लार्ज लैंग्वेज मॉडल की स्थापना भी करेगा। इस दिशा में हमारे प्राइवेट सेक्टर को भी दुनिया से एक कदम आगे रहने की जरूरत है। एक रिलायबल, सेफ और डेमोक्रेटिक देश जो एआई में इकोनॉमिकल सॉल्यूशन दे सके, विश्व को उसका इंतजार है। आप इस सेक्टर में अभी जितना इन्वेस्ट करेंगे, भविष्य में उतना ही एडवांटेज आपको मिलेगा। साथियों, भारत अब दुनिया का तीसरा सबसे बड़ा स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम है। स्टार्टअप्स को बढ़ावा देने के लिए सरकार ने इस बजट में कई कदम उठाए हैं। रिसर्च और इनोवेशन को बढ़ाने के लिए 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए का कॉर्पस फंड पास किया गया है। इसमें डीप टेक फंड ऑफ फंड्स के साथ उभरते सेक्टर्स में निवेश बढ़ेगा। आईआईटी और आईआईएससी में 10,000 रिसर्च फेलोशिप की व्यवस्था बनाई गई है। इससे रिसर्च को बढ़ावा मिलेगा, प्रतिभाशाली युवाओं को मौका मिलेगा। नेशनल जियो स्पेशियल मिशन और अनुसंधान नेशनल रिसर्च फाउंडेशन के माध्यम से इनोवेशन को गति मिलेगी। भारत को रिसर्च और इनोवेशन के क्षेत्र में नई ऊंचाई पर पहुंचाने के लिए हमें हर स्तर पर मिलकर काम करना होगा। साथियों, ज्ञान भारतम मिशन, और मैं आशा करता हूं इस सब में आप सब आगे आए। ज्ञान भारतम मिशन के माध्यम से भारत की समृद्ध मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट्स हेरिटेज को संरक्षित करने की घोषणा बहुत ही अहम है। इस मिशन के माध्यम से 1 करोड़ से अधिक मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट पांडुलिपियों को डिजिटल फॉर्म में बदला जाएगा, जिसके बाद एक नेशनल डिजिटल रिपोजिटरी बनाई जाएगी, जिससे दुनिया भर के स्कॉलर्स और रिसर्चर्स भारत के हिस्टोरिकल और ट्रेडिशनल नॉलेज और विजडम को जान सकेंगे। सरकार द्वारा भारत के प्लांट जेनेटिक रिसोर्सेज को संरक्षित करने के लिए नेशनल जीन बैंक की स्थापना की जा रही है। हमारी इस पहल का उद्देश्य आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए जेनेटिक रिसोर्सेज और खाद्य सुरक्षा को सुनिश्चित करना है। हमें इस तरह के प्रयासों का दायरा बढ़ाना होगा। हमारे अलग अलग इंस्टीट्यूट्स और सेक्टर्स को इन प्रयासों में भागीदार बनाना चाहिए। साथियों, फरवरी में ही भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था को लेकर आईएमएफ के शानदार ऑब्जर्वेशंस भी हम सबके सामने हैं। इस रिपोर्ट के मुताबिक 2015 से 2025 के बीच, 2015 से 2025 के बीच, इन 10 वर्षों में भारत की इकोनॉमी ने 66% की, यानी 66% की ग्रोथ दर्ज की है। भारत अब $3.8 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी बन गया है। ये ग्रोथ कई बड़ी इकोनॉमीज से भी ज्यादा है। वो दिन दूर नहीं जब भारत $5 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी बनेगा। हमें सही दिशा में सही निवेश करते हुए आगे बढ़ना है। अपनी अर्थव्यवस्था का इसी तरह विस्तार करना है और इसमें बजट घोषणाओं के इम्प्लीमेंटेशन की भी बड़ी भूमिका है। आप सभी की अहम भूमिका है। आप सभी को मेरी बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं हैं और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि पिछले कुछ वर्षों से बजट घोषित कर करके आप अपना कर लो, हम हमारा कर ले, वो परंपरा हमने तोड़ दी। बजट बनाते से पहले भी आपके साथ बैठते हैं, बजट बनने के बाद भी, घोषित करने के बाद भी जो चीजें सामने आती हैं उसको इंप्लीमेंट करने के लिए भी हम आपके साथ बैठते हैं। शायद जन भागीदारी का एक मॉडल बहुत रेयर होता है और मुझे खुशी है कि लगातार प्रतिवर्ष इस एक मंथन के कार्यक्रम को बल भी मिल रहा है, उत्साह से लोग भी जुड़ रहे हैं और हर एक को लगता है कि बजट के पूर्व जितनी बातें हम करते हैं उससे ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण बातें बजट के बाद इंप्लीमेंटेशन में उपयोगी होती है। मुझे विश्वास है हम सबका ये सामूहिक मंथन हमारे सपनों को, 140 करोड़ देशवासियों के सपनों को पूर्ण करने में बहुत बड़ा रोल प्ले करेंगे। मेरी आप सबको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं हैं। धन्यवाद।
अभी से सर 2 o'clock, from 2 o'clock.
We have about 7 minutes break.
Yes.
7 मिनट अपना breakout session शुरू।
Sumit ji, am I audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Our session as per this schedule will start at 2:30. So we can, since this only broadband group is active now for us, we are cut off from other. Since this is a parallel session of each breakout session. So accordingly, we will just rehearsal and we will just check who have not come, what is to be assigned. If somebody is not there, who will take over that question.
ठीक है.
So we can just cross check. I think from DOT side, all the panelists are available. Administrator sir, from BSNL 2 panelists and myself. From health side, we can just check out, and even Charya is also available from DOT side. So from health side, who is available? Just can check.
Mahendra this side.
So Mahendra ji, you will be taking which question?
Question number 5. Question number 5.
Okay, so that moderator will decide. We are not okay. So what just so Mahendra ji is there. Then anyone else from health? So ऐसा करते हैं.
If you look at
we can do one thing. After 15 minutes we can join, and in between over phone we can just confirm who is there or not.
Sanjeevan ji, from health,
Sumit ji?
all are there. I think there is some technical issue by one of our panelists. She just raised. So she's trying again to join. After logging out, I suggested her to log out and log in again because probably she didn't get the option of password. So that's why she is in attendee list, not in panelist list.
Who?
Lady doctor is there.
Just
a second. I will tell you the name.
Dr. Ravi Khan.
Dr. Sarojini.
Good afternoon, sir. Dr.
You are here as a panelist, Ravi Khan.
Dr. Sarojini, I am talking about.
Okay, Dr. Sarojini. Unko is unable to log in.
She was there as attendee, not panelist. She has posted on this group also, breakout session 3.
Sarojini Chaudhary. Sarojini Chaudhary, yeah.
Yes, Dr. Sarojini Chaudhary.
In fact, Gupta ji is trying to WhatsApp the link to her, and she can log out as a this attendee, and she can try to attend this.
And Vikram Pagaria from NHA is also connected. So I think except 1, 4 are already here.
Okay.
And we will start.
Then from school education, anyone? I think Madam Kanchan is there.
Yes, sir, present.
So you are here. So then Pagaria is also here. Mahendra Prasad ji, you are here.
I am here, but I am for health, not for.
Your good name, sir, full? Mahendra Prasad.
Mahendra Pratap Yadav.
Yadav. GM MIS Uttar Pradesh.
Yes.
Acha, this is for health. Yes. This is for health only. So then from Professor Amrinder Behra, Joint Director, NCERT, is not here. No? Rajesh Lakhani ji here.
I'm online. Can you hear me, please?
Rajesh ji.
Can you hear me, please? Am I audible?
Yeah. Now you are audible. So you are here. So 2 persons from education side. Then you are only audible. You can speak also. Can you check it? Madam Sarojini Chaudhary has joined, I think. Now you can speak also, no? So madam, just put on the audio and just speak something. Madam Sarojini Chaudhary. मैडम आवाज जस्ट स्पीक समथिंग, आवाज आएगी चेक करेंगे। आप सुन पा रही हैं हमें?
यस सर।
आवाज, हमारी आवाज आ रही है ना?
आ रही है सर।
अच्छा, आपकी आवाज भी आ रही है, तो अब आप नाउ यू आर पार्ट ऑफ एज ए पैनलिस्ट।
ओके सर।
ठीक
यस
है।
यस यस सर।
तो ये हो गया, हेल्थ इज ऑल कवर्ड। एजुकेशन से कोई और है? मैडम कंचन है और मिस्टर ये हैं हाँ, मिस्टर कुमार रॉय इज देयर, एसपीडी कर्नाटका। वो हो गया ना तभी कंप्लीट, अब तो ओएनएम केस में चल रहा है। मार्च में इम्पैक्ट से मार्च में हाईलाइट टावर लगा था, वो 6 महीने और कुशल ना मिलता है ना, 6 महीने का रोल आउट कंप्लीट होने के बाद अक्टूबर से 6 महीने जोड़ोगे तो मार्च पहुंच जाता है, अक्टूबर तक रोल होता है उसका मार्च। Sumit ji, we will have to call directly 1 or 2 persons from education. So using the next 5 minutes, we will directly call and try to connect them.
So we'll rejoin in 15 minutes.
हाँ सर, या तो ऐसा कर सकते हैं कि you can keep it joined, but mute yourself, and that is the better option. And we will again assemble in 10 minutes.
ठीक है सर।
ठीक है सर, तो बाकी लोग भी ज्वाइन रहे और हम लोग 10 मिनट के बाद शुरू करते हैं।
हेलो हेलो
हेलो सर, आ रही है आपकी?
ठीक है सर।
ठीक है सर।
आवाज आ रही है?
सुमित जी, मैं ऑडिबल हूँ क्या?
एक मिनट। यस राजेश जी, ऑडिबल। So only one person, Mr. Ajay Yadav from Bihar, is to join. Rest have joined.
ठीक है. May I request all the participants to switch on the video, please?
Can we check the voice of is Additional Secretary Education?
Sanjeevan, am I audible?
Yes,
Yes.
yes, sir. Administrator sir, voice is okay, sir.
Guljar, can you check it?
Yes, sir. AST, sir.
So good afternoon, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You are audible. Then Additional Secretary Education, Patil, sir. Then Harsh Manglaji, Director, Ministry of Health. Just check your voice.
Okay, please check. I am connected.
Okay, audible. You are audible.
Thank you.
Then Mr. Dr. Ruby Khan, just check.
Yes, sir. I'm also connected, sir.
Yes, yes. Then Dr. Behra. Dr. Behra, can you speak? Madam Ruby, just on your video. I think your video is also off. And then Dr. Sarojini Chaudhary.
Sanjeevan, I think we can start.
Yes, sir. Just I think Mr. Behra could not respond. Then Kanchan Verma ji.
Yes, present here.
Okay. Just put on your video.
Already on.
यहाँ पे
Yeah.
मेरा जी को बोल देते अभी.
हाँ, मेरा जी को बोल दीजिए. Then Dr. Sarojini Chaudhary.
Speaker, computer का speaker.
Yeah. Now.
Sir, can you hear me?
Yeah. Now you are audible. So Sumit ji, we can just start.
Dr. Behra.
It's over to you.
Om Prakash from.
वो भी बोल रहे हैं उधर से कि Dr. Behra has not responded.
Hello, can you hear me?
Behra has responded. So everyone else, please mute your mic.
Just I'm putting my.
So I request Dr.
Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, you are audible.
Speaker, computer का speaker. हाँ आ रहा है.
Sumit ji, can you take
Yes,
over
sir.
now?
I can.
Sumit ji.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this webinar on the very important topic.
Just a minute, sir. इसका ये केबल थोड़ा सा चेक कर लो, लूज है क्या?
I can see that we have about 650 participants, and I hope that many more will join in. Good afternoon. My name is Sumit Saraugi. I'm the India head for Oliver Wyman, a management consulting firm. I have been associated with the BharatNet program with Neeraj Verma ji and the team, since the beginning. Let me just introduce the topic to you. In alignment with the 2025-26 budget announcement, the Government of India has committed to provide broadband connectivity to all government secondary schools and primary healthcare centers in rural areas. This initiative, as a part of the BharatNet program, is spearheaded by the Department of Telecommunications. The initiative aims to bridge the digital divide and enhance access to quality education and healthcare services to rural areas of the country. We just heard the Honorable Prime Minister on this topic as well. The implementation of this will be executed in collaboration with the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Many of their representatives are here on the panel, and the Ministry of Education. Many of their representatives are also on the panel, ensuring seamless integration of broadband services into existing infrastructure at schools and PHCs. As of now, as I can see, we have people from Ministry of Education, Department of Telecom, and the Ministry of Health with us. We have a lot of viewership now. The number is rising. It's closer to 700 now, and we will be using a mix of. Many of the people are from the field, so we will use a mix of English and Hindi in our conversation. आप सभी लोगों से रिक्वेस्ट है कि as we go through this, please timelines को adhere कीजिएगा so that we can do this session in a seamless manner and finish it on time. With that, let me invite Shri Gulzar Natarajan ji, Additional Secretary Telecom, to say a few words.
Good afternoon, Sumit ji. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. It is my pleasure to welcome everyone to today's webinar on the implementation of this very important announcement at Para 42 of the Union Budget, which stipulates the provision of broadband connectivity to all government secondary schools and primary health centers in rural areas under the BharatNet project. The BharatNet project, as you are aware, is the largest rural broadband initiative designed to bring high-speed internet connectivity to our Gram Panchayats and villages. This budget announcement is a crucial step towards ensuring inclusive development in rural India. The aim is to bring digital empowerment to the grassroots, ensure that students in rural schools and patients in primary health centers can access the same resources and opportunities as their urban counterparts. However, achievement of this vision requires a very collaborative, robust effort and synchronization between various ministries, the Department of Telecom, the Department of School Education and Literacy, and the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. It is only through seamless coordination between these key stakeholders that we can ensure successful implementation and create a lasting impact on the lives of millions of people in the rural India. To guide us in this endeavor, we have an 80-minute breakout session ahead where panelists and experts from the departments will share their insights, discuss the challenges, and highlight the strategies necessary to achieve this goal. I'm confident that this discussion will lead to actionable solutions, foster transformative change in the education and health care systems of rural India. I truly believe that together we will be able to make a meaningful and lasting contribution that will transform the lives of rural communities, ensuring that no one is left behind us in this digital age. We have the vision, the technology, and the will. Now is the time to execute. Thank you, and I look forward to insightful deliberations ahead.
Thank you, Gulzar ji. May I now invite Shri Neeraj Verma ji, Administrator, Digital Bharat Nidhi, Department of Telecom, and Mr. Sanjeevan Sinha, Joint Administrator, Digital Bharat Nidhi, Department of Telecom, to provide us with an overview of BharatNet program.
Thank you, Sumit ji. Good afternoon, colleagues and guests, welcome you all for this very important breakout session on the theme called Invest in India. As Sumit has said, I'll tell you about BharatNet and how BharatNet can be leveraged for giving connection to these institutions. We in Digital Bharat Nidhi are implementing amended BharatNet program. So far, we have given connections to almost 2.1 lakh gram panchayats. We have another 40,000 gram panchayats to be covered under amended BharatNet program. And so eventually, in a year or so, we will connect all the GPs, that too in the ring topology. Right now, they are in linear topology. So if there is any cut, the connections get disrupted. So with this, there will be a redundancy and we can maintain uptime. Second important thing is that we are this time selecting EPC contractors. In each state, there will be one EPC contractor who will maintain the network on a turnkey basis. And as a result, they have to maintain SLA service, which is there will be an SLA agreement, and they will have to maintain an uptime of 98%. Now, the one question which comes is that how robust is the connection to be provided to schools and PSCs? When they maintain an uptime of 98%, I'm sure that our client institutions will be happy with the connections. We will provide under amended BharatNet subsidy to the connections. Installation subsidy will be given by us. However, the monthly bill will be borne by the respective ministries, and we are going to look out the ways. My colleague will tell you how we plan to collect the bills. But one more important thing I would like to mention, this is again a part of amended BharatNet, that last mile connectivity has been outsourced to BharatNet Udyamis. They are local village level entrepreneurs, and they will not only provide connections, but they will be our people at the ground level. So if there is any issue with the network, they can not only get the feedback, but they can also resolve these issues at then and there itself, resulting in a prompt connections. In this BharatNet, BSNL is the implementing agency. They have been appointed as project management agencies. And the new thing which we have done is under DBN, Digital Bharat Nidhi in DOT, is that we have set up a project management unit, PMU, which is headed by Mr. Sanjeevan Sinha. And we are looking at the quality of network and quality of services through the network. Sanjeevan Sinha will now tell you about how we plan to roll out connecting schools and PSCs. Sanjeevan, over to you.
Thank you, sir. In fact, sir has briefed the background where we are going ahead. So I would like to bring my speech only the 3 targeted points. First is the collaboration. As AST has briefed us that there is a great challenge of collaboration between the user ministry and the service providing ministry. So regarding collaboration, what we are planning and what we are going ahead is all the institutions which are to be connected, the list we have obtained from the concerned ministry, even the lat long, so that the precise location is available. Our network location is also available on the Gati Shakti platform. So using the Gati Shakti platform and other data of lat long from the both ministries, we are first trying to map up the institution where we have to reach. So this is the first collaborative action from all of us, all the 3 stakeholders. So I am quite hopeful that this will lead us towards a meaningful implementation of this budget announcement in a very limited time frame. The second part is that reliability of the network where we stand now. Our amended BharatNet program will necessarily lead us for a ring topology arrangement where all the quality of service we will be achieving. But as of now also, in some locations, around 50,000 locations are such where the network, the BharatNet network is continuously up. The system is continuously up for more than 90% hours in a month. So we are targeting that all institutions which are falling under this area should be covered first, so that immediately the benefit of this broadband connection is reached to the targeted population, that is other education, in the field of education, the students, or in the PHC, the persons whom we are serving. So this is the collaborative approach we will be taking, and we will be also discussing during our question answer session what we are going to do in detail. The second aspect we are targeting is the coordination. Coordination means all the stakeholders should be on the same platform. So for this, we are planning to have a common dashboard which will not only give us the progress of the connection, means how many new institutions are being added, but also how are those connections being used. This will be measured in the form of data use, data consumption by each of the institution, each of the connections. So this will give a good insight even to the user ministry, what their field institutions are doing, how they are using this network. So this coordination or common dashboard we are planning, the access will be given to both the ministries, including our field offices, and so that there is progress we are monitoring and accordingly we are going ahead. The third part is the quality of service. The quality of service in any service sector is a major challenge. As Sir has indicated in his speech, that we are now coming up with a concept of BNU, Bharat Net Uddami. What is this BNU? BNU is a local person who is available in the local rural area. He will be aligned with BSNL activity. He will be the person or the institution who will be providing the last mile connectivity. Last mile connectivity means from Gram Panchayat to the specific institution like school or the PHC center. So that area, if any overhead wire or any equipment is there, that is to be provided by this BNU. And he is available 24/7 in that local area itself. So if any operational issue is coming up, so that he can well take care of. Further, we will have also the common grievance redressal mechanism of BSNL will be also available with us. We will be also monitoring the traffic, the data used by these institutions at block levels and at upper aggregating level. So these are the things where we are targeting to achieve the quality which is quite necessary to implement this broadband connectivity scheme, and by this only we can achieve the ultimate goal of connecting and getting the benefits of that connection.
Thank you, sir.
That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, DUT representative Shri Neeraj Verma ji and Shri Sanjeevan Sinha ji. Let me now turn to Ministry of Education, Shri Anand Rao ji Patil, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Education, and Shri Om Prakash, SPD Assam. So in the next few minutes, could you talk about how will this help towards digitizing our education system?
थैंक यू सर, मेरा आप सबको प्रणाम। मुझे बहुत खुशी हो रही है कि आज हम ब्रॉडबैंड कनेक्टिविटी फॉर द स्कूल्स के बारे में बात करें और DOT थ्रू BSNL इज गोइंग टू हेल्प अस इन दिस। आप सब जानते हैं कि इंडिया का स्कूल एजुकेशन सिस्टम जो बहुत बड़ा है, डाइवर्स है और कॉम्प्लेक्स है, और 2020 में भारत सरकार ने एक बहुत बड़ा पहल किया था और रिवोल्यूशनरी स्टेप ली थी जिसका नाम है कि राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति। सो NEP 2020 का जो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन शुरू हुआ है 2020 से, उसमें डिजिटल एजुकेशन प्लेज ए मेजर रोल। आज की तारीख में अगर हम देखेंगे, भारत में तकरीबन 15 लाख स्कूल्स हैं, 25 करोड़ स्टूडेंट्स आर देयर, मोर देन 66 स्कूल बोर्ड्स आर देयर। इन दिस 25 करोड़ चिल्ड्रंस में अगर हम देखेंगे, more than 50% children are in the rural areas, and the connectivity is the major challenge for those schools. As such, we have around 53.7% internet connectivity in the schools. So जैसे कि आदरणीय वित्त मंत्री जी ने अनाउंस किया है, सेकेंडरी स्कूलों में अब अभी हम लोग ब्रॉडबैंड कनेक्टिविटी दिया जाएगा इसमें. So we are very happy and thankful to the DOT for this. Honorable Prime Minister has said, and I want to quote, that national education policy will set the foundation for 21st century. We have given extra impetus to this national policy for ensuring that it makes Indians more empowered and easily attractive to opportunities. The quote is completed. NEP have 5 important pillars: access, equity, quality, opportunity, and accountability. And
this ministry through the digital education is trying to provide this access. Internet access is the key for all the knowledge in the world. We have prepared this NDR guidelines and given to all the states and all the developers for preparing the tools, apps, and any other things we can be provided through the internet. We have a major initiative which is called as the Diksha. Diksha is the digital infrastructure for knowledge sharing. And through this portal, we have 35 states partnership with this, and they're providing a lot of e-content there. I can say that this Diksha is having 548 crore learning lessons, 3.5 lakh e-content in various languages, and we are having 285 virtual labs. And this Diksha has been declared as a digital public good. So it is not only available in India, it is available for the world and anywhere from any place. So rural area, due to this digital divide, which is the depriving of this facility, after this broadband, I think many of my students from the rural area, the students of India will get this benefit, and they will utilize this Diksha portal and all other online things. One more important initiative taken by our ministry is PME Vidya, which is giving actually multimodal access to the education. Through this, we are having 200 TV channels. It is DTH channels. And we have allotted these channels to the states. States are having developed their many e-content on that. More than 85,000 e-contents are available there in local languages. And this has been telecast in various schools, which is helping the students to get this content in their own languages. So this is really helping them. We are having 400 TV channels, this radio channels also through this has been telecasted. Honorable Prime Minister has desired, and which is again the NEP is also telling us, mother tongue is very, very important, and we should create the content in mother tongue. And to this, we have developed the primers. 104 primers has been developed. It is digitally developed and available on our portal. These primers are in 104, more than 85 are tribal languages. So mother tongue has been given very much importance in this, and these are available on digitally on all the platforms. This will help the connectivity will help students to access this, the educators, the academicians, and develop these languages, develop content, e-content in these languages. So this is also my request to all those people who want to develop, because primers are very important for providing this language proficiency in reading, writing, and pronounce, recognize, comprehend letters of alphabets and symbols of language in that language, which is very, very important. So I request the teachers and academicians to utilize this platform for it. One more important step of this department is our Vidya Samiksha Kendra. Vidya Samiksha Kendra what Honorable Prime Minister said, I just quote here that after seeing the Gujarat, he said, and I quote that हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों को संवारने के लिए विद्या समीक्षा केंद्र एक बहुत बड़ी ताकत बन सकता है. And these are the super connectors. These VSKs are the super connectors. More than 35 states started it. Various data sets has been taken there and data has been analyzed, which is a game changer for all of us. It is helping the many states, many UTs, many education institutions to understand where are the weaknesses, what are the strong points, and how to take the well-informed decisions, which is very, very important. After that, we have one more important point is APAR IDs. APAR is one nation, one ID. Through this, we have connected almost 13 crore APAR IDs has been generated. It has been connected to the Aadhars also of the students, and with the consent from their parents, we have developed this, and we have given them digital DigiLockers. So all their certificates, all their grades, everything will be provided in these DigiLockers. So my request to all the people who are not yet got these APAR IDs to generate the APAR IDs, because they are very, very important for future. The education institutions, it is important for the monitoring the progress of the students, for PAL, personalized learnings also, and as well as the children out of the schools. So this connectivity will help in a big way for conducting implementing these digital programs in the schools. And we request all the states, we request all the education institutions to utilize it to the fullest. So I thank Honorable Prime Minister, I thank our Honorable FM and the DOT and BSNL for providing this connectivity to us. We request the states to plan it on mission mode. We have had meetings with you. We request you to take it forward, and within shortest time, we should be able to provide the broadband, uninterrupted broadband to the schools. With this, I thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Anand. Om Prakash,
please.
Om Prakash, you are not audible.
Just unmute. Voice is low, I think.
Voice, you can just increase the voice.
वॉल्यूम शायद बढ़ाना पड़ेगा ओम प्रकाश जी।
आप सिस्टम को नजदीक थोड़ा कर लें और वॉल्यूम थोड़ा बढ़ा दें। अभी भी नहीं आ रही है आवाज, ऐसा लग रहा है।
आवाज थोड़ा फेंट है, थोड़ा सा वॉल्यूम बढ़ा दीजिए।
सर
हाँ, या
सर नमस्कार सर, रेस्पेक्टेड सर, मैडम एंड डियर गेस्ट सर। सर मैं आपके सामने सर जो आसाम का भारत नेट ब्रॉडबैंड का एक्सपीरियंस है सर स्कूल के साथ में, वो सर शेयर करना चाहूँगा सर। सन 2022 में मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एजुकेशन ने हमें ये कहा गया था कि हम जो है वो स्कूल्स जहाँ पे हमारे पास में आईटी इक्विपमेंट्स हैं उनको हम जो है भारत नेट ब्रॉडबैंड के थ्रू कैसे कनेक्ट कर सकते हैं, इसके लिए आप बीएसएनएल के साथ बात करें। अकॉर्डिंगली सर हमने बीएसएनएल के साथ बात किया और उनको एक रिक्वेस्ट किया कि आप एक फिजिबिलिटी स्टडी करें कि हम हमारी जो स्कूल्स है जिसमें स्मार्ट क्लासरूम है वहाँ पे कहाँ पे हम इस जो है ब्रॉडबैंड सर्विसेज का यूज़ कर सकते हैं। तो बीएसएनएल ने सर अकॉर्डिंग स्टडी किया, हमने सर 429 ऐसी स्कूल्स को आइडेंटिफाई किया जहाँ पे कनेक्ट कर सकते हैं। अकॉर्डिंगली सर हमें जो है वो उन्होंने वेरी शॉर्ट पीरियड ऑफ टाइम से ब्रॉडबैंड कनेक्शन दे दिया। और इस ऑल्दो हमारा ये बात एग्रीमेंट ये था कि वो जो स्कूल्स वो जो ऑप्टिकल लाइन टर्मिनल से सर 200 मीटर की दूरी पे होंगे उनको कवर करेंगे, पर फाइनली उन्होंने सर देवर काइंड एनफ कि उन्होंने 1000 मीटर तक का एरिया तक की स्कूल्स थी उनको भी उन्होंने कवर किया सर। और मोस्ट ऑफ द स्कूल्स सर दे आर गेटिंग मोर देन 60 Mbps दिस वन स्पीड राइट नाउ सर। और हमने एक एग्रीमेंट में सर उनकी सबकी सुविधा के लिए किया कि सर जो पेमेंट होगा वो सर सेंट्रली होगा, समग्र शिक्षा सर सेंट्रल यहाँ से पेमेंट करेगा, दे विल रेज द बिल सर सेंट्रली। सर ओवरऑल सर हमारा एक्सपीरियंस बहुत अच्छा रहा है सर, स्पेशली सर दो रिमोट एरिया जहाँ पे हमारे सर साइंस मैथ्स एंड सर इंग्लिश के टीचर्स की प्रॉब्लम थी, तो इनके थ्रू सर हम उनको जो है ऑडियो विजुअली सर कंटेंट दे पा रहे हैं। एंड इससे फायदा ये हुआ कि सर स्टूडेंट्स का सर जो इंटरेस्ट है इन सब्जेक्ट्स में सर काफ़ी बड़ा है, देयर लर्निंग लेवल जो है सर वो काफ़ी इंप्रूव हुआ है इन स्टूडेंट्स के, एंड दे आर फाइंडिंग इट क्लासेज जो है मोर एंगेजिंग और सर डायनेमिक एंड इफेक्टिव हो रही है सर। द स्टूडेंट्स का सर जो इंटरेस्ट जो साइंस की तरफ कंपैरेटिवली पहले कम था, दैट हैज आल्सो इंक्रीज सर। एक सर ज़्यादा बेनिफिट हुआ बिकॉज मोस्टली सर रूरल स्कूल्स को हमने कवर किया है, तो जो अर्बन रूरल सर डिवाइड था सर डिजिटल डिवाइड दैट हैज सर दैट हैज बीन प्लग्ड सर। और जहाँ टीचर्स की कमी थी वहाँ पे सर इसको हम इसके थ्रू सर फुलफिल कर रहे हैं। सर हमारे पास में सर एक और चीज़ है कि हम स्मार्ट क्लासरूम के अलावा सर आसाम में टेली क्लासरूम भी है सर, वहाँ पे हम राइट नाउ वी आर यूजिंग द सर वीसेट, पर मुझे लगता है वीसेट काफ़ी एक्सपेंसिव है सर। फ्यूचर में ये हम इसको एक्सप्लोर और करने की सर पॉसिबिलिटी जब भी न्यू स्कूल्स आएगी सर तो हम जो है वो ब्रॉडबैंड सर्विस का सर हम यूज़ करने के सर वी विल एक्सप्लोर द पॉसिबिलिटी फॉर दैट। ओवरऑल सर हम आसाम का एक्सपीरियंस की बात करें तो एक्सपीरियंस सर बहुत ही अच्छा है सर। Now the students and both the teachers are finding it more useful, the classes are more engaging and learning level of students have improved sir, and it is sir bridging the urban rural divide sir। मैं सर सोच रहा हूँ कि केवल आसाम के लिए नहीं सर फॉर द अदर नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न स्टेट्स एंड पूरे भारत के सर जो है स्कूल्स है स्पेशली द रूरल स्कूल्स उन सब के लिए सर बहुत ज़्यादा उपयोगी हो।
Thank you Prakash ji, and thank you Anand Rao ji. Let me turn my attention to the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Would like to invite Shri Harsh Mangla, Director NHM Policy, and Shri Vikram Pataria, Director NHA, to say a few words about how this can improve the health outcomes for India.
Thank you, Sumit ji. सभी पैनलिस्ट और सभी अटेंडीज को मेरा प्रणाम। मैं थोड़ा सा हेल्थ की जो योजनाएं हैं और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है उसके बारे में थोड़ा सा बैकग्राउंड में बताना चाहूँगा। हमारे यहाँ पर देश भर में प्राइमरी, सेकेंडरी, टर्शियरी 3 कैटेगरी की जो हेल्थ स्ट्रक्चर है, उसमें प्राइमरी एंड सेकेंडरी हेल्थ केयर is being taken care by sub-health center, then primary health care center, then community health center, and then at top level at district hospital level. Beyond that, it is taken care by the medical college level. तो इस तरह की हमारी स्वास्थ्य सुविधाएं देश भर में हैं, जिसमें आज हमारा जो टॉपिक है, जिसमें प्राइमरी हेल्थ सेंटर्स जो हैं, जो बॉटम से सेकंड नंबर पे हैं, उस पे ब्रॉडबैंड कनेक्टिविटी की चर्चा आज हो रही है। पॉपुलेशन नॉर्म्स की अगर हम बात करते हैं तो प्रत्येक प्राइमरी हेल्थ केयर सेंटर प्लेन एरिया में 30,000 की क्षमता या 30,000 की पॉपुलेशन को कवर करते हैं और हिली एरिया में लगभग 20,000 की पॉपुलेशन को कवर करते हैं। सब हेल्थ सेंटर जो इनसे छोटे हैं वो 5,000 की क्षमता वाले होते हैं और डिस्ट्रिक्ट हॉस्पिटल हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट पे कम से कम एक रहता है। प्राइमरी हेल्थ सेंटर आज के परिप्रेक्ष्य में काफी इंपॉर्टेंट है हमारे स्वास्थ्य सेवाओं को लोगों तक पहुंचाने के लिए। जैसा कि मैंने बताया कि प्रत्येक 30,000 पे एक केंद्र है और इसमें हमारे यहाँ मेडिकल ऑफिसर्स रहते हैं। तो मेडिकल ऑफिसर्स से जो पहला संवाद है किसी भी पेशेंट को प्राइमरी हेल्थ सेंटर पे होता है। इसलिए प्राइमरी हेल्थ सेंटर कटिंग एज के हिसाब से काफी इंपॉर्टेंट संस्थान होते हैं और यहाँ पर कुछ नियत ड्रग्स और डायग्नोस्टिक हैं, जैसे कि लगभग 172 तरह के ड्रग्स और 63 तरह के डायग्नोस्टिक की सुविधा यहाँ प्रत्येक प्राइमरी हेल्थ केयर सेंटर में होनी चाहिए। ऐसा हम लोगों ने निर्देश सभी राज्यों को दिए हैं और कई सारे राज्यों में इससे बेहतर भी काम हो रहे हैं जो अपने फंड से वो लोग करते हैं। स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में आज की डेट में जैसा सब हम जानते हैं, हाइपरटेंशन, डायबिटीज जो बीमारियां हैं ये काफी लोगों को अफेक्ट कर रही हैं। इसलिए मंत्रालय का फोकस भी नॉन कम्युनिकेबल डिसीज पे है। कैंसर की जो बीमारी है वो भी काफी लोगों को इफेक्ट करती है। इसलिए होलिस्टिक वे में वी कॉल इट एज लाइक नॉन कम्युनिकेबल डिसीजेस व्हिच comprises of 2 diabetes and hypertension and 3 types of cancers like breast cancer, cervical cancer and oral cancer. Then sickle cell disease is also an important program which are running in the tribal focused states, which is trying to screen all the tribal population till the age of 40 years to assess their status of sickle cell disease. This is a genetic disease and very important to be known by each family because it transmits through genes to the next generation. Then in the past one year or so, ministry has launched UWIN portal where the vaccination status of each children or child or pregnant woman also is registered on this portal. As you have seen, many of us sitting in this webinar, we have seen that like how COVID certificates were generated in the time of COVID. When you got the COVID shot, then the certificate was automatically generated. So on same lines now, each and every child will have a certificate of dose on this UWIN portal and it can be carried out by the child throughout his or her life. So UWIN is now an important portal. And Nikshay portal for TB, this is also an important because we want to eliminate TB from 2025 onwards in country. So why I have mentioned all these portals, that these are the portals which are playing an important role in the delivery of the healthcare services, and all these portals need some internet access, all these things, some infrastructure, IT infrastructure. As education is also partner in the webinar, I would like to mention the 2 schemes which we run from the convergence of education department, like Rashtriya Bal Swasth Karyakram and Rashtriya Kishore Swasth Karyakram, where the health teams and education team converge to assess the health status of the students studying in the school from younger age to 10th or 12th. So these are the main background of the schemes and the focus why the internet and IT services have taken place. Another sector, Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, is also very important, for which I would like to invite Vikram ji from my National Health Authority side to speak on this. Thank you.
सभी को नमस्कार. Good afternoon everybody on this great mission to connect all the PHCs and the schools with internet. I just want to say that the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, which was launched in 2021 to enable interoperability among different health providers, this mission is also set to get further impetus from this implementation because what this mission tries to do is that whenever a patient goes to any health facility and she's asked whether she's asked by the doctor whether can I see your previous records, and if the patient says yes, then all the previous records of the individual are reflected on the screen of the doctor. So just in the way in which we have seen in the financial sector how the UPI as well as internet banking have revolutionized the financial sector, how technology can help improve the health sector. This step of providing internet connection to all the PHCs would be very helpful in um, helping the PHCs to create these digital records. And whenever a patient comes, so as for example, as Harsh sir was mentioning, the vaccinations, if given to the child, they are being put on the UWIN portal, the Nikshay portal that is there, and all these portals are connected to each other using the ABHA identifier, the Ayushman Bharat Health Account identifier, and uh, uh, and I really welcome this initiative of the ministry, because using the Ayushman Bharat digital mission, wherein wherein we propagate that आभा बनाओ अपने records phone पे पाओ. So this will really be applicable, and even in the our citizen in every PHC, which is the first center point, or which is the first contact point for every citizen, that will also be connected. And in spite of they be not being able to have those records, they being able to travel to other places, or for example, in diabetic cases there are a lot of records. So with digital digitalization of those records, the doctor can see a graph of the diabetic levels. So in spite of instead of having a uh, voluminous papers and going through all the records, the doctor can see the chart of the diabetic levels and would be able to give proper treatment to the individual. So
Thank
congratulations.
you. Thank you, Harsh Mangla ji and Vikram Pagaria ji. जय chat में मैं देख रहा हूँ there are a few questions that are coming about regular maintenance of internet and providing internet connectivity. So would like to invite the team from BSNL, Shri Sudhakar Rao Papaji, Director Enterprise Business at BSNL, and Shri Vivek Dua, GM Consumer Fixed Access at BSNL, to talk about the implementation plan for FTTH connectivity to schools and PHCs under BharatNet.
Yeah, good afternoon, Sumit ji. Thank you. Good afternoon, all the participants for this webinar. And really, BSNL is a very key partner for this amended BharatNet program, or BharatNet program of Government of India. Under this program, we are the implementing agency, as already told by our DBN administrator, sir. Now, the role of the BSNL is very key here, that in the sense that we are implementing this project as well as utilization of this entire network of GP level is the responsibility of the BSNL. Now, when it comes to amended BharatNet program, we have designed this program in such a way that it is a design, build, operate, and maintain. The main objectives of this program is, unlike earlier phase 1, phase 2 BharatNet projects, here first time this one will cover all the Gram Panchayatis of Pan India, of all the states and union territories. Along with beyond GP level, we are going up to the village level on demand basis. Around 3.5 lakh villages also we can cover with this program. And the main specific feature of this program is that we are connecting all the GPs in a ring fashion to the block headquarters, and from GP level to village level, it is on a linear mode, where we extend the broadband connectivity to all these villages to so as to extend the fiber to homes or institutions to cater to the demand of all the institutions, rural household, for the socio-economic development of the rural. And we have listened from the previous speakers, wherein our major stakeholders of this today's webinar are Health and Education Ministry. Lot of use cases have been talked about right now. For this, one of the key requirement is the uninterrupted broadband connection. The main, that means though we provide the broadband connection, since the use cases here are very critical in nature and time sensitive, so we have to maintain the broadband connection as well. So for that, the government of India has come out with a ring architecture of this network, wherein we can ensure 98% and above uptime for all these connectivity. Another important feature is in this program that earlier we used to provide the broadband connectivity to GPs, whereas maintenance is a different unit or entity used to take care. But first time, this entire model is designed for 10 years program, wherein not only upgradation of the existing BharatNet network, creation of new network for the uncovered GPs of around 48,000, along with 10 years O&M also is part of this for the rural development. Now coming to rollout or planning for implementation. BSNL, what it does is and schools at GPR village level, we will map it with the BharatNet network, monitor their connection status as well as the provision status and important statistics on this model. Now, when it comes to village level, the one
this topic. We would like to get into a expert panel discussion, which I will moderate through asking questions. आपसे बस ये विनती है कि अपने जवाबों को थोड़ा सा संक्षेप में रखिएगा so that we can move on, on time. My first question is, what are the key outcomes that are anticipated by providing broadband connectivity to institutions?
At DBN, the key outcomes which we are looking at is like one is saturating in connecting institutions, because we are looking at saturating the connections in schools and PHCs to begin with, and thus to bridge the digital divide uh, by covering the uncovered institutions through broadband connection. And once we do that, because of connections, high-speed broadband, there will be improved workflow management and efficiency between the ministry and headquarters and the field offices. The third outcome we are looking at is the quality of education and healthcare services because of the connections. And lastly, I would say that we are looking at meaningful utilization of broadband connections by looking at increased data consumption due to high-speed connections. With the high-speed connections, we expect the data consumption will go up, and we can categorize those institutions who are able to utilize it meaningfully. Thank you.
Thank you, Neeraj Verma ji. As I can see on the chat as well, let me move the attention to health. I can read a chat which says frontline workers like ASHAs, ANMs, and CHOs from the health department and Anganwadi workers from the Women and Child Development Department can greatly benefit from internet connectivity at their facility doorstep. And Harsh Manglaji also spoke about chronic diseases. My question is, how can digital connectivity at primary health centers be utilized to ensure continuous care, particularly for patients with chronic conditions or those requiring long-term follow-up?
Okay, thank you for asking this question. Actually, as I mentioned in my address, so I would like to again start with some figures. So in India, we have developed the concept of Ayushman Arogya Mandir. So these are the revamped sub-health center and primary health center, as I mentioned, the type of facilities in my inaugural address. So out of these 1,76,000 odd facilities, almost 31,000 facilities are primary health center. As I mentioned, the 30,000 population they cover. So 30,000 odd primary health centers will provide the basic primary healthcare services to all the people. And as we talk about the situation of chronic patients or the patients who need the long-term treatment, so the first thing comes the consultation, maybe with the medical officer and also maybe with the specialist, and also the availability of drugs and diagnostics. Is the consultation with the specialist doctors. So while the person who comes to the primary health center, a medical officer feels that he needs the consultation from a specialist, like who is sitting in the medical college or maybe in district hospital. So the consultation through eSanjeevani portal can be is happening and can be strengthened further, because the good quality images, the good quality voice talks, the good quality of data connectivity between the 2 points is most important. So consultation also can be benefited for the benefit of these patients, and again their data is recorded on the portal, so that there is no fuzzing of the numbers of the OPDs. The exact number are registered on the line listed portals. So the authenticity in data, the accuracy of the data is also important to know the load on the patient, load on the facility, and how we can improvise the HR availability and all the other services which are required to handle those kind of patient load in these facilities. So all I will sum up only in these category the benefit to the intended patient. Thank you.
Dhanyavad, Dr. Harsh Manglaji. Now let us turn our attention to the Ministry of Education. Question is, how will introduction of broadband to government secondary schools in rural areas enhance educational access for all the 3 stakeholders, for schools, for teachers, and most importantly for the students?
Good afternoon. I'm Rajesh Nakani. I'm Commissioner Ayodhya Vidyalaya Samiti. We run around 653 schools where mainly students are rural students. I'd like to answer your question by an acronym SMART. This will make the education smart. I will go by each word and a lot. This will include driving digital inclusion and innovation. The first S for smart is smart student empowerment. I think it's like giving a key to students of a huge library where there are audiovisual content, with a Diksha available, Swayam, PHCs, so much of content is there and very interestingly made by experts. And content is also available in digital languages. Now the students have access to it, so they can learn on their own course, teacher can use the content. So it's student empowerment. Now, M for the smart, next one is M. The second thing is that drive a modern classroom. In Navodaya Vidyalaya, we have 3,800 modern classrooms and we have 5,600 in sanction. We have smart classroom. Not only teacher can access audio video lessons which are available in net to explain the difficult concept. There is possibility of remote teaching also by expert, which happens for competitive exam. They are available like Atal tinkering lab, you would have heard. People can generate concepts. We are given material, but using that material, what kind of equipment they can do Google and find out. There are VR tools which have been given to students. There are people like difficult concerns, like hard functions. It's very difficult to explain to a small kid. So we can in VR we can actually see how actually hard functions and understand the function of understanding of that. The third thing I'll use, I think I'm taking slightly more time, but I think I'll complete smart. So the third thing is advanced teacher training, because the teacher can use Nishta, NCRT, there's so much advanced latest pedagogical tools which will be available to teachers and they can use these tools for teaching. Now, next is I think very important real-time governance, not only because there's no schools spread out, the governance, even student performance analysis. I think everyone has heard of UDS plus 15 lakhs. Roughly, I'm just approximately 15 lakhs schools are registered, 1 crore teachers, and 25 crore students. I think it's the biggest management information system available in India. I think the Ministry of School Education and so these kind of initiatives can actually improve basically governance of schools. And lastly, I'll say is the technology driven equity. In the sense, real level students can access to Olympiad, coding competition, national international learning forum. They are digital, they can join digital clubs and communicate. And their performance can be done, analyzed online, online better tools. And we can even do customized learning plans. We are now working on how to do customized learning plans for slow learners. So all those are possibilities. Like apart from this, so this is smart SMART. P was last technology driven equity. And apart from that, a lot of people can learn skill. So I'll say this with this smart, the Broadband will transform rural school into hubs of digital excellence, ensuring equal opportunities, innovation, and skill development for digital and Atmanirbhar Bharat. With that, I'll start.
थैंक यू राजेश जी। हमारे बीच में हम फील्ड ऑफिसेस से भी एक्सपर्ट्स आए हुए हैं एंड उन्हें मैं पूछना चाहूँगा कि ये जो हमारी डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजीज हैं, जो हम ब्रॉडबैंड की बात कर रहे हैं, अगर हम प्राइमरी हेल्थ सेंटर्स की बात करें तो इन चीज़ों को एक्सेस करने में क्या-क्या तकलीफ या कठिनाइयाँ आपको होती हैं और उसके लिए क्या किया जा सकता है मिनिस्ट्रीज के द्वारा?
Is I am serving as medical officer at PHC. So we have so many multiple data entries on different platforms. So we have poor internet connection. We have portal malfunction also. It handles the healthcare activity not effectively. We can deliver that activity. So data entry across the multiple platform and lack of training, lack of knowledge of data field level workers also. So we have faced so many problems. The solution is there कि जो भी अलग अलग पोर्टल है वो वन लाइन में वन प्लेटफॉर्म पे स्ट्रीमलाइन हो जाए एंड ऑल्सो टीम बेस्ड सॉल्यूशन टीम बेस्ड इंसेंटिव ऑल्सो दे want and so many medical officer vacancies are there in field level also. So IT training for all healthcare workers and medical officers and all HMS and LMS portal will be streamlined on one platform. It would be our challenges. a solution also.
Thank you, Dr. Sarojini. If I can, sort of combine what you were saying and what I'm seeing on the chat, the concerns are about broadband connection being interrupted on a regular basis. And the second, which Dr. Sarojini highlighted, which is about having a single platform where all the different portals are being used. अब एजुकेशन की बात करते हैं, ये पहल जो है ये शहरी, ग्रामीण और जनजातीय क्षेत्रों के बीच डिजिटल डिवाइड को कैसे कम कर सकती है? क्या ये पहल भाषा संबंधी बाधा को भी दूर करने में मदद करेगी?
Thank you everyone for having me at this webinar. I am Kanchan, DG Schools Uttar Pradesh. इस उत्तर प्रदेश के परिप्रेक्ष्य में अगर मैं इस सवाल का जवाब देना चाहूँ तो उत्तर प्रदेश में जैसा आप जानते हैं कि अभी भी आबादी 72% ऑलमोस्ट रूरल है और हमारे मेजॉरिटी स्कूल्स रूरल एरिया में ही है और रूरल में भी बहुत वेरिएशन है। नेपाल बॉर्डर है जहाँ पे आपका कनेक्टिविटी, इवन मोबाइल की कनेक्टिविटी बहुत पुअर है। देयर इज मिर्जापुर मंडल सोनभद्र जहाँ पे नक्सल एक्टिविटीज रहती थी किसी टाइम तक, वहाँ पे कनेक्टिविटी मोबाइल की भी पुअर है। चित्रकूट मंडल, सो देर आर एटलीस्ट 25-30 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स जहाँ पे कनेक्टिविटी के, इवन मोबाइल के अभी भी इश्यूज है। सो अदरवाइज भी रूरल एरियाज में कनेक्टिविटीज के इशू है। तो इस पहल से 2-3 बिंदु हैं जो मैं देखती हूँ कि सेकेंडरी स्कूल्स में जब ब्रॉडबैंड पहुंचेगा तो किस तरह से हमें फायदा होगा और वो कैसे शहरी और ग्रामीण का जो अंतर है शिक्षा के लेवल में उसमें उसको कैसे ब्रिज करेगा। तो सबसे पहले तो अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ रिसोर्सेज, जो हमारे संसाधन है जो शहरों में हम कुछ हद तक ज्यादा पहुंचा पाते हैं, जिसमें मैं सबसे पहले कहूंगी अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ वर्चुअल क्लासरूम्स। जैसे मैं एग्जांपल दूं, लखनऊ में 10 स्कूल हैं जिनका हमारे पास ब्रॉडबैंड कनेक्टिविटी और वो आईआईटी कानपुर से एवरी डे दे हैव क्लासेस, ऑनलाइन क्लासेस विच आर इंटरैक्टिव। पर ये हम रूरल एरिया में नहीं कर पा रहे हैं क्योंकि वहाँ पे इस तरह का इंटरैक्टिव सेशन करना ही ब्रॉडबैंड के बिना पॉसिबल नहीं है। विद दिस इनिशिएटिव हम लोग डेफिनेटली इसको एक्सपैंड करेंगे बिकॉज हमारे यहाँ आईआईटी बीएचयू भी है, आईआईटी कानपुर है, देयर आर अदर इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेजेस जो बहुत दे वांट टू टेक दिस इनिशिएटिव फॉरवर्ड। तो एक ये ब्रिज है जो वर्चुअल क्लासरूम का है, ऑनलाइन करिकुलम का है, डिजिटल लाइब्रेरीज की एक्सेसिबिलिटी है। डेफिनेटली ये ब्रिज सभी स्कूलों में वो कम होएगा और एक्सेसिबिलिटी सभी रूरल एरिया के स्कूल्स को भी मिलेगी। सेकेंड होएगा डिजिटल लिटरेसी में जो सुधार होएगा। तो डिजिटल लिटरेसी करिकुलम, इट इज ऑल्सो ईज ऑफ वर्किंग विथ टेक्नोलॉजी। तो आपके स्कूल में जब स्मार्ट क्लास होएगा, जब आप ब्रॉडबैंड पे ब्राउज कर रहे होगे, सर्च कैसे करना है, अपने मतलब की चीज कैसे ढूंढनी है, कैसे करियर काउंसलिंग पे जाना है, कैसे ऑनलाइन कोर्सेज होते हैं, ये अवेलेबिलिटी टीचर को भी होगी और स्टूडेंट को भी। और करियर काउंसलिंग के बहुत सारे सेशंस हम लोग चाहते हैं जो हम एक्चुअली वीडियो फॉर्मेट में भेजते हैं, बट दे विल बी मोर इफेक्टिव अगर वो ऑनलाइन इंटरैक्टिव सेशन से हो। तो विद ब्रॉडबैंड आई एम श्योर कि जो हम अभी लिमिटेड कुछ डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में करते हैं या शहरी क्षेत्रों में करते हैं उसको हम रूरल एरिया तक पहुंचाएंगे तो बच्चों को उसका फायदा डेफिनेटली मिलेगा। एंड लर्निंग आउटकम्स में डेफिनेटली इसका चेंज होएगा क्योंकि जो हम लोगों ने लिमिटेड एग्जाम्पल से वर्चुअल क्लासेस लेके, इंटरैक्टिव क्लासेस लेके की हैं, तो स्टेम के सब्जेक्ट्स में लर्निंग आउटकम्स हैव इंक्रीज्ड। कस्तूरबा का ही एग्जाम्पल लें, जो स्कूल्स में हम लोग आईआईटी गांधीनगर से वी हैव 2 क्लासेस पर वीक विच आर मोर ऑन साइंस को इंटरेस्टिंग बनाने के लिए। सो लर्निंग आउटकम्स वी हैव सीन कि पिछले 2-3 साल में इट हैज इंक्रीज्ड और वो इसीलिए हुआ है कि वो इंटरैक्टिव सेशन को होल्ड ऑन करने के लिए जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है वो उन स्कूलों में अवेलेबल है। जब ये ही इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर वी विल मेक इट अवेलेबल टू ऑल दी स्कूल्स, डेफिनेटली ये दोनों ही एक पॉइंट पे उनका लर्निंग आउटकम्स की सिमिलैरिटी वी विल सी एंड वी विल सी दी रिजल्ट्स इन जो बच्चों का कॉन्फिडेंस होएगा, टीचर्स का कॉन्फिडेंस होएगा। टीचर्स के लिए भी विल बी इन अ पोजीशन की उनके जितने एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव वर्क्स हैं जो कई लोगों ने बोले हैं, दे हैव टू मेनी पोर्टल्स, टू मेनी दिस थिंग, और जो बेसिकली वो सिंक करते हैं बाद में, दीज आर ऑफलाइन पोर्टल्स और एप्स भी हैं बट दे हैव टू बी सिंक्ड। सो ये ऑनलाइन क्लास में स्कूल के टाइम्स में ही दे हैव दिस एक्सेस ब्रॉडबैंड की वजह से। एंड इसके अलावा उनके रिफ्रेशर ट्रेनिंग जो हम इंटरैक्टिव करना चाहते हैं मिड कोर्स में या बीच में कभी सेशन में आफ्टर द मेन ट्रेनिंग विच इज फिजिकल ट्रेनिंग इज डन, उसमें भी हेल्प करेगा. सो दीज आर दी डिफरेंट 3-4 पॉइंट्स में जो देखती हूँ. एक्सेसिबिलिटी ऑफ रिसोर्सेज, डिजिटल लिटरेसी एंड लर्निंग आउटकम्स में इंक्रीज बिकॉज ऑफ द अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ रिसोर्सेज एंड दी डिजिटल लिटरेसी का जो इंक्रीज होएगा. इसी के संग एक और जो इशू है जो इस पे रेज हुआ था इज अबाउट विल इट ब्रिज द लैंग्वेज गैप. तो लैंग्वेज गैप में देयर इज डेफिनेटली वी सी दैट हम लोग की सारी टेक्स्ट बुक्स हिंदी में होती है, ऑल्दो वी हैव स्विच टू एनसीईआरटी करिकुलम. बट बहुत सारी चीजें हैं जिनका कंटेंट इज ओनली अवेलेबल इन अदर लैंग्वेजेस या मेनली इन इंग्लिश. तो टीचर को वो एक्सेसिबिलिटी, व्हेन यू हैव ब्रॉडबैंड यू कैन यूज गूगल ट्रांसलेटर या एनी ट्रांसलेटर ऐप आप यूज करके उससे आप अपने बच्चों को एक्सेस दे सकते हैं. कई असेसमेंट की हायर ऑर्डर थिंकिंग के क्वेश्चन सॉल्विंग क्वेश्चंस होते हैं जिनको टीचर्स कैन पुट इट आफ्टर ट्रांसलेटिंग टू दी स्टूडेंट्स. तो देयर आर डिफरेंट वेज जिससे, एंड प्लस थर्ड लैंग्वेज के में अगर आप इंटरेक्ट करना चाहते हो, आप इंग्लिश सीखना ही चाहते हो, है ना. सो वी हैव मॉड्यूल्स, वी हैव वीडियोस, वी डू दैट, बट नथिंग लाइक अ टीचर एक्चुअली टीचिंग देम इन एन इंटरैक्टिव वे. तो ये सारे क्लासेस में आई सी की मैं देखती हूँ कि इसमें बढ़ोतरी होगी और इन सम टाइम वंस दिस इज डन वील डेफिनेटली हैव बेटर लर्निंग आउटकम्स.
Thank you, Kanchan Verma ji. Thank you, Kanchan Verma ji. Let me move to, I think Shri Vikram Pakaria ji ने जब initially बोला था about the Ayushman Bharat digital mission, my question is what strategies can be implemented to integrate the Ayushman Bharat digital mission and other health portals? We just heard from the field as well that people would want an integrated portal. So now we have a lot of these portals available to us. What strategies can be used to integrate the portals to enhance the operations of PHCs?
थैंक यू सुमित जी. इसके अंदर जैसे मैंने पहले भी बताया है कि हम लोग जो हर सिटीजन के अंदर जैसे एजुकेशन में अपार आईडी हो रहा है, वैसे ही हेल्थ के अंदर आभा आईडी का कॉन्सेप्ट है जो हर सिटीजन का एक यूनिक हेल्थ आइडेंटिफायर है. आज की तारीख में करीब 75 करोड़ लोगों का आभा आईडी बन गया है, जो हमारे देश की करीब 50% जनता का है. और इस आभा आईडी से आपने जितने भी सारे पोर्टल्स के बारे में, जैसे एक पीएचसी ने भी बात करी कि तमाम सारे पोर्टल्स हैं, हर पोर्टल के अंदर जो पेशेंट का आइडेंटिफायर है वो आभा ही रहेगा. तो उस आभा से अगर मेरे को एक निक्षय बेनिफिशियरी है और बाद में अगर मुझे ही डिजीज होता है तो मेरी जिस पीएचसी में मैं जाऊंगा वो मेरा आभा आईडी देख के बता पाएगी डॉक्टर कि इसको पहले टीबी भी था और अब इसको डायबिटीज भी है. तो तमाम सारे पोर्टल्स के अंदर एक जो कॉमन आइडेंटिफायर का काम आभा करेगा. इसके अंदर एनएचए और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ प्रयासरत हैं और पीएचसी के डिजिटाइज होने से एक और जो फायदा मिलेगा वो ये होगा कि क्लोजिंग द लूप. आज जैसे किसी ने प्रधानमंत्री जन योजना जो आयुष्मान योजना है उसके अंदर कोई इलाज लिया, तो वो किसी प्राइवेट अस्पताल में इलाज लेने गया या किसी बड़े टर्शरी अस्पताल, डिस्ट्रिक्ट अस्पताल में इलाज लेने गया, बट फिर उसका क्या फॉलो अप उसका करना है, वो वापस अपने पीएचसी या आयुष्मान आरोग्य मंदिर ही जाएगा. तो वहाँ उसके पुराने रिकॉर्ड सब विजिबल रहेंगे. जो डॉक्टर ने उसको फॉलो अप के लिए कहा था वो पीएचसी उसको फॉलो अप करके उसको अच्छा ट्रीटमेंट दे पाएगा और प्रिवेंटिव हेल्थ केयर पे ध्यान दिया जाएगा, जिससे कि उसको अस्पताल जाने की जरूरत ही ना पड़े.
Thank you, Vikram Pakaria ji. This is giving me, at least me, a lot of confidence and hope about where we are moving. Again, we have people in the field. Given that there are so many career options, and Kanchan ji also spoke about it. Given that there are so many career options available to students, do you think, and how do you believe that this program can help the students make an informed career choice?
Thank you. Very good afternoon to all. This program can help students make informed choices by providing comprehensive insights into various career options, paths, industrial trends, and skill sets. As another panelist also mentioned, this career counseling can be more interactive, and webinars like this also can be conducted because of this facility. And also specialized resources like Tamanna, which can be utilized in this program. Like Tamanna is try and measure aptitude and natural abilities, which will help testing the aptitude at the secondary school stage level, especially. So this will definitely help students to explore their interests and align them with the career options they want to have. As we all know, selecting the career is one of the most important and vital decisions students make in their life. So with the kind of program, this program and the various tools and channels it will provide, it will definitely help students make well-rounded decisions based on their aptitudes and aspirations. So it will create practical exposure and guidance for the students as well. In Karnataka, especially, we have introduced various kind of artificial intelligence-based issues and initiatives also, wherein this broadband and internet connectivity is very much essential. This will definitely help in that initiative. So overall, if I can say, I think this program will definitely help the career guidance to be more reliable, accessible, and inclusive. Thank you.
थैंक यू। आई थिंक अभी डॉक्टर विक्रम ने बात की आभा आईडी की। मैं इसके दूसरे पहलू पे नेक्स्ट सवाल पूछना चाह रहा था, क्योंकि ये जो हमारे PHCs हैं, प्राथमिक स्वास्थ्य केंद्र हैं, इसमें जो हमारे मेडिकल ऑफिसर्स हैं, जो स्वास्थ्य कर्मी हैं, उनकी डिजिटल साक्षरता में किस तरह से सुधार लाने की ज़रूरत है? कैसे ये प्रोग्राम उसमें हेल्प कर सकता है? टेलीमेडिसिन या अन्य कोई भी डिजिटल स्वास्थ्य सेवाओं का प्रभावी उपयोग सुनिश्चित करने के लिए कौन-कौन सी कार्यनीतियां अपनाई जा सकती हैं?
नमस्कार सभी को। Exactly when we are talking about the digital health, then digital literacy is among the healthcare workers in public health is not just important, exactly it's need of hour. And for successful implementation of digital health and primary healthcare centers, which are the first level of health facilities for care at nearby the community level. So we may take some multi-pronged approach to ensure the healthcare providers have the necessary digital skills and the level of competency. So first, the targeted awareness campaigns may be introduced, and these are almost essential since technology can sometimes feel very complex and we need to simplify the digital literacy content in the local languages so the field level healthcare workers can easily understand the technology and their hesitation get vanished. And the second one is the enhancing the training program. That is the key part to address. And we should implement the training of trainers programs in a continuous basis. And after TOT, the refresher trainings and refresher courses to keep skill updated, that also be included. And additionally, we can use many e-learning platforms these days. Shashak portal is one of the premier application which we are using in public health to digitally train our healthcare workers. And the third one is improving technical support and provide resources to the healthcare workers. So this will help bridge the digital gap and setting up the like dedicated helplines, some WhatsApp support groups, and some on-site hand-holding support assistant type of thing. That really makes some comfort level to adopt the digital literacy by the healthcare workers. And the additional things we can introduce, that user-friendly manuals, maybe introduce SOPs, some short videos, some short audios for training programs that we can include for healthcare providers. And the fourth one is strengthening of healthcare stakeholders engagement. Like we have to collaborate. We are collaborating with some medical institutions, some premier medical institutions. Our health partners are there. Some technology partners are there, and this will enhance the implementation of digital health services, and we can create a layer for training and support. And the fifth one is optimizing the monitoring of the entire process implementation. And these days, AI is the added advantage. So we can introduce the AI-driven dashboards and to monitor the uses of telemedicine. Actually, we can using the AI-based data dashboards and other processes. We can monitor real-time uses of telemedicine. And additionally, a regular assessment will allow the measure the effectiveness of the whole training program and its implementation. And at last, we are just trying to digitally literate our healthcare workers, but community engagement is the important part about the digital mode of health services, taking digital mode of health services. So we that is equally important for wider acceptance of digital health services. And we need to promote the telemedicine platforms like eSanjeevani through the frontline health workers, using social media platforms, using community guides. And at last, summarizing the whole digital health to make digital health a success, both IT infrastructure and digital literacy must go hand in hand.
Thank you. Dhanyavad, and for highlighting the other important aspect of this. Shri Vivek Dua ji, GM BSNL, आपके opening address में you'd spoken about the FTTH plan. आपने FTTH connection के tariff plan के बारे में बात की थी. You know, is there कोई basic plan भी है और कोई advanced plan भी है? Could you throw some more light on the plan, and ये voice के हैं या voice और data दोनों का समर्थन करेंगे plans?
जी सुमित जी, I am audible, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So हमारा जो FTTH connection है, that is delivering digital quality voice services as well as the high speed internet. तो दोनों सेवाएं कस्टमर को वॉइस एंड डेटा अनलिमिटेड अवेलेबल है. वॉइस अनलिमिटेड मींस लोकल एंड एसटीडी कॉल्स अनलिमिटेड अवेलेबल है. एंड लास्ट 2 साल से हमने पर्टिकुलरली देखा है, बिकॉज हमारा जो मोबाइल का सिग्नल है, इंडोर सिग्नल्स आर रिलेटिवली थोड़ा चैलेंज रहता है उसमें. तो जो हमारे लैंडलाइन या एफटीटीएच के द्वारा वॉइस सेवाएं घर में दी जा रही हैं या इंस्टीट्यूशन में दी जा रही है, उसका ट्रैफिक सडनली बढ़ा है. बिकॉज कस्टमर को हाई क्वालिटी वॉइस का जब एक्सपीरियंस मिलता है एफटीटीएच पे, दे बिकम मोर कंफर्टेबल. उन्हें वो सुविधा पसंद आती है और उसके ऊपर वो फिर कंटिन्यू करते हैं. तो वॉइस सर्टेनली एक बिग चेंज है जो सिस्टम में आ रहा है. डेटा के बारे में मैं कहूँगा, जो हमारा स्टार्टर प्लान है 399 रुपये का प्रति माह, उसमें हम कस्टमर को 25 Mbps का स्पीड और 1400 GB का डाउनलोड देते हैं 1 महीने का, जिसमें 3 से 4 यूजर घर के उसको कंफर्टेबली इस्तेमाल करते हैं. और जैसा हमने अभी बात किया इंस्टीट्यूशंस के लिए, इंस्टीट्यूशन जैसा आज हमने स्कूल्स की या हेल्थ केयर की बात की, तो इंस्टीट्यूशंस के लिए हम जनरली रिकमेंड करते हैं कि जो हमारा 799 रुपये प्रति माह का प्लान है, जिसमें हम 150 Mbps का स्पीड देते हैं, 4000 GB का डाउनलोड देते हैं प्रति महीने का, और उसमें 15 से 20-25 के करीब यूजर जो है वो साइमल्टेनियसली काम कर सकते हैं. तो इस तरह से हमने अपने ग्राहकों को, इंस्टीट्यूशंस को ये हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स के बारे में कन्वे किया है. फिर उनके ऊपर है वो उससे भी बड़ा प्लान लेना चाहें तो वो सब सुविधाएं हैं. वी हैव गिवन 1 Gbps प्लान्स आल्सो टू आवर कस्टमर्स. तो ये सब प्रोडक्ट्स हमारे कस्टमर्स के डिजिटल कनेक्टिविटी में, उनके डिजिटल लाइफ एक्सपीरियंस को बढ़ाने में बहुत उपयोगी है. धन्यवाद।
Is there an installation cost to this, or can we address the institutions to say they will not have to pay any installation cost?
जी, particularly BharatNet में सर इट इज BharatNet में particularly जो installation cost है that is being funded by DBN, वो हमारे प्रोग्राम का एक बहुत बड़ा उपयोगी फैक्टर है ग्राहकों के लिए, जिसमें जो इनिशियल 5 से 6 हज़ार रुपए की इंस्टॉलेशन कॉस्ट आती है, जिसमें ONT है या फाइबर है या जो लेबर कॉस्ट लगती है उसको करने में, ऑल दैट कॉस्ट इज बोर्न बाय DBN। वो एक बहुत बड़ा एडवांटेज है ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में उपभोक्ताओं के लिए। तो वो सब कॉस्ट अभी DBN बियर करता है। सिर्फ रहा जो महीने दर महीने उनको अपना रेंटल या मासिक जो चार्ज है वो पे करना है, दैट इज बोर्न बाय द कस्टमर।
Thank you, Vivek Duaji.
Thank you.
Let me move to DOT. What kind of collaboration support are you requesting from Ministry of Health and Ministry of Education to enable the success of this program?
Thank you, Sumit ji. In fact, जैसा मैंने शुरू में इंट्रोडक्शन में ही कहा था, इस प्रोग्राम का एक चैलेंज है ऑल द स्टेक होल्डर मिनिस्ट्रीज के साथ कैसे कोलैबोरेट करते हैं। हमें लगता है जैसा ओम प्रकाश जी ने आसाम से जो उदाहरण दिया है, जो बताया है, वो हमारे लिए गाइडलाइन होना चाहिए। उन्होंने 2 बातें कही हैं कोलैबोरेशन का, जो रियल एग्जांपल है, इन प्रैक्टिस प्रयोग हुआ है। वो एक कि जो जगह पे हमें कनेक्शन देनी है, द लोकेशन, यूनिकनेस ऑफ दैट कोडिंग इज द लेट लॉन्ग। अगर लेट लॉन्ग मैं भी कैप्चर करूंगा, DOT भी कैप्चर करे या एजुकेशन कैप्चर करे, दोनों एक ही होगा। तो दैट यूनिकनेस कॉमनलिटी इज द लेट लॉन्ग। तो डेटाबेस में हमें कोलैबोरेशन के लिए सारे पार्टिसिपेटिंग डिपार्टमेंट्स को लेट लॉन्ग बेस्ड डेटा रखना बड़ा जरूरी नजर आता है। और इस संदर्भ में BSNL को भी इंस्ट्रक्शन है और वो लोग ऐसा करने भी जा रहे हैं कि जितने FTTH कनेक्शन वो देंगे, कनेक्शन प्रोविजनिंग के समय उसका लेट लॉन्ग कैप्चर करेंगे। और जहां तक मुझे ज्ञात है, यूडैस डेटा जो कैप्चर एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट का यूडैस एक प्लेटफॉर्म है, उस पर भी लेट लॉन्ग कैप्चर करना मैंडेटरी है। एक्यूरेसी इज ए चैलेंज विच वी विल एड्रेस, लेकिन यह लेट लॉन्ग कैप्चरिंग और एज ए नॉर्म होना चाहिए सारे डिपार्टमेंट में। अपने इंस्टीट्यूशंस के आइडेंटिफिकेशन का एक बेसिक आधार लेट लॉन्ग की अवेलेबिलिटी होनी चाहिए। दैट इज द एरिया वी शुड कलेक्टिवली एंडेवर फॉर। दूसरा हिस्सा है कि बहुत सारे हेल्थ और एजुकेशन, स्पेशली एजुकेशन में इट्स ए कोलैबोरेटिव अप्रोच फ्रॉम सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट एज वेल एज स्टेट गवर्नमेंट इज रिक्वायर्ड। तो इसीलिए जो आसाम में मेमोरेंडम ऑफ अंडरस्टैंडिंग बनाया BSNL के साथ, MOU किया, यह स्टेट लेवल का इंडेवर है। तो इस कोलैबोरेशन का भी जो प्रारूप होना चाहिए, जो फ्रेमवर्क होना चाहिए, वो स्टेट वाइज होना चाहिए। मतलब कि आसाम, BSNL आसाम के साथ एक MOU करे, उसी तरह बिहार BSNL बिहार के साथ करे। तो स्टेट लेवल कोलैबोरेशन मैकेनिज्म बनाने की जरूरत है। तो कोलैबोरेशन में मेरे ख्याल से 2 ऐसे पॉलिसी लेवल के अंडरस्टैंडिंग होने की आवश्यकता है कि ऑल डेटा शुड बी यूनिफॉर्मली लेट लॉन्ग बेस्ड एंड कोलैबोरेशन मे बी एट द स्टेट लेवल, दैट विल बी मोर कंड्यूसिव। वो मेरा विचार है।
थैंक यू संजीवन जी। इस पहल से ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में किस प्रकार रोजगार का सृजन होगा?
मैं राजेश छाड़िया हूँ। जो ये स्कीम चालू हुई है भारत उद्यमी की, ये नाम से ही पता चलता है उद्यमी। आप लोकल लेवल पे उद्यमी बनने की एक अपॉर्चुनिटी चालू होगी। अगर आप एक ग्राम पंचायत को देखें तो कम से कम वहाँ पे एक अगर उद्यमी लगता है तो उसके साथ 2 टेक्निकल आदमी भी चाहिए जो उसको असिस्ट करेंगे और जो कनेक्शन को इंस्टॉल करेंगे। तो ये तो आपकी डायरेक्ट एम्प्लॉयमेंट होगी, जो कि और इनडायरेक्ट एम्प्लॉयमेंट में जब आप एक्सेस पॉइंट लगाएंगे, डेटा के लिए डिवाइसेस लगाएंगे, उसको मेंटेन करने के लिए आपको एक पूरे टीम की जरूरत पड़ेगी, दैट इज कॉल्ड इनडायरेक्ट एम्प्लॉयमेंट। तो इसकी वजह से आपकी डायरेक्ट और इनडायरेक्ट एम्प्लॉयमेंट तो बढ़ेगी, साथ में जो लोकल एंटरप्रेन्योर है उसकी एक बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी है कि जिसको थोड़ी सी भी टेक्निकल नॉलेज है वो वहाँ पे भारत उद्यमी बन के कनेक्शन बांट भी सकता है और मेंटेन भी कर सकता है। जैसे कुछ साल पहले सीसीए था, कॉमन सर्विस सेंटर, तो वो उसी के टाइप में ही काम करेगा। वो कनेक्शन भी देगा, उसको मंथली बेनिफिट भी होगा, जो कि अभी दुआ जी ने कहा कि हम शेयर करेंगे, रेवेन्यू शेयर करेंगे, तो उससे भी उसको फायदा होगा। साथ में जो वो इंस्टॉलेशन करेगा, उसमें भी उसको शेयर मिलेगा। तो ये एक बहुत अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी है एम्प्लॉयमेंट की। और उसी तरीके से मेरा एक सजेशन और था, एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट यहाँ पे है, क्यों ना वो डिप्लोमा कोर्स चालू करें इन सब चीज़ों का, जिससे कि जो वहाँ के गाँव के लड़के, यंग जनरेशन है, वो शहर में आने की बजाय वहाँ पे ये डिप्लोमा कोर्स पढ़ के, सीख के, वहीं पर अपने आप को एंगेज कर ले।
धन्यवाद राजेश जी। I think we were talking about eSanjeevani portal as the telemedicine services portal. My question is, how can the implementation of this scheme optimize a national level access to the eSanjeevani telemedicine services across the rural and the urban PHCs?
Good afternoon all. I'm Dr. Ruby Khan, Deputy Director Telemedicine in Madhya Pradesh. I'd like to say that eSanjeevani is really a very good initiative of Ministry of Health, where the technology is being leveraged in the form of teleconsultation. Actually, this came into existence and uptake has increased in the era of COVID, where the consultation is being provided in the remotest area in the system, in the tribal area or in the village area, in the PSC or in the CSCs. But there are provision of video chat, upload of reports, also the X-ray, uploading of X-ray report, blood reports, as well as the picture upload of the patient. But due to like when there is not a good connection or internet connectivity is not there, then it converted into only the telecommunication or only the audio communication. So when the connectivity, so I really appreciate this initiative because of this, the optimum eSanjeevani rollout or nationwide operationalization will happen for equal access, because it require first of all the digital strengthening, digital infrastructure strengthening with specialized mapping. Actually, there are the constraint of specialized doctor. So with the eSanjeevani, we could create a regional hubs where the specialists could be there with good internet connectivity. They can interact with the doctors in the BSc, even with the CHOs. Those are actually there in the remote area in Ayushman Arogya Mandir. So the good internet connectivity is a very important part to roll out this eSanjeevani portal, and as well as it requires the comprehensive capacity building with to all healthcare workers. So continuously, and also the seamless integration with Abha ID that previously Sir said, Vikram Sir rightly said, that integration of different portal, we can actually access we can provide better healthcare to the patient, as well as we can adhere to the telemedicine guideline and can provide the better care to the patient who are actually residing in the remote area. In many different diseases where we are want to eradicate those like TB, sickle cell, even the chronic diseases. So this eSanjeevani will work very well if the good connection or good connectivity, internet connectivity is there. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ruby. I have a couple of more questions before we end the program. क्या आप एक्सपर्ट्स को ये लगता है कि इस कार्यक्रम के क्रियान्वयन से शिक्षकों और छात्रों का कार्यभार भी कम होगा? क्या इस कार्यक्रम से स्कूलों में शिक्षण, लर्निंग और मूल्यांकन में भी मदद मिलेगी?
So good afternoon, everyone. I am Ajay Yadav. I am Secretary Education, Government of Bihar. So I'd just like to respond to this question. So as you all know, जैसे अब ये एक बहुत बड़ा प्रोग्राम है स्कूल में ब्रॉडबैंड कनेक्टिविटी प्रदान करने के लिए, और मेरे हिसाब से ये एक बहुत बड़ी पहल है। इससे एक तरह से जैसे पिछले कुछ समय में डेमोक्रेटाइजेशन ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन हुआ है मोबाइल फोन्स के माध्यम से, इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी के माध्यम से, तो अब हम उस दिशा में जा रहे हैं कि जहाँ पे डेमोक्रेटाइजेशन ऑफ एजुकेशन की दिशा में जा रहे हैं, और स्पेशली इन द रूरल एरियाज एज वेल। तो एक तरह से जो ये ब्रॉडबैंड की कनेक्टिविटी सब स्कूलों में, हमारे यहाँ पे जैसे बिहार में फॉर एग्जांपल दे आर अराउंड 9,000 odd secondary schools, and out of these 8,000 odd are in the rural areas. So this will be a big boost to the connectivity, to the learning ability, to the teaching ability of the students and the teachers. And also it will lead to a lot of proper management of the time on part of the teachers and the students. अब जैसे बहुत सारे मॉड्यूल्स आएंगे, एक रिपोजिटरी होगी, वो रिपोजिटरी से हम ऑनलाइन मॉड्यूल्स देख सकते हैं। अभी जैसे हम लोग देखते हैं कि कोई एक्सपेरिमेंट होना है, फिजिक्स का, साइंस का कोई एक्सपेरिमेंट होना है, तो उसके 3D मॉडलिंग होगी, तो मॉडलिंग के माध्यम से एक्सपेरिमेंट देखे जा सकते हैं। बायोलॉजी अगर किसी को पढ़ना है, ह्यूमन बॉडी क्या है, प्लांट फिजियोलॉजी क्या है, तो उसके लिए प्रॉपर मॉडलिंग के माध्यम से जो बच्चे स्कूल में पढ़ सकते हैं, टीचर अच्छे से समझा सकते हैं, बता सकते हैं। साथ ही इसमें 3D विजुअलाइजेशन कंटेंट भी होगा, वीडियो लेक्चर्स भी हो सकते हैं, एंड इट विल बी ऑल अक्रॉस। सो टीचर्स आर ऑल्सो at an advantageous position, the students are also basically they can download the content, so it's actually on demand for them and on demand for teachers also. क्वेश्चन पेपर असाइनमेंट्स जो सेटअप होते हैं, जो असेसमेंट होता है, तो असेसमेंट कैन बी डन ऑनलाइन, एंड देयर इज नो नीड टू द काइंड ऑफ मैनुअल वर्क दैट इज नीडेड, दैट विल गो अवे और विल बी सिग्निफिकेंटली रिड्यूस्ड। इसके साथ ही हम ये जो सारी स्कीम है, इसको हम टीचर्स की ट्रेनिंग के लिए भी इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। टीचर्स कैसे किसी सब्जेक्ट को अप्रोच करेंगे, किस मेथडोलॉजी से उसको टीच करेंगे, तो ये भी हम टीचर्स को as far as we can also move towards a kind of a uniformity and standardization of the teaching processes.
Thank you, Ajay ji. I'll take your point a little forward. I think you spoke about teaching processes. My question is, how will this initiative help in strengthening educational administration and facilitate even greater data-driven decision in our country?
So, Namaskar, Sumit ji. This is Professor Amarendra Behera from NCERT. Actually, all of us, we have already understood that this broadband connectivity is going to be a boon for the whole country. And since morning, whether it is Secretary School Education and Literacy or Additional Secretary School Education, they have already mentioned how huge the education system in India is concerned. So we have 15 lakh schools, 98 lakh teachers, and 26 crore students in the system. So tracking the Samagra Shiksha initiatives, the policy programs and schemes in a real-time basis itself is a challenge. Suppose there are 15 lakh schools and we would 26 crore students, would like to know that how many students are coming to the school and what is the trend of their attendance. So on real-time basis, the Vidya Samiksha Kendra, which is visualized as a program which will be bridging the digital divide and also help us to monitor the data, and the data-driven decisions are taken up. So that will help indirectly or directly. And I must mention, even Anandra Patil ji was mentioning that we have already 33 states, they have set up the Vidya Samiksha Kendra. So yesterday, how many students they have attended the school, how many midday meals were cooked under PM Poshan program, and how many midday meals were served. So that data can also be, and similarly assessment data. So what if students are attending the school, but are they really learning whatever happening in the school? So their assessment can be digitized and digitally captured also using AI-based mobile apps, AI-driven mobile apps, so that the teacher and their particularly role in assessing the answer sheets for a longer period of time can be minimized also, because technology can help them to quickly assess the answer sheets through scanning the OMR sheet and putting it online already. Even recently, while the APAR ID creation work is now going on, we have covered more than 13 crore students in the country to create APAR ID, which is a permanent academic account. And the board result, the class result, even the holistic performance and progress card of the child can be pushed to the DigiLocker through the APAR ID. And on real-time basis, a minute before a board result is declared, so it will be put in the DigiLocker of the child. So, but without internet connectivity, broadband connectivity, it is not possible. Similarly, from Uttar Pradesh and Assam, the senior education officers, they were mentioning, so how we can track the attendance and see the dropout trend also. So over a period of month or 15 days, what is the trend of children coming to school, not coming to school? So that will also help, and it will alarm the system as a part of early warning system, not that we need to wait for another year to see that the dropout trend is like this. So the district administration and local administration can be alarmed that this is the trend, please check what is happening. So similarly, assessment can be done, and there are scholarships also getting implemented in the system. Even teacher training, some of us mentioned. So if there are 98 lakh teachers and policy mandates that 50 hours mandatory training has to be done by every teacher on an annual basis. So how to check? And blended mode is the only way of achieving 98 lakh teachers trained in a year, which is a Herculean task. But technology can bail us out in doing that. So therefore, when Digital India campaign was launched in 2015, Honorable PM rightly mentioned that the skill, scale, and speed together can be achieved through digital education. So
Thank you, Dr.
the
Behra.
broadband connectivity is going to be a boon, Sumitji. Thank you.
थैंक यू डॉक्टर बेहरा. आई थिंक हमारा समय समाप्त हो गया है. एज अ सिटीजन ऑफ इंडिया, मैं तो यही कह सकता हूँ कि इस तरह की इनिशिएटिव को देखकर, सुनकर, आप लोगों की बातों को सुनकर बड़ा गर्व महसूस होता है कि भारत एक ऐसे दिशा में जा रहा है जहाँ वेरियस डिपार्टमेंट्स, टेलीकॉम, हेल्थ एंड एजुकेशन मिलके ये इनिशिएटिव कर रहे हैं. आप सब लोग बधाई के पात्र हैं, एंड थैंक यू सो मच एवरीवन फॉर बीइंग एसोसिएटेड विद दिस, फॉर कमिंग ऑन टू द वेबिनार एंड फॉर शेयरिंग योर थॉट्स विद अस. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sumit ji. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sumitji.
Thank you.
What is the next step?
ये अभी रिपोर्ट प्रिपरेशन है और 2.30
लॉग ऑफ कर दे.
हाँ सर.
हाँ
यार कोई बोलेगा और प्रिपरेशन के लिए बोलना पड़ेगा.
कौन बोलेगा?
Summing up by secretary will start at 4:30, followed by the minister's address, respective honorable minister's address.
Sanjeevan, will it be in the same group?
Yes, sir. Through this link only, we will continue to watch that, sir.
Okay. लेकिन सर शेयर नहीं हो रहा है स्क्रीन। सर मैं शेयर कर रहा हूँ डेमो लेकिन हो नहीं रहा है, इंटायर स्क्रीन पे आ ही नहीं रहा है कुछ। ठीक है सर, मैं चेक करता हूँ।
Namaskar. Can we start the proceeding? I request all the participants to switch on their video so that we get to know who all are present.
Hello. Sir, I am audible.
Namaskar, good evening. We are now starting the session, which is the last session of this webinar on the theme investing in people. So I welcome all the dignitaries to this closing session of post-budget webinar. The opening session featured a panel of discussion on theme number 4, investing in people, with participation from key sector experts and secretaries of various ministries and departments, the government. Subsequently, based on the guidance which we received from Honorable Prime Minister in his address, there was a breakaway session on 11 topics and which covered 12 budget announcements. On the basis of this deliberations in the breakaway sessions, this is the closing session in which summing up of each of the sessions will be done. So to start with, I'll request Dr. Bineet Joshi, Secretary, Department of Higher Education, to sum up the breakaway session on Bharatiya Bhasha Pustak Scheme, expansion of capacity in IITs, and Center of Excellence in AI for Education. So 3 breakaway session, which was of Department of Higher Education, Ministry of Education. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Sunil. As we are aware, the Ministry of Education, in collaboration with various other ministries, organized this post-budget webinar to discuss the announcements made in the Union Budget 2025-26 under the theme of Invest in People. This theme, the webinar started on this theme's discussion which was held today. The opening session featured participation from officials representing 8 different departments and ministries. 8 distinguished speakers in the first session, including 4 secretaries and 4 thematic experts, shared various works done by their departments in the last 10 years and gave information about budget announcements of this year 2025-26. On behalf of the Higher Education Department, Professor Jagdish Kumar, Chairman UGC, highlighted the developments that have taken place in the higher education sector in the last 10 years, and he briefed about the importance of 3 budget announcements, namely expansion of capacity in IITs, COE in AI for education, Bharati Bhasha Pustak Mission, which were included in theme 4, that is investing in people. The opening thematic discussion session of webinar saw a remarkable turnout with more than 32,000 participants joining through various platforms. Honorable Prime Minister addressed the webinar and provided guidance for discussion related to the higher education sectors and other sectors which were discussed today. Post the address from the Honorable Prime Minister, 11 breakout sessions were held covering 12 budget announcements. The first breakaway session as far as Department of Higher Education is concerned was on Bharati Bhasha Pustak Scheme. The expected outcome of the session was to promote inclusivity and successful implementation of the program, to produce 15,000 books in 22 languages over the next 3 years, which shall require engaging thousands of teachers, authors, translators, and experts. In this, there was, as far as the experts are concerned, there was regional coverage with 7 experts from North, 4 from South and Southwest, and 2 experts from the West. Representation from East, Northeast, and Central regions was also there. The experts also represented various sectors of education as well as government and industry and startup representatives. In terms of domain expertise for Bharati Bhasha Pustak Scheme, there were areas covered like education policy, public policy, engineering, literature, political science, history, and even nanotechnology, which reflected a rich mix of technical and cultural knowledge. States represented were 11, including Karnataka, Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, and Delhi. The key recommendation of this breakout session was for productive engagement of thousands of experts and authors and translators. And this was said that it has to benefit to about 30 crore students, and this will also boost LLMs and accuracy levels of AI translation tools. The breakout session also identified key challenges and risks, which was basically in the area of ensuring uniform academic rigor, accuracy, and standardization, filling in gaps for adequate number of subject experts in different languages across the institutions, ensuring that the AI-generated content maintains linguistic accuracy, contextual relevance, and cultural sensitivity. It was also identified as a challenge which needs to be addressed as to how this scheme will ensure accessibility of digital resources in regions which have limited digital infrastructure while ensuring widespread adoption of these resources by teachers and students. And one of the challenges that was identified was that how to ensure that the timelines and milestones are met and planned, and if there is any delay, how to ensure that there is no quality compromise. The second breakout session, which was there under the Department of Higher Education, was on COE in AI for education. The discussion included developing a detailed roadmap for operationalizing the announcements, including timelines and key milestones, and establishing clear guidelines on regulatory frameworks and compliance requirements. Comprehensive strategies for integrating AI and skilling programs into mainstream education were highlighted, along with the best practices for curriculum development and teacher training in AI. As far as the experts who participated in this, they also represented various regions, and there was good sectoral representation from academia, 11 experts, industry leaders, 3 experts, and government officials, 3. In terms of domain expertise, 6 experts were from AI and computer science. Engineering, there were 5 of them, education and management 4, and energy and sustainability 3. State-wise spread was also noticed in the experts. They came from 8 states. As far as the recommendations are concerned, the group has recommended that immediate steps are required to integrate AI into education effectively to ensure the model should ensure equity, access, inclusivity, and this should be at the core of AI adoption. Universities must embrace AI-based curricula and foster collaboration among stakeholders. Students must be actively engaged with, and they should be encouraged to use AI-driven learning methodologies. This is not just about the budgetary allocation. We must move from vision to implementation with a strong focus on preparing India's workforce for future. As India stands at a crossroads, we have the opportunity to lead in AI-driven education, and it was said that AI will be a crucial driver of India's growth towards Viksit Bharat, and we must seize this moment to shape the future of learning. The third breakout session under the Department of Higher Education was on expansion of capacity of IITs. The expected outcome of this session was to establish a clear implementation roadmap for the expansion of IITs, ensuring alignment with the Union Budget 2025-26 and NEP 2020 goals. As far as the experts are concerned, they represented 10 states and UTs. There was a good sectoral mix from academia. 8 experts were from academia, 2 from industry, and 2 from government, or they were the ones who were playing policy roles. In terms of domain expertise, 7 were belonging to engineering and technology, 2 were from science, and 1 was in security, data security and privacy, 1 was in disaster management, and 1 in skill development. And as far as the composition is concerned, the panel brought together voices from research, industry leadership, public service, and fostering a holistic view of the national development. The discussion emphasized the importance of engaging with stakeholders, including educators, industry experts, and community leaders, to build consensus and promote a collaborative approach. Potential challenges related to infrastructure, funding, faculty recruitment, and inclusivity were identified, and strategic solutions were proposed to overcome these obstacles. The need to strengthen research capabilities and foster innovation in emerging fields such as AI, quantum computing, and machine learning were highlighted. Additionally, the importance of promoting inclusivity and equity to address regional imbalances and provide increased access to quality education for underrepresented communities were underscored. A robust monitoring and evaluation framework was also discussed to track the progress of expansion projects, ensuring transparency and accountability. Short-term specialized degree programs to address the emerging skill demands was one of the major recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Sri Anil Malik, Secretary, Ministry of Women and Child Development, to sum up the breakaway session on Saksham Anganwadi and Poshan 2.0. Over to you, sir. Secretary, Ministry of Women and Child Development. So shall we go to the next one? Can I request Dr. Neeraj Mittal, Secretary, Department of Telecommunication, to sum up the breakaway session on broadband connectivity to government secondary schools and PHC. So now we have the WCD. So yeah, I think additional secretary is there to sum up this. Yeah. Yeah. Over to you, Ganesh.
Oh, okay.
Sir, I think Secretary, Ministry of WCD is present, so I'll request sir to start this. Sir, we can't hear you.
Okay, but
yes, sir. Sir.
Is it audible now?
Yes, sir. Now you are audible, sir.
So this was the budget announcement the Honorable Finance Minister made. This was regarding cost norms. May I continue? May I continue?
Sir, please continue, sir.
Okay, because I can hear a lot of background noises. So the Honorable Finance Minister made this announcement in the budget, cost norms for nutritional support. This was for, Anganwadi system. Next. So this is just a brief of the whole Anganwadi system in the country. It's almost 14 lakh Anganwadis across all the states. And this is what we do. I think it's well known. The major 6 jobs, SNP and preschool non-formal education, immunization, health checkup, referral services. And we serve children, adolescent girls, pregnant women, and lactating mothers. Next. The numbers I gave in the morning, and they discussed in the afternoon also. This is one of the biggest beneficiary-oriented programs, 100 million total beneficiaries. Next. So there is this comparison also, before 2014 and after 2014. So a lot of strengthening of the Saksham Anganwadi, which was discussed in the webinar today. So some of the points are highlighted here. That smartphones, growth monitoring devices, they were not there earlier. And then the concept of Jan Andolan, Poshan Pakhwada, Poshan Mah, community-based events, they were not there earlier. There were a lot of so-called mini Anganwadis, which were pretty much dysfunctional. They have been converted into main Anganwadi. Then the concept of, drinking water and toilets in all the Anganwadis, it has been emphasized only since 2017. Then we are saturating the tribal areas, with Anganwadi system. Next. Fortification of, the flour and the ingredients and use of millets. Concept of Poshan Vatika, where Nutri Garden, will be established. More than 6.5 lakh, almost 6.5 lakh have been established. So all these things were discussed about the strengthened Saksham Anganwadi in the afternoon session. The regional diet charts and these 2 protocols we discussed in the morning also of management of malnourished children and management of Divyang children. Next. And the Anganwadi workers and helpers, they have been covered under Ayushman scheme now. And we are now emphasizing on the ECC part quite a lot, which was not there earlier. Next. The gender budget has correspondingly increased in last 10 years as a proportion of the total union budget also, from about 5.48 to 8.86 crores, 86%. Next. Go back. These indicators were also discussed that the rate of decrease in malnourishment is a little on the lower side. Though our tracker data is showing that that has picked up, and now the level of malnourishment is not that high as is being projected through the NFHS. Next. This is just one of the designs of a Saksham Anganwadi. We have approved 2 lakh right now. About 17,000 have already been established. And in the next FC cycle, we are going to approve more. Next. There was a discussion on the IT system Poshan Tracker also, how it has changed the dynamics and the data, integrity as well as the data availability. It has also strengthened the beneficiary, vis-a-vis the Anganwadi worker, and also helped the Anganwadi worker, reducing drudgery in her job. We are going to use it for further improvement in the delivery of services through facial recognition system and also popularization of the beneficiary module, so that the beneficiaries have more power vis-a-vis the worker. Next. The idea of convergence with the ministries was also discussed. We have, we converge our job, the items that we take up for implementation in the Anganwadi sector. They converge with the activities of these 17, 18 other departments and the NITI Aayog. So on and off, we keep on dialoguing with them, holding meetings with them and VCs with them. At the state level, at the district level also, there are committees to take care of the convergence. But this is an area which needs continuous monitoring and continuous hand-holding. It's not easy to achieve. Next. This is about pre-2014 and post-2014 situation in the idea of women-led development, though this was not strictly discussed in the afternoon session because that was focused on the Saksham Anganwadi. But this highlights the commitment of the union government to forge women-led development by these initiatives like Nirbhaya Fund initiatives, focus on gender budget, the schemes like Emergency Response System 112, One Stop Center, Women Helpline, next fast track courts, then concept of anti-human trafficking units, women help desks in the police station, then strengthening of forensic science labs, and various other initiatives about crimes against women, how to investigate and speed up the investigation. Next. Then the concepts like Safe City Project and the scheme Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, the database on sexual offenders, all these things, paid maternity leave, which was increased to 26 weeks. So these are and mandatory requirement of crashes in establishments having more than 50 employees. These are various measures that have been taken up, to promote women-led development. Next. These are initiatives taken by other ministries, permission to women in combat roles in armed forces, girls in Sainik schools, girls in NDA, and then women allowed to work at night and under certain conditions, reservations in CAPF, and all these other initiatives that are indicated here. Next. Next. So the key takeaways were that all the stakeholders and organizations, they have to come together, converge, and because the Saksham Anganwadi program is not merely of the WCD ministry. It deals with the development of human resources of a very sensitive group, where the brain development happens the maximum in that time. So the convergence and all other efforts, use of technology, and now the diversified diet for which the special budget allocation has been made, behavioral change at the society and at the individual level, then the idea of AAA, Asha, Anganwadi worker, and ANM, they have to be effectively working together, and then the concept of scalability by involving private sector, international organizations in different initiatives. All these things were discussed. Next. Okay, I think that's about all about the summation of the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Neeraj Mittal, Secretary, Department of Telecom, to sum up the breakaway session on broadband connectivity to government secondary schools and PHCs. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Minister for Higher Education, all colleagues who are here. This was a very insightful and enriching discussion today with experts, policymakers, and stakeholders who came together to chart a path for using the rural broadband connectivity for secondary schools and PHCs under the BharatNet program, which has been announced by the Honorable Finance Minister. Special acknowledgement to sister departments of Ministry of Education and Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, all the agencies who would be working in this collaborative effort. And this seminar is one of the starting points to actually engage with all of you to be able to chart a plan so that the end users who are in PHCs and in schools really benefit from this wonderful initiative. In terms of the interaction which happened, there were a lot of suggestions, and of course, people foresaw that there will be a lot of benefits to the stakeholders. In terms of benefits for the education, the schools and the children who are studying there in the higher secondary schools, we foresee that the smart classrooms, e-learning platforms, access to quality teaching materials would lead to bridging of the urban quality can be brought to the rural areas of education. Teachers would also benefit from access to online training programs, AI-driven teaching tools, other digital literacy initiatives, enabling them to deliver better learning outcomes. We would also be able to possibly integrate Samagra Shiksha, Ullas, and other initiatives to ensure that every child, regardless of geography, has access to real high-quality education. In terms of suggestions, which might be some kind of challenges which you need to deal with, would be to actually enhance the digital literacy, provide good quality content, maybe see how the next technologies such as 5G and 6G can bring AR, VR, high bandwidth technology to the schools to improve their uptake of knowledge. How do you provide support in a 24/7 initiative to all the large number of schools and students? Access to digital devices, both at home and as well as in schools, and possibly some kind of a language divide which might hamper the absorption and access to these programs. On the healthcare side, it was discussed that the telemedicine will bridge the healthcare gap for rural populations, allowing remote consultations, digital prescriptions, and better disease management. Electronic health records under the ABDM would ensure that patients have seamless access to their medical history and provide them a better level of healthcare in their homes in rural areas. Platforms such as eSanjeevani, Telemanas would also enable real-time medical assistance diagnosis and bring tier 3 best quality medical care to the doorsteps of rural patients. This, of course, there are some challenges which we have foreseen. Again, some of them are relating to digital literacy of handling, this kind of platforms in rural areas. Another challenge was, since these may be dependent on high bandwidth requirements, the consistency and quality of the BharatNet would be something which we have to be ensured. Capacity building of the PHC staff would be another challenge, and the use of concomitant digital infrastructure such as the ABDM would really bring benefits to everybody. This is not about just building digital highways, it is about building a stronger and inclusive India. And therefore, the bridging of digital divide, empowering of rural workforce, strengthening governance and service delivery in these areas is something that this project will deliver. We need to collaborate with our government stakeholders, educational and healthcare institutions, and community involvement. And we look forward with all these suggestions which have been received today to take it and make the Prime Minister's vision a success. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Sri Atul Kumar Tiwari ji, Secretary, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, to sum up the breakaway session on National Centers of Excellence for Skilling. Over to you, sir.
Namaskar, Honorable Minister for Education, Honorable Minister for State, Independent Charge, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, my colleagues, secretaries, and all those people who have joined on this webinar. Sir, first of all, I'd like to highlight what the Honorable Prime Minister said initially in his address, which was that the investing in people provides the roadmap for a Viksit Bharat, our vision of Viksit Bharat. And he also laid down there three pillars critical, which is education, skilling, and healthcare. Then he also mentioned that how many people have been trained and the upgradation of ITIs have been taken. And he emphasized that it is necessary for us to train our youth in industry-relevant fields, bridge the gap between industry and academia, and industry and academia have to play a crucial role in skill upgradation. Sir, we had a distinguished group of panelists from the state government, from the industry, from the academia, and also from the international experts. And we also had a question-answer session. And the points, the various suggestions were made by the industries and how the Center of Excellence are critical for transforming the skilling ecosystem. Kya ho gaya? Yeah. So, and global partners also gave their suggestion as well as states and academia. So and this webinar was also viewed by webcasts and VC links, NCVT awarding bodies, assessment agencies, around 8,000 ITIs, NSTI, NIMIs, and apprenticeship JSS, and all put together, sir, we had almost total 12,642 people were there watching this session, sir. Sir, we have a small presentation in which I will just very briefly show you the key takeaways from the breakout session. Presentation, please. Aya? Yes. So this is the theme number 4 on investing in people, sir, in which the next slide, please. These are the National Center for Global Expertise, which was made in the budget announcement, sir. And this is what we say that this will be the where we like to go ahead, like the proposed features. How do you leverage global partnerships, research ecosystem, existing courses, and skill qualification framework, higher level. Next, please. And these were the panelists, sir, that from the state government of Odisha, Karnataka, and Gujarat, industry from Tata, sir, Reliance, and the J&K Siemens. From academia, we had the Institute of Competitiveness, and international, we had from the World Bank, sir, and 2 from Singapore. Next, please. So these are the detailed pointers from the industry. They say that the Center of Excellence are very critical for transforming the skilling ecosystem, and industry participation in training can happen through a revolving door mechanism so that the people work in the industry, as well as they also come for the skilling institutions. And they also wanted that there should be industry investment in skill development over and above the CSR funds, which is required. They also emphasized that we need to have a special cadre for the master trainers, and whatever COE which we have, they should integrate digital infrastructures and advanced technology. Next, please. The global partners, in sum, they said, sir, that the collaboration with global institutions will enhance the course design. They also said the industry-aligned finishing schools may also be necessary to bridge the quality gap in vocational education. They also said that there should be intensive training of trainers much before they go for the local teaching. And they said that there has to be some mechanism whereby in lines of the what is happening in education, so continuous tracking of student progress, placements, and industry feedback. Next, please. The state level say that we need to revamp our ITIs with modern technologies like industrial robotics and EVs. And they wanted the COEs should function as knowledge partners for ITIs, following a hub and spoke model. And they also emphasized that the public-private partnerships are essential for scaling their skill development. And there has to be certain autonomy given to Center of Excellence to introduce new courses aligned with industry needs. And the NSTIs should evolve also into finishing school for ITI graduates. Next. The academia's role in skilling was emphasized that the only very small population of India undergoes effective skill training. And they also say that if we give them training, that increases their per capita income. And there should be sectoral focus on undertrained industries like agriculture, ITS, and manufacturing. And they also wanted that the foundational learning should be strengthened before taking the large-scale vocational training. That's it. So the key takeaways are, sir, that which is a mixture of all that, sir, that it should be industry-led governance. There should be a partnership with global institutions. The curriculum needs to be continuously upgraded We should have a relationship with think tanks and partnerships. And the COEs could serve as a research and innovation hubs for the industry in terms of short-term training as well as and the curriculum design will be very important aspect of which I have said. And they also wanted that the trainer should be taken from the industry on rotation basis, and there has to be some amount of standardization along with the autonomy and flexibility in introducing new courses. They also, a very important point which was mentioned was, sir, that if you are going for manufacturing, generally the wages in the manufacturing are not good. So in order to attract, we need to think some possible ways in which we can have minimum wage support for manufacturing. So this sector becomes more attractive over and above the existing sector where all the youth want to go, sir. And of course, the focus has to be in digital infrastructure for faculty exchange, high NSQL level courses, and focus on foundational skills. And the focus area should be identified. And they also mentioned which are the areas on which these center of excellences can focus on. And they very much emphasize that there has to be new age courses like data analytics and green skills. And there has to be continuous upgradation of curriculum to maintain industry academia partnership. That's all I have to say, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Ms. Punya Salila Srivastav, Madam, Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, to sum up the breakaway session on expansion of medical education and daycare cancer centers in all district hospitals. Over to you, Madam.
Yes, Sunil. I just have a small presentation which I'll share. So as Sunil mentioned, am I audible? Sunil, I'm audible, no?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay. So, sir and dear colleagues, in our, as Sunil mentioned, our post-budget webinar focused on two budget announcements. One is relating to medical education and the other to cancer care. Our introductory session was spearheaded by Dr. V.K. Paul, who is member health of Niti Aayog. And in this session, he basically explained how in the progress over the last decade, we have laid a strong foundation for this year's budget announcements, both in the sphere of medical education as well as in the sphere of cancer care. So as Sunil mentioned, the first budget announcements relates to setting up of 10,000 additional seats this year in medical colleges as well as hospitals. And this is to achieve the goal of adding 75,000 seats in the next 5 years, which the Honorable Prime Minister had said in his speech on 15th August 2024. The challenges that were identified during the webinar primarily related to the shortage of qualified faculty and specialists, to affordability and accessibility of medical education, availability of adequate clinical resources as well as infrastructure, and it also spoke that there are limited opportunities for specialization, which leads us to a vicious cycle of not having adequate faculty. Next. Then we have tried to categorize the recommendations that came during the webinar into these broad categories. So as far as the faculty development and shortages were concerned, our experts who ranged from private colleges to government colleges to the regulators and very esteemed faculty were there in the whole session, which was managed by Director Ames. In that, the experts basically stated that we need to assess our faculty gap and ensure that the recruitment that we do aligns with the increase in medical seats which we are planning. So they thought of ways to expand the pool of faculty. They came up with a suggestion that maybe we can share faculties between medical colleges, especially with regard to non-clinical subjects. They also spoke of leveraging technology for teaching. Honorable PM also today in his address spoke of using technology for education. So this was a suggestion which came forward from our experts also. There was talk of strengthening of the faculty development programs so that our faculty can keep in tune with the emerging emerging medical education, and this would bring in better remuneration and career progression for them also. So there was talk about flexibility in entry as well as in faculty norms. And in order to encourage research, they said that there should be adequate time available for research also to our faculty. And they spoke of having perhaps separate recruitment boards in states for faculty. Regarding curriculum, there was stress on competency-based medical education and bringing in early clinical exposure for our students. They also emphasized that the communication skills of our students and faculty has to increase. So bringing in soft skills into the modules, research skills, and we should not just emphasize the curative aspects, but also the preventive and promotive aspects relating to health. A lot was spoken on integrating AI, telemedicine, digital health into the syllabus. And there was talk of centralized digital libraries, tele-learning platforms, and simulation labs. A very important point which emerged from the entire discussion was that we need to optimize our existing resources, because that is the only way we can tackle the issue of resource crunch, both in clinical as well as infrastructure resources. It was said that we have district hospitals, we have smaller hospitals, we have hospitals belonging to public sector units, central government hospitals, we have the private hospitals. So how can all of these be utilized for medical education was discussed, and bringing in public-private partnerships to enhance medical education was also touched upon. Then regarding PG seats, it was strongly felt that we need to increase PG seats, and this could be done by leveraging some of these hospitals for bringing in standalone PG institutions. These hospitals could be of health ministry, they could be of the other ministries, they could be of ESIC and our various other PSUs. These could be private institutions. Another feedback which came from the state secretary was that we should implement the district residency program. Not only does it address, brings in clinical exposure to our students, but it will also help us bring in additional 25% seats. This came as a very good suggestion. Regarding affordability, there was talk that the regulation of fee structure should be done in a very fair and transparent manner. And we have to see how can we bring in more low-interest student loans as well as expand scholarship where required with the help of CSR. Based on these recommendations, a very tentative implementation plan has been drawn up. How states, during which timelines should states map the existing seats in their medical colleges? What is the possibility of expansion? Where can we start DMD courses, especially in private hospitals, where other ministries can identify their potential hospitals where we can start PG institutes, a stakeholder consultation to meet the faculty requirements as well as faculty development, how to strengthen competency-based medical education. We decided to set up a core committee which would look into integration of AI, digital technology, and research in medical education. So these were some of the points and we tried to draw up an implementation plan for ourselves. The next budget announcement deals with setting up of daycare centers in all district hospitals in the next 3 years and 200 centers this year itself. For this webinar also, we had experts from every tier of cancer care, as well as those who are working with patient support groups. We also had people from the NABH, from other foundations who are working in cancer care. The challenges which were identified during the webinar, of course, relate to manpower shortages because this is a very specialized field. There was emphasis on the training needs. the equipment and infrastructure, if it has to be brought in district hospitals, how to go about it, how to manage the drugs, because there would be requirement of specialized drugs for every type of cancer, and the talk of referral systems, because as Dr. Paul had also mentioned in the morning, at primary healthcare level, we are doing screening for 3 types of cancer, how to link it to our district hospitals, then to the state cancer institutes and other tertiary care institutes. So the recommendations was that we need to ASAP do a gap analysis of all our district hospitals. The training programs have to be very comprehensive. Luckily, in our expert group, we had people who have developed such daycare centers. So they had a lot of suggestions to offer to us how standardized training modules can be developed, how do we train the existing staff and local doctors, and also ensure the availability of these trained doctors in the district hospitals. Honorable PM spoke in the morning about daycare centers and digital health infrastructure, linking the two. So this will, of course, prove very powerful, because we are dealing with the poor population, which may also be migrant population. So we need to track them. So as another colleague spoke, it is very important to implement the Ayushman Bharat digital mission fully, and having broadband connectivity to our PHCs will help, because that is where the ABDM registration starts in most cases. There was also the talk of the importance of patient support groups in hand-holding the patients, because most of these daycare centers are going to look at chemotherapy. So that requires a lot of support from people. There were suggestions relating to equipment, infrastructure, how you do the drug management. It was emphasized that you need online platforms to do it. So we have a DVDMS platform, which we will have to leverage for the purpose. How to maintain the equipment that we bring was also discussed, and how to handle the logistics of the drug supply. So that's why this recommendation for strengthening regional drug warehouses. The referral linkages, as I mentioned earlier, become very important, because this is going to be a hub and spoke model. So the district hospitals with tertiary centers on one hand, and the Ayushman Arogya Mandirs on the other hand. The entire cancer care works on SOPs. So we need to have clear protocols for the referral systems, as well as the use of the digital health infrastructure to implement these protocols, and training in these protocols for all the people involved right from the beginning. There was talk of affordability and accessibility. A number of suggestions came that the cancer patient transport becomes very important. And for this, we also thought we could leverage public-private partnership. Community engagement becomes very important in cancer care. Here also, we tried to develop a broad implementation plan. Gap analysis of the facilities at our district hospitals, including the existing daycare centers, is very important. We have to work out a strategy for infrastructure development in a time-bound manner. The HRD part, which we spoke, we need to train staff in these specialized protocols. So this was our broad strategy, and I wish all of you good health. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Now, to sum up the breakaway session on strengthening urban livelihood and PM Swanidhi, I request Ms. Sophia Dahia, Chief Controller of Accounts, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. I'll request, in interest of time, to be a bit brief in summing up the breakaway session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Namaskar to Honorable Ministers, respective Secretaries to Government of India and colleagues. I am representing Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. As we speak, an international conference is going on in Jaipur on circular economy, and Secretary Mahua and Honorable Minister are participating in that as we speak, and that is an international conference. So I've been asked to sum up the 2 breakaway sessions for the ministry. In line with the words of Honorable Prime Minister, that investing in people is as crucial as investing in infrastructure and the economy. Our discussion emphasized the importance of human capacity building, particularly as Indian cities will house 900 million people by 2047, as also mentioned by Honorable PM in his address earlier today. We had the privilege of engaging with esteemed speakers and experts who shared their valuable perspectives on strengthening urban livelihoods, digital and financial inclusion, and innovative support for vulnerable occupational groups. A key takeaway was the role of women-centric banking agent networks in expanding financial access. Promoting small savings among women fosters financial stability, and deploying women banking agents can bridge accessibility gaps. Investments in financial inclusion, particularly in urban slums, were highlighted as crucial. The panelists stressed the need for gender-sensitive training for all financial agents. Interesting recommendations and visions were therefore shared by several speakers for the women in the urban ecosystem. One such vision was that by 2030, at least 30 lakh women shall have a monthly income of 30,000. Speakers emphasized integrating digital and financial tools such as UPI-linked credit for gig workers and street vendors, automated saving mechanisms, and multilingual helplines to enhance financial security. Programs like PM Swanidhi were recognized as vital in providing access to credit and formalizing businesses. It was mentioned that credit card-based schemes may prove to be more beneficial to street vendors as compared to short-term loans. Further, integrating urban micro businesses with digital markets such as weekly hearts and street food hubs were also recognized as opportunity to connect vendors with e-commerce and expand their economic potential. Beyond financial inclusion, strengthening urban livelihoods through targeted interventions was a focal point. Organizing vulnerable occupational groups into common interest groups or the CIGs enhances credit access and skilling opportunities. Worker-centric social infrastructure such as labor chalks, EV charging hubs, and rest zones were recommended. Private sector engagement and public-private partnership were highlighted as key enablers in financial and social security expansion. Policy convergence amongst ministries and streamlined welfare access were underscored as essential for implementation. A single window system at urban local bodies can effectively link informal workers with pension, insurance, and financial programs. Examples like sanitation worker initiatives in Odisha and Tamil Nadu showcase successful policy integration to uplift informal workers. In conclusion, today's discussions have provided a roadmap for advancing financial inclusion, strengthening urban livelihoods, and ensuring economic resilience for vulnerable communities. The insights shared will guide future interventions to empower women entrepreneurs, gig workers, and other informal sector employees. Moving forward, collaboration and strategic implementation will be key to fostering inclusive growth and financial empowerment for all, so that, as mentioned by a panelist, the urban workforce is not just resilient, but also prosperous. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Ms. Sumita Davra, Secretary, Ministry of Labor and Employment, to sum up the breakaway session on Social Security Scheme for Welfare of Online Platform Workers. Over to you, ma'am. Ma'am, you are not audible.
No.
You are not audible, ma'am. The minister. Ma'am, you seem to be muted. Can we just, yeah. Yes, ma'am, you are audible now.
सबको नमस्कार सर, आज हमारी चर्चा ब्रेकआउट सेशन में बजट अनाउंसमेंट पर हुई। प्रधानमंत्री जन आरोग्य योजना जो कि प्लेटफॉर्म वर्कर्स के लिए गिवन प्लेटफॉर्म वर्कर्स में जो डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म पे काम करते हैं उनको हम ये प्रधानमंत्री जन आरोग्य योजना में कैसे कवरेज दें, हेल्थ कवरेज। सर, हमारी चर्चा में हमारे एक्सपर्ट्स 11 एक्सपर्ट्स जुड़े और हमारी पार्टिसिपेंट्स जो भी थे उसके अंदर तो अच्छे नंबर में हमारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स भी जुड़े। तो इसमें जो चर्चा हुई है मैं थोड़ी सी स्लाइड्स में दिखाना चाहूंगी क्योंकि हमारे पास समय कम है, बट एट अ ग्लांस मैं प्रेजेंटेशन देना चाहूंगी हमारी पैनल डिस्कशन की क्या हाइलाइट्स थी। सबसे पहले तो सोशल सिक्योरिटी टू प्लेटफॉर्म वर्कर्स की जरूरत क्या है, इसकी नीड क्या है। तो हमने इसमें देखा कि लगभग 2% के करीब हमारे डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म पर वर्कर्स अब आ रहे हैं, तो इनकी संख्या बढ़ रही है और ये इमर्जिंग एरिया है एम्प्लॉयमेंट का। और डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म वर्कर्स की देश की इकोनॉमी में बहुत कंट्रीब्यूशन है और उनको सफिशिएंट आर्थिक और सोशल प्रोटेक्शन सिस्टम की जरूरत है। इसके कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव सोशल सिक्योरिटी नेट की बहुत जरूरत है इन वर्कर्स के लिए और इन वर्कर्स को आइडेंटिफाई करने के लिए जरूरी है कि हम सही लोगों को लाभ दें। तो आइडेंटिफिकेशन और रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए जो एग्रीगेटर मॉड्यूल हमने ई श्रम पर लॉन्च करा है उसका उपयोग हम करेंगे ताकि ये सभी वर्कर्स जो कि एलिजिबल हैं उस पर आ जाएं। और जिस तरह आप जानते हैं हम एग्रीगेटर का मॉड्यूल मंत्रालय लॉन्च कर चुका है और सभी वर्कर्स को जो इस पर जुड़ेंगे उसका एक यूनिक आइडेंटिटी नंबर मिलेगा जिसे हम यूनिवर्सल अकाउंट नंबर कहते हैं और वो उनके आधार के साथ भी सीटेड रहेगा। आगे चर्चा हुई सर एलिजिबिलिटी क्राइटेरिया, इन प्लेटफॉर्म वर्कर्स को ये पीएमजेवाई का बेनिफिट मिलना चाहिए। इस पर सभी ने इस बात पर एग्री किया कि एक वेल डिफाइंड एलिजिबिलिटी क्राइटेरिया और ये स्कीम वेल टारगेटेड रहे क्योंकि ये जो वर्कर्स है इनका बड़ा फ्लेक्सिबल नेचर ऑफ वर्क है और ये ट्रेडिशनल एम्प्लॉयमेंट एम्प्लॉय रिलेशनशिप से हटकर है। तो इसमें जो क्राइटेरिया पर बात हुई है सर वो है कि ये लोग कितने घंटे काम कर रहे हैं और कितने महीने, क्योंकि कई प्लेटफॉर्म पर जो वर्कर्स हैं वो साल में हमने देखा है 2 या 3 दिन भी काम कर लेते हैं, पर कई लोग हैं जो कि इससे जुड़े रहते हैं और कंसिस्टेंटली काम करते हैं प्लेटफॉर्म वर्क में। तो इस तरह की चर्चा हुई सर और इनको कितना पेमेंट मिल रहा है एग्रीगेटर से। इसके बाद अवेयरनेस आउटरीच की बहुत जरूरत है जिसमें मंत्रालय प्लेटफॉर्म एग्रीगेटर्स के साथ जुड़कर ये स्कीम का आउटरीच करेगा सर और इसमें प्लेटफॉर्म वर्कर एप्लीकेशंस है एग्रीगेटर्स की उसका हम उपयोग करेंगे और मंत्रालय भी मिशन मोड में आईसी कैंपेन चलाएगा। इसके बाद रोल ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी, जैसे कि हमने देखा ई श्रम हमारा एक बहुत ही अद्भुत और बहुत ही वेल एप्रिशिएटेड टेक्निकल प्लेटफॉर्म है सर जो कि हम ग्लोबल लेवल पर भी पोर्ट्रे करते हैं। इसके एग्रीगेटर मॉड्यूल से सीमलेस रजिस्ट्रेशन होगी और आइडेंटिफिकेशन जैसे कि मैंने अभी बताया और ये आधार लिंक रहेगा, सभी को उनकी यूनिक आईडी नंबर्स मिलेंगे। स्कीम का क्या इम्पैक्ट होगा, एक तो प्लेटफॉर्म इकोसिस्टम बहुत रोबस्ट और भी होगा और जो यूथ है और जो अंडर एम्प्लॉयड फीमेल अनएम्प्लॉयड वर्कर्स प्लेटफॉर्म इकोनॉमी में काम कर रहे हैं इनको इंसेंटिव मिलेगा और इनकी प्रोडक्टिविटी बढ़ेगी क्योंकि हेल्थ केयर कवरेज एक बहुत ही बड़ा हिस्सा है सर प्रोडक्टिविटी में कंट्रीब्यूट करने के लिए। जेंडर एस्पेक्ट क्या है इसमें, जैसे कि हमने देखा विमेन्स वर्कफोर्स पार्टिसिपेशन को एनकरेजमेंट मिलेगा, उनको स्टेबिलिटी मिलेगी और एक फ्लेक्सिबल नेचर ऑफ वर्क जो कि विमेन करना चाहेंगी उसमें उनको एक हेल्थ कवरेज का एस्पेक्ट भी जुड़ जाएगा सर उनको और उनकी फैमिली। सस्टेनेबल फाइनेंसिंग, सर सभी पैनलिस्ट ने कहा कि सरकार ने बहुत बड़ी पहल करी है, इसमें जो बजट अनाउंसमेंट हुई है हेल्थ केयर कवरेज की और इसके साथ साथ जो इंश्योरेंस और पेंशन है उस पर भी विचार होना चाहिए जिसके लिए सस्टेनेबल फाइनेंसिंग के लिए एग्रीगेटर्स या प्लेटफॉर्म वर्कर्स की भी कंट्रीब्यूशन को देखा जा सकता है। तो सर इस तरह हमारी चर्चा हुई आज और हम समझते हैं कि ये बहुत ही यूजफुल थी और हमें ये स्कीम रोल आउट करने के लिए और आगे नेक्स्ट स्टेप्स के लिए बहुत और भी क्लैरिटी मिली।
थैंक यू मैम। नाउ आई विल रिक्वेस्ट Sri Sanjay Kumar, Secretary Department of School Education and Literacy, to sum up the breakaway session on Atal Tinkering Lab. Over to you, sir.
थैंक यू सुमित। माननीय मंत्री शिक्षा, माननीय मंत्रीगण जो वर्चुअली हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं और हमारे सभी सहकर्मीगण। सर, हमारा बजट अनाउंसमेंट ये रहा है इस बार कि देश के जो सरकारी माध्यमिक विद्यालय हैं उनमें अगले 5 वर्षों में नवाचार को बढ़ावा देने के लिए 50,000 अटल टिंकरिंग लैब्स को स्थापित किया जाए। अब तक हम कुल 10,000 अटल टिंकरिंग लैब को हमने 2016 में इसे प्रारंभ किया था और उसे हम स्थापित कर चुके हैं। तो उससे हम लोगों की क्या कुछ सीख रही है और उसको किस प्रकार से आने वाले दिनों में हम स्केल कर सकेंगे। तो हमारा विजन है कि हम आने वाले 5 वर्षों में हम कम से कम 10 लाख ऐसे चिल्ड्रन को तैयार कर पाएं जो नियोटरिक इनोवेटर्स है। नियोटरिक का मतलब हुआ जो नई तकनीक से परिपूर्ण हैं, वो वैसे बच्चों को हम पहचाने और उनको हम तैयार कर पाएं। और ये हम अटल इनोवेशन मिशन के माध्यम से जो अटल टिंकरिंग लैब है, जिसे स्कूली शिक्षा एवं साक्षरता विभाग को उसको स्केल करने का दायित्व दिया गया है, उसके माध्यम से हम करेंगे। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। सर, हम लोगों ने कुल ब्रेकअवे सेशन में 15 एक्सपर्ट्स विशेषज्ञों को रखा था जिन्हें अटल टिंकरिंग लैब की पूरी जानकारी थी और उसके साथ साथ जो हमारे स्टेट के स्कूली शिक्षा के सचिव हैं, एसपीडीज हैं, पीएम श्री के विद्यालय के प्रिंसिपल्स हैं, सीबीएसई के विद्यालय के प्रिंसिपल्स हैं, कुल ऐसे 22,000 स्टेक होल्डर्स जो लिसनिंग मोड में थे, आज वो हमारे साथ जुड़े और मुख्यतः 4 बिंदुओं पर हम लोगों ने चर्चा की कि ये जो 50,000 एटीएल बनाए जाएंगे, इनका क्या स्कोप रहेगा और इनको किस प्रकार से स्थापित किया जाए। पूर्व जो एटीएल बनाए गए हैं उसके सीख के आधार पर एटीएल को चलाने के लिए किस प्रकार की क्षमता की आवश्यकता पड़ेगी, ह्यूमन रिसोर्स की आवश्यकता पड़ेगी। स्केलेबिलिटी जब करेंगे तो उसको किस प्रकार से हम इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे। जैसे हम एक स्कूली शिक्षा एवं साक्षरता विभाग में एक पीएमयू का गठन करेंगे और उसके माध्यम से करेंगे। और इसके लिए जो अन्य अनुषंगी इकाइयां हैं उसका किस प्रकार का सपोर्ट स्ट्रक्चर होगा, जैसे कि एससीआरटीज हो सकती हैं, डाइट्स हो सकते हैं, हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशंस हो सकते हैं और इंडस्ट्री के पार्टनर्स हो सकते हैं। तो उनसे हम किस प्रकार से सपोर्ट हम ले पाएंगे। मूलतः सर, आज की जो परिचर्चा थी वो हम लोगों ने 6 प्रश्नों के आधार पर किया था और ये 6 प्रश्न हम लोगों ने सभी के साथ साझा किया था। तो पहला था कि आने वाले दिनों में जो हम नेक्स्ट जनरेशन एटीएल बनाएं, उनका इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डिजाइन और कंपोनेंट में किस प्रकार से हम उसको बेहतर कर सकें। नेक्स्ट, तो इसमें से जो सुझाव आए थे कि जो इमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजी है, लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी है, उसको हम लोग साझा करें, जैसे आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस को हम लोग देखें और जो भी एडवांस इक्विपमेंट लें वो इमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजी के आधार पर ही लें। और एक जो चर्चा में बात बहुत स्पष्ट रूप से आई कि एटीएल के लिए जो मीडियम ऑफ इंस्ट्रक्शन है, जो भी गाइडलाइंस है, उसको सभी भारतीय भाषा में उसे बनाई जाए ताकि देश के सभी राज्यों में सभी बच्चों को हम आसानी से इससे हम वाकिफ करा सकें। और स्कूल के करिकुलम में इसका हिस्सा बनना चाहिए, एक सुझाव आया था। और हमारे विद्यालयों में इसके लिए एक स्पेसिफिक टाइम टेबल होना चाहिए। कुछ एक लोगों ने ये भी सजेस्ट किया कि इसके लिए क्रेडिट दिया जाए। तो इन सभी बिंदुओं को हम लोगों ने नोट कर लिया है। नेक्स्ट, दूसरा प्रश्न ये था कि किस प्रकार से हम एटीएल को चलाएं, या वहाँ पर शिक्षक चलाएं, या किस प्रकार से हम जो शिक्षक जो एटीएल इंचार्ज हैं इन विद्यालयों में उनको किस प्रकार का प्रशिक्षण दिया जाए ताकि उनके कॉम्पिटेंसी को विकसित करके एक लॉन्ग टर्म इम्पैक्ट लाया जा सके। इसमें जो सुझाव हमारे पास आए, जो अगली स्लाइड्स में दिखाया जा रहा है, कि सभी लोगों ने सलाह दिया कि एक डेडिकेटेड फुल टाइम एटीएल टीचर या ट्रेनर होना चाहिए ताकि विशेष रूप से नवाचार पर ध्यान दिया जा सके। उनके लिए रेगुलर कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग होनी चाहिए जो ऑफलाइन ऑनलाइन मोड में की जाए। लर्निंग मॉड्यूल्स को इवॉल्विंग टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ अपग्रेड हमेशा करने की आवश्यकता रहेगी और हायर एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस और इंडस्ट्री पार्टनर्स के मदद को लिया जाए ताकि हम अपने एटीएल इंचार्ज के जो उनका जो कैपेबिलिटी है, कैपेसिटी है, उसको लगातार विकसित कर सके। नेक्स्ट, तीसरा प्रश्न था कि हमारी प्रोक्योरमेंट गाइडलाइंस क्या हो, क्योंकि ये बड़ी ही सेंसिटिव चीज़ होती है और अक्सर इसमें विलम्ब हो जाता है। तो किस प्रकार से हम क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस लाएं ताकि एक प्रोक्योरमेंट ड्रिवन ना रहे, कॉस्ट एफिशिएंसी के साथ साथ हमें एटीएल को एक निश्चित समय सीमा में स्थापित करना है। इसमें जो सुझाव आए थे तो अक्सर हम जेम के माध्यम से ही करते हैं। तो जेम को लोगों ने कहा कि जेम में सिंप्लीफिकेशन लाने की ज़रूरत है और जेम में एक एटीएल के लिए यदि अलग से एक विंग बना दिया जाए तो लोगों को आसानी होगी। डिटेल्ड स्पेसिफिकेशंस एटीएल इक्विपमेंट के गाइडलाइंस जारी किए जाएं और जिस प्रकार की सामग्री सप्लाई हो रही है उसकी क्वालिटी एक इंडिपेंडेंट असेसर के माध्यम से भी कराई जाए ताकि हम श्योर रह सकें कि जो हम सामान एटीएल के लिए ले रहे हैं वो एक निश्चित मानक के ऊपर है। और प्रोक्योरमेंट प्रोसेसेस और गाइडलाइंस में सभी ने कहा कि उनको ट्रेनिंग की आवश्यकता है, हैंड होल्डिंग की आवश्यकता है, तो हम उनको इसके लिए डेडिकेटेड ट्रेनिंग कराने गए और निष्ठा के माध्यम से भी इसमें कराया जा सकता है और ऑफलाइन भी ट्रेनिंग कहने की आवश्यकता पर बल दिया गया। नेक्स्ट, क्या मैकेनिज्म ऐसा किया जाए ताकि एटीएल जो है वो डिफरेंट रीजन्स में डिफरेंटली थोड़ा हो सके। कहीं पर हर एक राज्य की आवश्यकताएं अलग हैं और वहां पर इंडस्ट्री की जो प्रेजेंस है वो भी अलग अलग है, तो किस प्रकार से उसको हम कस्टमाइज कर सकें। तो इसमें कस्टमाइज टेम्पलेट्स डेवलपमेंट करने के लिए हमें सुझाव प्राप्त हुए ताकि रीजन वाइज स्पेसिफिक वाइज अलग अलग टेम्पलेट हो सके। सपोर्ट स्ट्रक्चर को भी इसी के लिए हुआ कि संबंधित स्टेट डिपार्टमेंट्स और सिविल सोसाइटी के साथ मिल करके इसे विकसित किया जाए और रीजनल शोकेस और कंपटीशन एग्जीबिशन भी कराया जाए। एक ये भी अभिमत हुआ था कि हर एक विद्यालय में एक हम एग्जीबिशन स्पेस बनाएं जिसमें जो भी एटीएल के द्वारा विगत वर्षों में विकसित हुआ है उसको हम डिस्प्ले कर पाएं ताकि लोगों को उसको बेहतर आइडिया हो सके। नेक्स्ट, एससीआरटी और दूसरे रेलेवेंट स्टेट लेवल एंटिटीज हैं उनको कैसे हम उनसे मदद ले सके पॉलिसी के फ्रेमवर्क में और गवर्नेंस के मैकेनिज्म में, इस पर भी हम लोगों ने उनसे सुझाव मांगे थे। नेक्स्ट, और इसमें सुझाव आए थे कि ऑन ग्राउंड मॉनिटरिंग होनी चाहिए और डिस्ट्रिक्ट और ब्लॉक एजुकेशन ऑफिसर्स को ट्रेनिंग करके उनको इस अभियान से उनको जोड़ने की आवश्यकता है। और पहले भी कहा था कि एटीएल को स्कूल करिकुलम और पीरियड में उसको डालने की आवश्यकता है ताकि एटीएल एक निश्चित रूप से स्कूल का एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण कंपोनेंट हो सके। नेक्स्ट, व्हाट और स्टूडेंट लेड इनोवेशन पाथवे के लिए एटीएल्स हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशंस और इंडस्ट्री, ये प्रश्न दोबारा रिपीट हो रहा है। नेक्स्ट, इसमें लोगों ने कहा था कि एक एक्सपोजर टूर होना चाहिए, इंटर्नशिप्स की भी प्रस्ताव आई थी और जो हमारे एटीएल के बच्चे हैं वो लोकल इंडस्ट्री में जाएं, हायर एजुकेशन के इंस्टीट्यूशन में जाएं और वहां से भी एक रिवर्स मूवमेंट हमारे एटीएल में हो। और एक सुझाव ये भी आया था कि एटीएल को 2 लेवल पर कंसीव किया जाए। हम बेसिक लेवल पर एटीएल दें, लेकिन जो एटीएल कुछ अपने में प्रॉमिस दिखाए और दिखाए कि उसमें बेहतर करने की शक्ति है तो उसको एक हायर लेवल पर ले जाकर के एक एडवांस लेवल पर एटीएल भी स्थापित किया जा सके और उसके लिए उसकी व्यवस्था की जाए। नेक्स्ट, करीब 22,000 लोग आज जुड़े हुए थे सर, तो उनको भी हम लोगों ने कहा है कि आगे के 1-2 दिनों के अंदर एक हम लोगों ने ईमेल उनके साथ सर्कुलेट किया है कि उस पर भी यदि कुछ और लिख करके हमें अपने विचार साझा करेंगे तो हम उसको इनकॉर्पोरेट करते हुए मंडे तक हमारे जो सुझाव हैं उसको हम अंतिम रूप दे पाने में सफल हो पाएंगे। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद सर। इस पोस्ट बजट वेबिनार के समापन सत्र में आज संबंधित मंत्रालयों के माननीय मंत्रीगणों की सम्मानित उपस्थिति है। इस क्रम में मैं सर्वप्रथम श्रम एवं नियोजन मंत्रालय के माननीय मंत्री डॉक्टर मनसुख मांडविया जी से उनके संबोधन के लिए अनुरोध करता हूं। सर।
नमस्कार। पोस्ट बजट वेबिनार आज सुबह से प्रारंभ हुआ है। इस वेबिनार में समापन सत्र में जुड़े हुए सभी मेरे साथी मंत्रीगण, सचिवगण और अलग अलग डिपार्टमेंट में के साथ जुड़े हुए अलग अलग सेक्टर के सभी स्टेक होल्डर को मेरी ओर से हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं। पोस्ट बजट वेबिनार के संदर्भ में जब मैं बात करूं तो मेरे लेबर एंड एम्प्लॉयमेंट सेक्टर में जो कुछ महत्वपूर्ण पहलू हुई है और एम्प्लॉयमेंट की स्थिति देश और दुनिया में क्या है, कितने एम्प्लॉयमेंट में बढ़ोतरी हुई, पिछले एक दशक में मोदी गवर्नमेंट ने जो एफर्ट करा, ये विषय मैं आपके सामने रखना चाहता हूँ। किसी भी देश की सबसे ठोस और महत्वपूर्ण संपत्ति स्वाभाविक तौर पर उसके लोग होते हैं। उनकी क्षमता को हम किस तरह देश की प्रगति में काम ला सकते हैं, उसके लिए एक रोड मैप बनाना एक चुनौती जरूर है, लेकिन हम भी तैयार उसके लिए हमेशा है। आज जब हम विकसित भारत 2047 के लक्ष्य को हासिल करने के लिए आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, ऐसे में इन्वेस्ट इन पीपल ये न सिर्फ वक्त की मांग है, बल्कि एक देश की सबसे बड़ी जरूरत भी है। एक इन्वेस्टर हमेशा मिड टर्म मिशन और लॉन्ग टर्म विजन के साथ आगे बढ़ता है। हम आज अगर इन्वेस्टमेंट इन पीपल की बात कर रहे हैं तो हमारा भी एक मिशन है, हमारा भी एक विजन है। हमारा मिशन है कि हमारी युवा शक्ति स्किल्ड हो और हमारा विजन है कि दुनिया के हर कोने में हमारे इंडियन टैलेंट की धमक सुनाई दे। इन्वेस्ट इन पीपल कभी भी सिर्फ एक आर्थिक निर्णय नहीं होता है, ये हमारा देश के प्रति एक सोशली, मोरली, कल्चरल कमिटमेंट है। ये सोशल स्टेबिलिटी, कंटिन्यूअस डेवलपमेंट के लिए जरूरी है, ताकि एक एम्पावर्ड, एजुकेटेड और स्वस्थ समाज विकसित भारत के लिए तैयार हो सके। अभी यहाँ जैसे मुझसे पहले मिनिस्ट्री के साथियों ने इस विषय पर अपनी बातें रखी, मुझे पूरा यकीन है कि सशक्त भारत की दिशा में आप सभी का विजन क्रांतिकारी साबित होगा। इन्वेस्ट इन पीपल की दिशा में मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ लेबर एंड एम्प्लॉयमेंट इसमें डे वन से अपने एक्शन प्लान पर काम कर रही है। जॉब क्रिएशन, सोशल प्रोटेक्शन, सोशल सिक्योरिटी को ध्यान में रखकर हमारी श्रम शक्ति को जरूरी हेल्थ कवरेज और वर्कफोर्स को उचित स्किल सेट के साथ एम्पावर करने की पॉलिसी हमेशा हमारी प्राथमिकता रही। हमारी सरकार ने 2014 से 24 के बीच 17.1 करोड़ जॉब क्रिएट हुए हैं और सिर्फ 2023-24 में ही 4.6 करोड़ नौकरी पैदा हुई है। ये डेटा दिखाता है कि बीते 10 सालों में देश विदेश की कंपनियों ने भारत के युवाओं में निवेश करने की गति बढ़ाई है। अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट रेट की मैं बात करूं तो 2017-18 में अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट रेट 6% था, तो एक 5 साल के बाद 2023-24 में वो घटकर 3.2% रह गया है। अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट रेट जो 17-18 में एम्प्लॉयमेंट रेट 17-18 में 46% था, वो 5 साल में बढ़ के 58% हो गया है। मैं 5 साल इसलिए बोल रहा हूं कि पहले तो एक डेटा क्रिएशन की कोई सिस्टम ही नहीं, लेकिन मोदी गवर्नमेंट के एफर्ट की वजह से आज इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड के मैकेनिज्म से देश में डेटा क्रिएशन हो रहा है। ये डेटा ILO ने भी मान्य करा है, वर्ल्ड बैंक ने भी मान्य करा है, दुनिया के सभी प्लेटफॉर्म पर ये डेटा को स्वीकृति मिली, इसलिए मैं डेटा के साथ उसको कंपैरिजन कर रहा हूँ। मैं सामान्यतः यूथ अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट रेट की बात करूँ तो 5 साल पहले जब हमने डेटा क्रिएट करना चालू करा तो 17% था यूथ में, तो 5 साल के बाद वो 7% कम होकर 10% हो गया। यूथ एम्प्लॉयमेंट रेट, मैंने पहले अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट रेट की बात करी, लेकिन यूथ में एम्प्लॉयमेंट कैसे बढ़ा? तो जब ये डेटा पीएफएल का डेटा क्रिएट नहीं होता था और ये डेटा क्रिएट होना चालू हुआ 5 साल पहले, तो एम्प्लॉयमेंट रेट यूथ में 31% था, वो बढ़ के आज 41% हुआ है। ये बताता है कि देश में नौकरियों का सृजन हो रहा है। अगर मैं बात फीमेल अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट रेट की करूं तो 5 साल पहले फीमेल में अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट रेट 5.6% था, जो आज 3.2% है, यानी कि मेन और वुमेन में अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट सेम हो गया। वैसे फीमेल का एम्प्लॉयमेंट रेट भी देखो, वो जो 22% था उसमें से बढ़ के आज 40% हो गया है। ये हमारे लिए एक बहुत बड़ा इंडिकेशन है, हमारी इमर्ज इकोनॉमी का एक सिंबल है। विकसित भारत की दिशा में, भारत की जिस ज्ञान परंपरा को समृद्ध करने की दिशा में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी जो बढ़ रहे हैं, मैं आप सभी को बताना चाहूंगा इस ज्ञान में जी यानी कि गरीब जो है, पिछले 10 सालों में इसे 25 करोड़ लोग गरीबी रेखा से ऊपर उठाए जा चुके हैं और हाथ को रोजगार मिल रहा है, उनके स्किल्स को सम्मान दिया गया है। ये सब उसी का ही नतीजा है। आईएलओ इंटरनेशनल लेबर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन वर्ल्ड सोशल सिक्योरिटी रिपोर्ट 2024 और 26 के तहत भारत का सोशल सिक्योरिटी कवरेज 10 साल पहले तो 18% था, बाद में बढ़ा 24% हुआ, लेकिन एक दशक के बाद हमारा सोशल सिक्योरिटी कवरेज 48% हो गया है। और ये केवल जो 48% हुआ है, ये भारत सरकार की स्कीम है और उसमें भी मुफ्त अनाज योजना का कवरेज तो उसमें शामिल नहीं करा गया है। ये भी शामिल जो करा जाएगा और राज्य सरकार के द्वारा जो सोशल सिक्योरिटी दी जाती है उसको इंक्लूड करी जाए तो 68% एबव होगा। और आज हम जब इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड की बात कर रहे हैं तो डेवलप्ड कंट्री में भी सोशल सिक्योरिटी 60 से 90-100% है। तो हम आज इतने बड़े देश 1.4 बिलियन पॉपुलेशन वाला देश में हमारी सोशल सिक्योरिटी आज डेवलप्ड कंट्री के बराबर जा रही है। ये देश बदल रहा है, उसकी निशानी प्रधानमंत्री विश्वकर्मा योजना हो, स्वनिधि योजना हो, मुद्रा योजना हो, कौशल्य विकास योजना हो, मनरेगा जैसी योजना हो, ये सब योजना से जॉब क्रिएशन हो रहा है। इस वक्त देश की हर दिशा में कहीं न कहीं आईआईटी, आईआईएम, आईआईएमएस बन रही है। हर रोज 33 किलोमीटर से ज्यादा सड़क निर्माण देश में आज हो रहा है। इन्हें भारत की श्रम शक्ति ही तैयार कर रही है। ये जब तैयार होते हैं तो इसमें भारत का युवा ही रोजगार पाता है। इस वक्त 1.57 लाख डीपीआईटी रिकॉग्नाइज्ड स्टार्टअप यूथ को एंटरप्रेन्योर एक्सपीरियंस देश में दे रहे हैं। इससे 16.6 लाख डायरेक्ट जॉब क्रिएशन का भी काम ऑलरेडी हुआ है। मोर देन 100 यूनिकॉर्न इस देश में स्टार्टअप कल्चर को बूस्ट कर रहे हैं, जबकि 2013 में ये बस 4% थे और केवल 4 थे। और 2024 में हम 4 से 118 तक आज उसको लाए। ये आंकड़ा बताता है कि और हाथ को न सिर्फ रोजगार मिल रहा है बल्कि अब वो रोजगार देता भी है। इन्वेस्टमेंट इन पीपल के महत्व को अब वो युवा बिजनेसमैन भी समझ रहा है, जिसमें कुछ साल पहले किसी और ने इन्वेस्ट किया था और आज वो राष्ट्र निर्माण में अपना योगदान दे रहा है। यूथ जनरेशन को एम्पावर्ड करने के लिए, उसे स्टेबिलिटी प्रोवाइड करने के लिए मोदी जी के विजन से स्टार्टअप, मेक इन इंडिया, आत्मनिर्भर भारत, डिजिटल इंडिया में करोड़ों की संख्या में एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन का काम प्रभावित होकर किया है। इंडिया स्किल्स रिपोर्ट 2024 के अनुसार यंग ग्रेजुएट्स की एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी 2013 में 33% थी, वो बढ़कर 2024 में एक दशक के बाद 54% हो गई है। मोदी जी की सरकार 2014-15 से 22-23 में कृषि क्षेत्र में 4.6 करोड़ जॉब पैदा हुई है। पहले की सरकारों में वो दौर भी था जब लेबर शॉर्टेज की कमी से हमारे एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर जूझ रहा था, पैदावार लगातार कम हो रही थी, इन्फ्लेशन रेट हाई होता जा रहा था, मगर एग्रीकल्चरल सेक्टर के लोगों में इन्वेस्ट करने के महत्व को इस सरकार ने समझा और उस पर काम भी किया गया। नए भारत का किसान खेतों में फावड़ा भी चलाता है और ड्रोन भी उड़ाता है। आज का अन्नदाता ट्रांसफॉर्म एंड अपडेटेड वर्जन के साथ एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर में बड़े एक्सपर्ट नेशन के तौर पर आज उभर रहा है। 2024-25 के केंद्रीय बजट में रोजगार से जुड़ी प्रोत्साहन ELI की घोषणा की गई और इस योजना के लिए 2 लाख करोड़ रुपए आवंटित किए गए। इस योजना का एम एम्प्लॉयमेंट क्रिएशन को बूस्ट करके स्टार्टअप को सपोर्ट करना था, नौकरियों को फॉर्मल रूप देकर और रोजगार क्षमता में सुधार करके 5 वर्षों में लगभग 4.1 करोड़ युवाओं को लाभान्वित करना था। हमने PLI स्कीम की बात तो बहुत सुनी है, लेकिन ELI लाके देश के युवाओं की जॉब को सुनिश्चित करना बहुत बड़ी बात है। मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ लेबर एंड एम्प्लॉयमेंट एक एम्प्लॉयमेंट एक्सचेंज इनिशिएटिव को इंट्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं, नेशनल कैरियर सर्विस स्कीम और मॉडल कैरियर सेंटर। इसका एम जॉब सीकर्स को एम्प्लॉयमेंट अपॉर्चुनिटी के साथ कनेक्ट करने का है। ये लोगों के लिए वन स्टॉप सॉल्यूशन के तौर पर काम करता है, जहाँ जॉब खोजने वाला व्यक्ति भी होगा और जॉब देने वाली कंपनी भी होगी। इसमें विदेश में भी नौकरी के अवसरों की जानकारी पोर्टल से युवाओं को प्राप्त हो। हम इस पर भी गति से काम कर रहे हैं। हम व्यापारी नहीं हैं, जनसेवक है। जन सेवा के लिए आज हम इस मंथन में भागीदार बन रहे हैं। मोदी जी की लीडरशिप में हमारे लिए नेशन फर्स्ट और खुद को सबसे आखिर में रखने की परंपरा है। इसलिए हमारे इन्वेस्टमेंट इन पीपल के केंद्र में भी जन कल्याण की भावना रही है। ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म के गिग वर्कर्स न्यू एज इकोनॉमी में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभा रहा है। उन्हें PM जन आरोग्य योजना के तहत हेल्थ केयर सुविधा मिलेगी। इस पहल से करीब 1 करोड़ गिग वर्कर्स, जो अभी मेरे सेक्रेटरी ने बताया, तो लाभ होगा। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी जब हेल्थ फॉर ऑल का मंत्र देते हैं, तो उसमें 140 करोड़ देशवासियों की चिंता होती है। सभी 1 करोड़ गिग वर्कर्स को ई-श्रम पोर्टल पर रजिस्टर किया जाएगा। इसके जरिए इन श्रमिकों को पहचान पत्र मुहैया कराने की व्यवस्था की जाएगी। ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म के गिग वर्कर्स न्यू एज सर्विस इकोनॉमी को गति देने में अहम रोल निभाते रहेंगे। इस श्रम को हम सरकार के अन्य मंत्रालयों के साथ भी साझा कर रहे हैं, ताकि हर क्षेत्र में रोजगार के अवसरों की जानकारी प्राप्त होती रहे। इसमें 30 करोड़ से अधिक अनऑर्गेनाइज्ड लेबर का रजिस्ट्रेशन पूरा हो चुका है और ई श्रम मोबाइल ऐप भी लॉन्च की गई है। अभी वर्तमान में हमने केंद्र की 12 योजनाओं को ई श्रम के तहत इंटीग्रेट करने का काम भी किया है। इसके साथ ही ई श्रम पोर्टल अब 22 भारतीय भाषाओं में भी उपलब्ध हो चुका है। जब बात हमारे श्रम विरोधी और उनके मिलने वाले हेल्थ सपोर्ट की हो रही है, तो उस हेल्थ सपोर्ट को उन्हीं के घर में पैदा करने वाली हमारी विजन को भी मैं आज आपके साथ साझा करना चाहूंगा। इस वक्त देश में 10 PHCs मेडिकल कॉलेज निर्माण अप्रूव हो चुके हैं और 10 अन्य कॉलेजों को बनाने के लिए फाइल प्रपोजल तैयार की जा चुकी है। हमारे मिनिस्ट्री ने यह तय किया है कि इन मेडिकल कॉलेजों में 50% तक का आरक्षण हमारे इन्हीं श्रमिकों के बच्चों को मिले, ताकि हर श्रमिक भविष्य में गर्व के साथ ये कह सके कि उनका बेटा या बेटी आज डॉक्टर है। ये बात सिर्फ इन्वेस्टमेंट इन पीपल की नहीं, बल्कि इमोशन की भी है। हम अपने काम से 3 पीढ़ियों को सुनहरा भविष्य देने की ताकत रखते हैं। आज हम जब अपने लोगों में इन्वेस्ट करेंगे तो इसका लॉन्ग टर्म बेनिफिट पूरा देश और पूरी अगली कई जनरेशन को मिलता रहेगा। विकसित भारत का सफर लंबा है और उसके लिए मेहनत भी ज्यादा लगेगी, मगर अमृत काल की इस बेला में हम तैयार हैं और भारत की प्रगति के लिए हम सब लोग भारतवासी समर्पित भी हैं। आप सबको मेरी ओर से हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद सर। अब मैं महिला एवं बाल विकास मंत्रालय के माननीय मंत्री श्रीमती अन्नपूर्णा देवी जी से उनके संबोधन के लिए अनुरोध करता हूँ।
नमस्कार। माननीय मंत्री श्री धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी सहित सभी मंत्रीगण, सम्मानित सभी अधिकारीगण, पैनलिस्ट, आज पोस्ट बजट वेबिनार के अवसर पर देश के नागरिकों में निवेश, विकसित भारत की आधारशिला है। विशेष रूप से जिसके केंद्र में नारी है, और इस महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर आज चर्चा हो रही है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के दूरदर्शी नेतृत्व में केंद्रीय बजट 2025-26 सबके साथ सबके लिए, जो पोषण, प्रगति और समावेशी विकास सरकार की अटूट प्रतिबद्धता को दोहराता है, जो कि अमृत काल की ओर बढ़ रहे भारत की यात्रा के लिए मानव पूंजी के रूप में एक मजबूत नींव रखता है। अर्ली चाइल्डहुड केयर एंड न्यूट्रिशन केवल कल्याणकारी अवधारणाएं नहीं है, यह भारत के भविष्य की आधारशिला है। और वैज्ञानिक अनुसंधान से यह पता चलता है कि मनुष्य के मस्तिष्क का 85% विकास जीवन के पहले 6 वर्षों में ही हो जाता है। सक्षम आंगनवाड़ी और पोषण 2.0 के माध्यम से प्रारंभिक बाल्यावस्था देखभाल में हमारा आज का निवेश भारत के भावी कार्यबल की क्षमताओं और उत्पादकता को परिभाषित करेगा। और इस वर्ष के बजट में घोषित पूरक पोषण के लिए लागत मानदंडों में संशोधन एक परिवर्तनकारी कदम है, और यह संशोधन वैश्विक पोषण मानकों के अनुसार समायोजित होने के कारण हमें स्थानीय विविध रूपों से प्राप्त और गुणवत्तापूर्ण पोषण प्रदान करने में मदद भी करेगा और इसके लाभार्थियों में 0 से 6 वर्ष आयु वर्ग के 8,79,00,000 से अधिक बच्चे, 1 करोड़ से अधिक गर्भवती और लैक्टेटिंग महिलाएं तथा आकांक्षी और उत्तर पूर्वी जिलों में 22 लाख से ज्यादा किशोरियां भी इसमें शामिल हैं। यह बढ़ा हुआ निवेश सीधे तौर पर माल न्यूट्रिशन, स्टंटिंग और वेस्टिंग को कम करने के हमारे लक्ष्यों में योगदान भी देता है, जो कि SDG 2 के जीरो हंगर और SDG 3 के गुड हेल्थ एंड वेलबींग के लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त करने में सहायक है। हमारी यात्रा केवल पोषण तक ही सीमित नहीं है। मिशन पोषण 2.0 के अंतर्गत हमारी पहल पोषण भी पढ़ाई भी एक सफल नवाचारी मॉडल है, जो प्रारंभिक बचपन की शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य और पोषण सेवाओं को एकीकृत करते हुए प्रत्येक बच्चे के लिए समग्र विकास सुनिश्चित करता है। आज सभी आंगनवाड़ियों में 3 से 6 वर्ष के बच्चे प्रारंभिक शिक्षा प्राप्त कर रहे हैं, जिसके माध्यम से हम उनके संज्ञानात्मक, भावनात्मक और सामाजिक विकास की नींव को मजबूत कर रहे हैं। शिक्षा मंत्रालय के साथ घनिष्ठ साझेदारी के अंतर्गत नेशनल करिकुलम फ्रेमवर्क फॉर फाउंडेशनल स्टेज और नवचेतना नेशनल फ्रेमवर्क फॉर अर्ली चाइल्डहुड सिमुलेशन के रोल आउट के माध्यम से पोषण, लर्निंग आउटकम्स और आजीवन उत्पादकता के बीच की कड़ी को मजबूती प्रदान की जा रही है। भारत के मिशन पोषण के केंद्र में नारी शक्ति है और हमारे 24,88,000 आंगनवाड़ी कार्यकर्ता और सहायिकाएं स्वास्थ्य, पोषण और शिक्षा चैंपियन के रूप में काम भी कर रही हैं। राष्ट्र के प्रति उनके समर्पण, कड़ी मेहनत और प्रतिबद्धता की हम सराहना भी करते हैं। महिला एवं बाल विकास मंत्रालय अपनी आंगनवाड़ी कार्यकर्ता एवं सहायिका बहनों के प्रशिक्षण के लिए पोषण ट्रैकर जैसे डिजिटल टूल्स और कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग कार्यक्रम में निवेश कर रहे हैं, ताकि यह सुनिश्चित किया जा सके कि वे अधिक दक्षता और देखभाल के साथ सेवाएं प्रदान कर सके। यह प्रयास न केवल महिलाओं में डिजिटल साक्षरता को बढ़ावा देता है, बल्कि केयर इकोनॉमी को भी मजबूत करता है, जिसमें महिलाएं भारत के विकास की कहानी के केंद्र में आती हैं और सभी 13,90,000 आंगनवाड़ी केंद्रों पर 24 भाषाओं में उपलब्ध पोषण ट्रैकर एप्लीकेशन के माध्यम से हम यह सुनिश्चित कर रहे हैं कि पोषण के लिए उपलब्ध अनाज का हर दाना समाज के सबसे कमजोर वर्ग के लोगों तक पहुंचे। और हाल ही में नए जोड़े गए फेस रिकॉग्निशन सिस्टम और रियल टाइम डेटा कलेक्शन जैसे फंक्शंस द्वारा सेवाओं में पारदर्शिता के साथ साथ गुणवत्ता में भी सुधार हो रहा है और इससे सेवा वितरण को बढ़ावा भी मिल रहा है। हम आपूर्ति श्रृंखला और जवाबदेही को और मजबूत करने के लिए वैश्विक सर्वोत्तम प्रथाओं की खोज कर रहे हैं। इसी तरह जन सहयोग के बिना सरकार कुपोषण जैसी बड़ी चुनौती से अकेले नहीं निपट सकती है। इसलिए जन आंदोलन को मिशन पोषण 2.0 के एक महत्वपूर्ण स्तंभ के रूप में देखा गया है। जन आंदोलन के अंतर्गत पोषण माह और पोषण पखवाड़ा के माध्यम से हम समुदायों को बेहतर पोषण प्रथाओं को अपनाने के लिए प्रेरित भी करते हैं, जिससे पोषण परिणामों में वृद्धि हो रही है। परिणाम स्वरूप बच्चे सुपोषित और महिलाएं सशक्त बन रही हैं। देश के नागरिकों में निवेश करने के लिए सामूहिक कार्रवाई की आवश्यकता भी होती है। इसलिए सरकार हमारे पोषण कार्यक्रम के प्रभाव को बढ़ाने के लिए CSR संगठनों, सामाजिक उद्यमों और स्वयंसेवी संस्थानों के साथ साझेदारी का भी स्वागत करती है। हम अपनी आगे की राह 2047 तक विकसित भारत के स्वप्न को साकार करने की ओर तेजी से गतिशील हैं और हमारे लक्ष्य भी स्पष्ट हैं। वर्तमान के 3 से 6 वर्ष के बच्चे बनेंगे भविष्य के सशक्त युवा। आर्थिक गतिविधियों में महिलाओं की 70% तक भागीदारी होगी सुनिश्चित और हर आंगनवाड़ी बनेगी पोषण और पढ़ाई का केंद्र। निरंतर निवेश, मंत्रालयों के बीच समन्वय और सामुदायिक भागीदारी के माध्यम से प्रत्येक नागरिक के लिए पोषण, विकास और सबका साथ सुनिश्चित करते हुए हम भारत की केयर इकोसिस्टम को बदल सकते हैं। जैसा हमेशा माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी भी कहते हैं, तो हम भी आप सबसे आग्रह करेंगे कि हम सामूहिक रूप से सक्षम आंगनवाड़ी और पोषण 2.0 को केवल एक योजना नहीं बल्कि भारत के भविष्य के लिए एक आंदोलन बनाने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हों। और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि नारी शक्ति, जन शक्ति और सरकार शक्ति, हम सभी एक साथ मिलकर एक स्वस्थ, अधिक समृद्ध और समावेशी भारत का निर्माण कर सकेंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
धन्यवाद मैडम। अब मैं दूरसंचार मंत्रालय के माननीय मंत्री ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया जी से उनके संबोधन के लिए अनुरोध करता हूं। ओवर टू यू सर।
परम आदरणीय स्वास्थ्य एवं परिवार प्रगति मंत्री आदरणीय श्री JP नड्डा साहेब, और मिनिस्टर फॉर एजुकेशन HRD धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी, मिनिस्टर फॉर लेबर एंड एम्प्लॉयमेंट मनसुख मंडाविया साहेब, मिनिस्टर फॉर वुमेन एंड चाइल्ड डेवलपमेंट श्रीमती अन्नपूर्णा देवी जी, MOS इंडिपेंडेंट चार्ज स्किल डेवलपमेंट मिनिस्ट्री जयंत चौधरी साहेब, member Niti Aayog Professor Vinod Paul ji, and all our friends, colleagues, and co-passengers on this journey of transforming India under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. It is indeed a great honor and a privilege for me to be addressing all of you through this webinar on a topic that I believe is goes beyond infrastructure, goes beyond the brick and mortar story of India, but really, in effect, brings alive real wealth in the world today, which is our talent pool, our skill pool, and our capability on human resource development. Our people concentrated on our theme today, investing in people. Times have changed a lot over the last 3 to 4 decades. There was a period when capital was the main barrier to entry for innovation, for ideas, for new thinking. Capital today has become a commodity. It is human resource, human capability, ability to innovate, disruptive thinking, a new paradigm shift that today holds value in itself. And that is what our Prime Minister has concentrated on, not only in this budget, but over the last decade, as India has transformed. Reform, transform, perform is not only a mantra, it is a code that all of us live by. It is a code not only for public servants, it is a code not only for our civil servants, but it is a code that the Prime Minister has time and time again stressed, a code for all 140 crore Indians. If we are really to see the transformation of India, as he says in his own words, संकल्प से सिद्धि तक, अगर वो परिवर्तन हमें लाना है, भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाना है, भारत को एक विकसित भारत में परिवर्तित करना है, और भारत को अगर एक विश्व गुरु के रूप में स्थापित करना है, तो परिवर्तन एक एक व्यक्ति की अंतरात्मा से आनी चाहिए। और इसी सोच विचारधारा के साथ, when we are talking today, we are not talking about only the infrastructure spend on broadband connectivity. It gives me great pride, not only as a worker of the Bharatiya Janata Party, but as a citizen, to today tell the world that India has embarked on a path that has not been tread before by any other nation. When we talk about BharatNet and amended BharatNet, our vision, our sankalp, our aspiration to connect every single village across the length and breadth of our country with broadband coverage. We have traversed a great journey where we had only close to about 250 million internet users. Today, India has 974 million internet users. A country that could only boast of 60 million broadband users of 2 Gbp and more. Today, India has close to 942 million broadband users. And accompanying that, and this is a point that I would like to stress with all of you, where we have increased connectivity, where we have engaged everyone onto the digital platform. At the same time, we've applied Moore's law in terms of costs, where costs have fallen exponentially. 1 minute of voice would cost 50 paise a minute in 2014. Today it costs less than 3 paise a minute, 0.03 paise a minute. At the same time, when we look at broadband costs, 1 GB of data would cost 287 rupees. Today it costs only 9 rupees. We are in India today the cheapest data provider in the world. And correspondingly, we have gone up the consumption path in terms of data. Today, the average consumer consumes close to 22 GB of data per month, which I would like to mention to everyone on this webinar is the highest data consumption in the world today. So what this infrastructure will be, which is the world's largest rural broadband network, $16.1 billion is going to be invested in this broadband network. It will be the equivalent of the Bharatmala highway, where we have a cement and concrete physical highway across the length and breadth of India. We are today, under the Prime Minister's leadership, building a digital highway. And that digital highway will allow every single citizen across the length and breadth of our country to be connected with not only the rest of India, but to be connected with the world. And what that opportunity gives us in India if we look directly at 3 or 4 verticals: education, healthcare, and governance, and economic empowerment. This is not an infrastructure play. This is nothing less than a social revolution, a development revolution. And what this will result in if we start with connectivity. It's a vision for universal digital access. It's a promise of equality in opportunity. And it is also an upsurge in the sustainable growth of our country. Now, with this dynamic and with this paradigm, there is going to be transformation across multiple verticals. But today I would like to concentrate on 3 verticals in particular. The first is revolutionizing education. Every child and every classroom will be connected onto the knowledge superway, not the highway, but the knowledge superway of the world. Imagine this, that not only are we going to be able to provide equitable access to every single student, and not only every single student, but every teacher as well. Because as every student goes up the learning process, so must the teacher. Teacher learning is the very fundamental process of the educational imperative. And this digital superhighway will not only allow our children to engage themselves with the world, with smart classrooms, AI-powered learning, virtual teacher training programs, but also along with Samagra Shiksha, along with Nipun Bharat, along with Ulhas, really connect into the lifeblood of knowledge-seeking processes. Imagine a young girl in a far-flung village in rural Madhya Pradesh or rural Orissa, sitting in her house coding for one of the big AI companies across the world. Till now, only a dream. But when this digital broadband comes into place, will become a reality. Imagine a teacher to be able to improve his repertoire and improve his own teaching process, connecting onto the Stanford network or Harvard network and engaging into research projects or capsules of learning from that network. That will no longer be a dream, but will become a reality with this digital superhighway. And similarly, in the case of health, this digital superhighway, indeed, ladies and gentlemen, will also help in saving lives. This BharatNet program will allow telemedicine, e-consultations, digital health records, all come to the doorstep of every single Indian across the length and breadth of our country. It will aid and give impetus to projects like e-Sanjeevani, Telemanas, where rural patients will no longer have to wait to go to district hospitals, but on a virtual network will be able to get referrals, doctor's appointments, and each one of their issues being treated on a digital platform. You will also have an opportunity where professional doctors sitting in AIIMS in Delhi will be able to perform robotic surgeries in hitherto unmedicated areas. And that capability will be brought to life with this broadband new system that we are talking about. So no one will be denied medical attention due to the tyranny of distance or the shackles of affordability. The third area is the issue of economic empowerment and unlocking opportunities for each and every one of our citizens. And this BharatNet project will not only aid in skilling each one of our young men and women across the length and breadth of our country, but will allow them to have economic independence, will allow them to come up with new paradigms and new business thoughts and business ventures, will allow them to connect with the world. And imagine a rural craftsperson, a weaver in, let's say, Chanderi in my parliamentary constituency, that can now sell her woven Chanderi sari to an aggregator across the 7 seas. That will be possible with this digital broadband. At the same time, think of a young entrepreneur who can launch a business from a small town, and at the same time, a student who can pursue higher education from his own village by logging into courses across the world. So this is not just a promise for infrastructure, but it's the true essence of empowerment, which is the Prime Minister's goal. So in conclusion, I'd like to say this, that we are changing the very foundation of how we function as a country through this digital highway. We are ensuring equal empowerment, a progressive India, a nation where every child will have access to quality education, a nation where every patient will receive medical care, a nation where every aspiring entrepreneur can dream, innovate, and build. And so therefore, I'd like to invite all of you to come and participate in this journey. Build an India that is built on innovation. Build an India that is built on inclusivity. Build an India that is built on empowerment. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir. अब मैं स्वास्थ्य एवं परिवार कल्याण मंत्रालय के माननीय मंत्री श्री जगत प्रकाश नड्डा जी से उनके संबोधन के लिए अनुरोध करता हूं। सर।
धन्यवाद। आज के इस वेबिनार में, पोस्ट बजट वेबिनार में जुड़े हुए हमारे इस बैठक की अभी अध्यक्षता कर रहे हमारे मंत्री, शिक्षा मंत्री धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी, और हमारे सभी वरिष्ठ मंत्रीगण, हमारे वरिष्ठ पैनलिस्ट और हमारे वरिष्ठ पदाधिकारी मित्रों, हमारे अभी साथियों ने अपने अपने विभाग से संबंधित पोस्ट बजट वेबिनार के बारे में, जो हमारा थीम 4 है, उसके बारे में अपने अपने विभाग में किए गए कार्य, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जो चल रहे हैं, उस पर उन्होंने चर्चा की है। मैं भी अपने चर्चा को अपने विभाग तक सीमित रखता हुआ जो विषय इन्वेस्टमेंट एंड इन्वेस्टिंग इन द पीपल, इस पर, इस थीम पर जो हम सब लोगों ने काम किया है, उस पर चर्चा करूंगा। जहां तक इन्वेस्टिंग ऑन द पीपल का सवाल है, आज ही हमको हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बताया कि इन्वेस्टमेंट इन पीपल और इन्वेस्टिंग इन पीपल की जब हम बात करते हैं तो उसके 3 पिलर्स हैं, शिक्षा, स्किल और स्वास्थ्य। धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी शिक्षा के बारे में बताएंगे, कम्युनिकेशंस का किस तरीके से रोल है ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया जी ने भी बताया है, और हमारे स्किल डेवलपमेंट से जुड़ा हुआ बहुत बड़ा विषय जो हमारी लेबर सेक्टर है, उसमें मनसुख भाई ने भी अपने बातों को पर प्रकाश डाला है। अब जब हम स्वास्थ्य की बात करते हैं तो हम ये जरूर कहेंगे कि बिगेस्ट इन्वेस्टमेंट जो है वह लोगों पर है, और जब हम लोगों की बात करते हैं तो शिक्षा विभाग में इस बार, वैसे तो हमने हेल्थ में होलिस्टिक अप्रोच को 2017 में जोड़ा है, और 2017 की हेल्थ पॉलिसी के तहत जो पॉलिसी हमारी कभी सिर्फ क्यूरेटिव पार्ट पर जोर देती थी, वो आज प्रिवेंटिव, प्रोमोटिव, क्यूरेटिव और साथ में पैलिएटिव, रिहैबिलिटेटिव, इस तरीके से होलिस्टिक अप्रोच में आज हेल्थ केयर को हम देख रहे हैं। और होलिस्टिक हेल्थ केयर की दृष्टि से जब हम बात करते हैं तो उसमें हम आयुष और आयुष के साथ अन्य विधाओं को भी हम जोड़ने का प्रयास करते हैं ताकि सभी विधाओं का मानवता की सेवा के लिए उपयोग हो सके। इस वर्ष बजट में हमारे 2 विषयों पर हमने जोर दिया है। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने लाल किले के प्राचीर से ये घोषणा की थी कि 75,000 मेडिकल सीट्स ऐड की जाए और ये बहुत बड़ी घोषणा रही है और इसलिए उस बात को ध्यान में रखते हुए हम लोगों ने एक्सपेंशन ऑफ मेडिकल एजुकेशन इस पर हमने ध्यान देने का प्रयास किया है। और दूसरा विषय उन्होंने कहा था कि हम डे केयर सेंटर्स, कैंसर केयर सेंटर्स, इसको हम विकसित करेंगे। हमें मालूम है कि कैंसर का इलाज लंबा चलता है और उसमें कीमोथेरेपी की कई साइकिल्स होती हैं और उसके लिए लोग बड़े बड़े अस्पतालों में इंगेज रहें और बड़े बड़े अस्पतालों को इंगेज करके रखें। इससे अच्छा ये है कि हम कैंसर के डे केयर सेंटर्स बनाएं जहां कीमोथेरेपी के बाद पोस्ट कीमोथेरेपी उनके उपचार के लिए उपयोग में आ सके। ऐसे 2 विषयों पर जोर दिया गया और इसीलिए जब ये अनाउंसमेंट की बात कही गई तो मुझे खुशी होती है इस वेबिनार के माध्यम से सभी विभागों को ये बताते हुए कि 75,000 मेडिकल सीट्स में से पिछले ही साल यानी 2024 में घोषणा हुई, 24-25 के अंतर्गत ही 13,000 मेडिकल सीट्स ऐड कर दी गई और इस साल यानी 25-26 में बहुत कंजर्वेटिव अप्रोच भी लेकर के चले तो भी हम 10,000 सीट्स ऐड करने वाले हैं और उसके माध्यम से हम मेडिकल सीट्स के दृष्टि से एक कारगर कदम उठाते हुए आगे बढ़ने का हम प्रयास करते हैं। मैं आपके साथ ये भी शेयर करना चाहता हूं कि डे केयर सेंटर में हम लोगों ने तय किया है, यानी डे कैंसर केयर सेंटर में हम लोगों ने तय किया है कि एवरी डिस्ट्रिक्ट विल हैव 1 कैंसर केयर सेंटर, डे कैंसर केयर सेंटर। अब इस वर्ष हम लोगों ने 200 डे केयर कैंसर सेंटर्स को हमने स्थापित करना है और इस लक्ष्य को लेकर के हम चले। जब हम मेडिकल एजुकेशन की बात करते हैं तो उसके साथ साथ हम मेडिकल हेल्थ सिस्टम की स्ट्रेंथनिंग की बात भी करते हैं। मैं यहाँ आपसे एक बात को शेयर कर दूं कि लगभग 1,75,000 हम लोगों ने आयुष्मान आरोग्य केंद्र खड़े किए और ये आयुष्मान आरोग्य केंद्र, ये जो प्राइमरी हेल्थ सेंटर यानी जो फर्स्ट कांटेक्ट पेशेंट का या जिसकी हेल्थ की हम चिंता कर रहे हैं उसका करने का कांटेक्ट पॉइंट होगा आयुष्मान आरोग्य मंदिर। और इसमें हम लोगों ने 12 टाइप्स के पैकेजेस की बात कही और 12 टाइप के पैकेजेस के साथ साथ हम लोगों ने 30 साल की उम्र में वॉलंटरली स्क्रीनिंग की बात भी कही है और स्क्रीनिंग में 3 तरीके के कैंसर, ओरल कैंसर, सर्विक्स कैंसर, ब्रेस्ट कैंसर, महिलाओं के सर्विक्स कैंसर और ब्रेस्ट कैंसर, और पुरुष और महिला दोनों के लिए ओरल कैंसर की स्क्रीनिंग की बात कही है। उसी तरीके से हाइपरटेंशन और डायबिटीज, ये दोनों के विषयों के बारे में भी स्क्रीनिंग को हम लोगों ने जोड़ा है। हम लोगों ने नेशनल क्वालिटी असेसमेंट स्टैंडर्ड्स को भी मेंटेन करने की बात कही है। तो एनक्वास में हम सेल्फ असेसमेंट की ओर हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। यानी ये आयुष्मान आरोग्य मंदिर जो 1,75,000 सारे देश में विद्यमान है, जो सारे देश के लोगों की चिंता करने वाले हैं, ये क्वालिटी स्टैंडर्ड्स के हों, नेशनल क्वालिटी असेसमेंट स्टैंडर्ड्स बने, उसको एडहर करने वाले हों और एक हम क्वालिटी हेल्थ सर्विसेज दे सकें, इस बात का हम प्रयास इसमें करने का कर रहे हैं। मेडिकल एजुकेशन की अगर हम बात करें तो मैं आपसे शेयर करना चाहूँगा कि 2014 में हमारे पास 387 मेडिकल इंस्टीट्यूशंस थे। आज हमारे पास 780 मेडिकल इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं और 130% ऑफ अंडर ग्रेजुएट MBBS सीट्स का इजाफा हुआ है। उसी तरीके से पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट में 135% सीट्स का भी इजाफा हुआ है। मैं आज के मंथन में एक बात और बताना चाहता हूं कि जो हमारे हेल्थ सेक्टर की दृष्टि से चर्चा में आया है उसको हम लोगों ने बखूबी ध्यान में लिया है और मेरे अधिकारी स्वास्थ्य मंत्रालय इन सारी बातों को की चिंता करेंगे। जैसे मंथन में सुझाव आया कि हम अपने फैकल्टी डेवलपमेंट को एक हम मैंडेटरी बनाएं कि पीरियोडिक हमारे फैकल्टी की डेवलपमेंट का प्रोसेस चले। बहुत अच्छा सुझाव है और इस सुझाव को हम आगे बढ़ाने का प्रयास करेंगे। हमारी नेशनल मेडिकल कमीशन है, उस नेशनल मेडिकल कमीशन के साथ बातचीत करते हुए इसको हम बढ़ाने का प्रयास करेंगे। एक सुझाव और भी आया है क्योंकि हम एक लंबे लीप ले रहे हैं मेडिकल एजुकेशन में और नीति आयोग का भी इसमें समर्थन मिलेगा। वीके पॉल साहब इसको विशेष करके ध्यान में रखेंगे कि हम टाइमली रिक्रूटमेंट आफ्टर द असेसमेंट ऑफ द फैकल्टी गैप, यानी जो फैकल्टी गैप होती है उसमें टाइमली हम रिक्रूटमेंट कैसे कर सकते हैं ताकि रनिंग इंस्टीट्यूशंस में कोई प्रॉब्लम ना आए और मेडिकल एजुकेशन स्मूथली चल सके और एनएमसी का उनको समर्थन बराबर मिलता रहे। इस बात को भी हमको ध्यान में लेने की जरूरत है। अगर हमने मेडिकल एजुकेशन को एक्सपैंड करना है तो एक और सजेशन आया है कि हम फैकल्टी पूल बनाएं और वो फैकल्टी पूल जो है वो मेडिकल फैकल्टी को शेयरिंग बेसिस पर इन मेडिकल इंस्टीट्यूशंस विच आर इन द विसिनिटी। 2 मेडिकल कॉलेजेस हैं, अब 2 मेडिकल कॉलेजेस अलग अलग किस्म की फैकल्टीज रखे, इसके बजाय हम लिवरेज कर सकते हैं कि विसिनिटी में अगर 2 मेडिकल कॉलेजेस हैं तो हम फैकल्टी को उसमें उपयोग कर सकते हैं, उसमें हम एक्सचेंज कर सकते हैं, फैकल्टी को हम शेयर कर सकते हैं। तो इस तरीके की बात भी आई। मुझे धर्मेंद्र जी प्रदेश का जो ध्यान में आता है, जब मैं प्रदेश में स्वास्थ्य मंत्री था तो उस समय हम लोगों ने नया विषय चलाया था कि हम रिटायर्ड टीचर्स को भी फैकल्टी के रूप में उनको हम विजिटिंग प्रोफेसर्स के रूप में हमने लाने का प्रयास किया था। बड़ा सफल प्रयास हुआ था और हमारे जो नए मेडिकल इंस्टीट्यूशंस थे जो अनवायबल थे उनको हम वायबल करने में हमें सफलता मिली थी। तो इस तरीके से उसको भी हम करने में सफल होंगे, ऐसा मेरा मानना है अगर इन सुझावों को हम आगे बढ़ाते हैं। हमारी जो प्रैक्टिकल स्किल्स हैं और हमारी कंपिटेंसी है उसको बढ़ाने के लिए एजुकेशन को हमको प्रैक्टिकल स्किल्स को भी हमको प्रोत्साहन देना पड़ेगा और हमें अपने करिकुलम को, अब करिकुलम हमारा मेडिकल एजुकेशन का बहुत पुराना हो गया है, नई चीजें आ गई हैं, नई चीजों में डिजिटाइजेशन, एआई, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस और इसके साथ साथ टेलीमेडिसिन, ये सारी चीजें आ गई हैं और हमारे बहुत से डिजिटल हेल्थ टूल्स आ गए हैं और इसलिए हमको करिकुलम और ट्रेनिंग में भी परिवर्तन करने की आवश्यकता है। जो हम पोस्ट बजट वेबिनार में जब हम बैठे हैं तो हम अपने बजट को इन बातों में भी हम यूटिलाइज करने वाले हैं और इसको हम मीनिंगफुल ट्रांसलेट करने का हम प्रयास करेंगे, ये हम जरूर ध्यान में रखेंगे। एक जरूरत इस बात की भी है कि हम अपने प्रैक्टिकल ट्रेनिंग और प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपोजर यानी क्लिनिकल एक्सपोजर ये हम यंगर डेज से अपने मेडिकल प्रोफेशनल्स को देना चाहते हैं और इसके लिए फर्स्ट ईयर से ही हम इस गैप को ब्रिज करेंगे थ्योरी और प्रैक्टिस में और इसलिए हमारा प्रयास है कि हम इस तरीके से अपने करिकुलम में परिवर्तन ला करके हेल्थ के एजुकेशन को और वाइब्रेंट बनाए और मीनिंगफुल बनाए और जो हमारे वर्तमान परिस्थितियों में ज्यादा हमारे अच्छे डॉक्टर्स निकल सके इस बात को हम उसमें जोड़ सकेंगे। एक बात और मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि हम नेशनल डिजिटल रिपोजिटरी फॉर क्लिनिकल रिसोर्सेज इसको भी हमने एस्टैब्लिश करना है और इसके साथ साथ ऑप्टिमल यूटिलाइजेशन ऑफ एग्जिस्टिंग हेल्थ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और एक्सपेंशन ऑफ मेडिकल एजुकेशन ये हमको करने की आवश्यकता है। और जब हम मेडिकल एजुकेशन की को हम फुल इम्प्लीमेंटेशन करें तो उसमें हम डिस्ट्रिक्ट रेजिडेंसी प्रोग्राम इसको भी हम आगे बढ़ाना चाहेंगे क्योंकि इसके माध्यम से हमारा मैन पावर बढ़ेगा, क्वालिटी मैन पावर बढ़ेगा और हम अपने हेल्थ फैसिलिटीज में बेटर फैसिलिटीज देने के लिए मैन पावर से हम उनको युक्त कर सकेंगे। यह और पीजी के स्पेशलाइजेशन में भी यह इंक्रीज जब हम सीट्स कर रहे हैं तो उसमें भी ये लाभकारी होगा, ऐसा मेरा मानना है। हम अपने एजुकेशन के करिकुलम में सॉफ्ट स्किल को भी हम जोड़ना चाहते हैं और उसमें ट्रेनिंग में भी हमारी एम्पैथी आए, हमारे एथिक्स मजबूत हो, मोरालिटी को हम मजबूती केंद्र स्थान दें और हमारे कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स बढ़ें। इस बात की भी आवश्यकता होगी जिसको हम पूरा करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि जो आपके सजेशंस आए हैं वो सराहनीय हैं, मैं उनका स्वागत भी करता हूं और मैं कॉन्फिडेंट हूं, मैं आश्वस्त हूं कि बजट के इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में और जो अनाउंसमेंट्स हमने कही है उसको पूरा करने में ये सारे सजेशंस मेडिकल एजुकेशन को एक्सपेंशन करने में लाभकारी होंगे, ऐसा मेरा मानना है। मैं जब कैंसर के डे केयर सेंटर की बात करता हूं तो कैंसर का ओवरऑल पिक्चर भी आपके सामने रखना चाहता हूं। जब मैं ओवरऑल पिक्चर की बात करता हूं तो आपको जानकर के खुशी होगी कि पिछले 10 सालों में हमने जहां झज्जर का कैंसर सेंटर बनाया, जो लगभग 700 से ज्यादा बेडेड हॉस्पिटल और 5,500 करोड़ रुपीस खर्च करके स्टेट ऑफ आर्ट यानी जो बेस्ट कैंसर पेशेंट को डिटेक्ट करने से लेकर उनको इलाज करने की जो इक्विपमेंट है, जो मशीनरीज है, जो कहीं और नहीं है, और दुनिया की बेस्ट मशीनरीज वहां ला करके स्टेट ऑफ द आर्ट को हम लोगों ने क्रिएट किया है। इसी तरीके से हमने चितरंजन नेशनल कैंसर यूनिट कलकत्ता, उसको भी हमने अपग्रेड किया है और इसी तरीके से 20 कैंसर केयर सेंटर्स और 19 कैंसर इंस्टीट्यूट, स्टेट कैंसर इंस्टीट्यूट्स और 20 कैंसर सेंटर्स, ये हमने टर्शरी कैंसर सेंटर्स ये हमने बनाया है और जिसके माध्यम से हम लोगों की सेवा कर रहे हैं। इसके साथ साथ मैं आपको ये भी बताना चाहूंगा कि सभी ऑल इंडिया इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ मेडिकल साइंसेज यानी आज जिनकी संख्या 22 हो गई है, 22, वो सभी में हमने ऑन्कोलॉजी डिपार्टमेंट, कैंसर और वेरियस काइंड्स ऑफ कैंसर, उसके इलाज के लिए डिपार्टमेंट को हमने युक्त किया है ताकि हमारे लोग उसमें जुड़ सके और उसमें इलाज करा सके। तो एक तरीके से कहा जाए कि बेसिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, क्वालिटी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर टर्शरी कैंसर केयर के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा हम लोगों ने उसको रोपिन करने के लिए, ताकि हम कैंसर का इलाज सही ढंग से कर सकें, सही समय पर कर सकें, इसकी फैसिलिटी को हम लोगों ने बनाया है। इस वर्ष इसी को आगे जोड़ते हुए जो हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में डे केयर सेंटर, डे केयर कैंसर सेंटर या डे कैंसर केयर सेंटर जो हमने बनाने का निश्चित किया है, इस साल हम 200 यूनिट्स में, हम डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में हम इसको लागू कर देंगे। और आपको जान करके खुशी होगी कि अभी लैंसेट ने अपने रिपोर्ट में लिखा है कि कैंसर ट्रीटमेंट का इनिशिएशन यानी डिटेक्शन से इनिशिएशन, ये आयुष्मान भारत के कारण यानी प्रधानमंत्री जन आरोग्य योजना के तहत लगभग 90% एक्सेस टू कैंसर ट्रीटमेंट गरीब लोगों का बढ़ा है, एंड टू द ट्यून ऑफ 90%, और उसमें भी ट्रीटमेंट विद इन 30 डेज ऑफ द डिटेक्शन। यानी आप समझ सकते होंगे कि एक आम आदमी को कैंसर के इलाज के डिटेक्शन में कितनी दिक्कत आती थी और डिटेक्शन के बाद इलाज तो बड़ा दूभर था। आज हम 90% हम डिटेक्ट कर, जो डिटेक्शन होता है उसको 30 डेज में हम उसके इलाज के लिए आगे बढ़ने का हम प्रयास कर रहे हैं। जब हम, जैसे मैंने बताया कि 25-26 में 200 हम कर लेंगे और अगले 5 साल में हम अपना डे केयर सेंटर, डे केयर कैंसर सेंटर, ये हम सभी डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में इसको बना देंगे। इस बात का हम प्रयास करेंगे। हम लोगों ने सिर्फ डे केयर सेंटर ही बनाने की बात नहीं कही है, बल्कि हमने अवेयरनेस और स्क्रीनिंग, इस पर भी बहुत जोर दिया है। और जैसा मैंने पहले आपको बताया कि आयुष्मान आरोग्य मंदिर के तहत इसको हम लिवरेज कर रहे हैं। हमारी कोशिश है कि हम सप्लाई चेन्स को मजबूत करें, टेक्नोलॉजी को लिवरेज करें और डायग्नोस्टिक्स को हम मजबूती प्रदान करें और पेशेंट्स की हम मॉनिटरिंग कर सकें। इन सब पर हम तीव्र गति से काम कर रहे हैं और मैं अपने साथियों को ये विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूं कि हम मेहनत करके ये जो हमारे गोल्स हैं इनको हम पूरा करने का भरपूर प्रयास करेंगे और आप सबके सहयोग से होलिस्टिक अप्रोच में हम आप मेडिकल एजुकेशन को भी जहां बढ़ाएंगे वहीं मेडिकल हेल्थ केयर को स्ट्रेंथन करेंगे और वहीं कैंसर पर विशेष रूप से ध्यान देंगे। एक बात और मैं जरूर मेडिकल एजुकेशन के बारे में बताना चाहता हूं कि मेडिकल एजुकेशन का एक्सपेंशन हम सिर्फ डॉक्टर्स और पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट डॉक्टर्स इसके ही इंक्रीज की बात नहीं कर रहे हैं। हमारा ये इंक्रीज निरर्थक हो जाएगा अगर हमने पैरामेडिक्स को स्थान नहीं दिया। इसलिए हमारा पिरामिड का बेस स्ट्रांग होना चाहिए और पिरामिड के बेस को स्ट्रांग करने के लिए हमारी ये आवश्यकता होगी कि हम नर्सिंग स्कूल्स, पैरामेडिक्स और हमारे जो सपोर्टिंग स्टाफ है उनको अभी हम टेक्निकल नो हाउ बढ़ाएं और उनकी ट्रेनिंग बढ़ाएं, उनकी रिक्रूटमेंट बढ़ाएं ताकि हमारे डॉक्टर्स को फैसिलिटेट कर सके और हम एक अच्छा क्वालिटी हेल्थ सर्विस अपने सिटीजन्स को दे सके। तो जो आज का थीम है कि इन्वेस्टिंग ऑन पीपल, ये इन्वेस्टिंग ऑन पीपल में हेल्थ सेक्टर में हम अपने अपने अधिकारियों के साथ दिन रात मिलकर के बजट के इम्प्लीमेंटेशन से लेकर के क्वालिटी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन से लेकर के ट्रेनिंग को पूरा जोर देते हुए आगे बढ़ने का प्रयास करेंगे। आप सब ने मेरी बात सुनी, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद सर। आज के इस पोस्ट बजट वेबिनार जो कि इन्वेस्टिंग इन पीपल थीम पे आयोजित है, इसके क्रम में मैं बताना चाहूँगा कि इस पूरे थीम का लीड मंत्रालय शिक्षा मंत्रालय एवं को लीड कौशल विकास एवं उद्यमिता मंत्रालय है। इसी क्रम में मैं अब कौशल विकास एवं उद्यमिता मंत्रालय के माननीय राज्य मंत्री स्वतंत्र प्रभार श्री जयंत चौधरी जी को उनके संबोधन हेतु आमंत्रित करता हूं। सर।
I take this opportunity to thank and commend my colleagues, my senior ministers, esteemed participants for all the enriching contributions made today during the discussion on the critical theme of investing in people. Our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has issued a clarion call for our nation to collectively deliberate and commit to a path to building a developed India by 2047. And when you start to think, to imagine and dream, is when you build the desire and the willpower to transform. It is clear that this ambition for India is only made possible by investing in the sustainable and the inclusive development of all our communities, regions, and our people. Today's discussions have underscored the importance of convergence, collaboration, cross-sectoral collaboration across key sectors. And we must work with the states, UTs, and all agencies and increase resource allocation for people-centric policies, programs, and schemes. But doing this with an eye to boost efficiency of resource allocation and enable multiplier effects of bottom of the pyramid interventions. I remember Union Finance Minister during the budget, introduction of budget in the House, she had said that this is a budget by the people, of the people, and for the people. The budget is a testament to this commitment with significant investments in education and skill development to create opportunities for every Indian. The budgetary announcements focus on making India a global hub for talent, innovation, and inclusive growth. The government has prioritized education and skill development as the twin pillars of a knowledge-driven economy. And we are empowered by the National Education Policy 2020, which is already transforming India's education sector, and further investments will ensure its full-scale implementation. To enhance STEM learning and innovation, 50,000 Atal tinkering labs will be set up, building on the success of the existing 10,000 labs across 720 districts. And today we heard Sanjay Kumar ji, our Secretary in School Education, talking about the ideas, and when he was summarizing it, one of the ideas was that we need to introduce modules of entrepreneurship. We need to select some key students coming through those labs and perhaps give them a second tier and layer of skilling. I think our ministry will take that suggestion on board and we'll work in close coordination with education. To bridge the skill gap and align it with dynamic industry needs of today and tomorrow, 1,000 ITIs will also be upgraded in a hub and spoke model into aspirational institutes of skills. Also, 5 national centers of excellence will integrate global expertise into skill training programs. Additionally, 500 crore allocation for AI centers of excellence in education will drive the next wave of research, innovation, and personalized learning. In budget 25-26, government has introduced a comprehensive framework to boost global capability centers, and particularly in tier 2 cities, by enhancing talent availability, the infra, and providing regulatory ease. Infra investments will undoubtedly improve connectivity, digital facilities, especially in smaller cities, and will encourage GCC expansion beyond the big cities that we see today. Bangalore, Bangalore, Chennai, NCR, Mumbai. We need them to go into the hinterland. I think the GCC national framework will provide the regulatory ecosystem to enable that. Additionally, my ministry, our Ministry of MS Skills, needs to work in a targeted and strategic manner in collaboration with those GCC that are shifting to tier 2, tier 3 to ensure that the workforce of the GCC is encouraged to constantly update their skills, to upskill and reskill. Also, tax incentives and funding, as per the national framework for GCC, will support innovation, R&D, and will foster a startup ecosystem. Simplified regulatory environment will further ease GCC operation and strengthen India's position as a global GCC hub. Make in India for the world. Recognizing trailblazers in innovation, research, and technology development. The Honorable President recently conferred the Visitors Awards. And I'd like to share, post the event, Dharmenji was also there. Honorable President took out time and in an intimate gathering and exchange, some donors and eminent alumni of very prestigious higher education institutions of India, including IITs, IIMs, Indian Institute of Science. One of the senior alumni donors said something about his life journey. Amongst all the inspiring conversations we had that night, what he said has stayed with me. He said that I was born in a very normal, impoverished Indian rural village setting. No resources to speak of. But the inspiration and spark provided by his parents, somehow he got into IIT. Because he passed out from IIT, he got into IIM. He said, because I passed out of IIM, I got into Harvard. And because I passed out of Harvard, he got into one of the world's leading technology firms. But he said the trail of because that led him to success was made only because of India. Imagine that after 2 or 3 decades of living abroad, the gentleman is continuously engaging with his core Bharatiya Pehchan identity, and he's contributing, he's giving, he's donating. He's giving back to his grassroots. This is why our country must strive to invest in our people, because that is truly our best investment. It is pertinent to appreciate that India's growth trajectory depends not just on isolated initiatives, but on how effectively we can bring together efforts across sectors. When education and skill development systems align with industry needs, where there are partnership with industry, where they have the freedom to even design curriculum, train the trainers, and when the digital infrastructure supports entrepreneurship, and when policies create synergies, break the silos, the impact multiplies, the benefits multiply. So convergence is not just a strategy, it has to be the foundation of sustainable progress. In skill development, it is not enough to just simply train individuals to give a certificate, to do a course. We have to connect the training with the industry demand, provide career mobility, and ensure that the international recognition of his skills is there. And this is why cross-sectoral collaboration, data-driven policymaking, transparency, and an integrated approach to workforce development is critical. Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship is also working because as we see, new technology is coming, what we call future skills, AI, machine learning, robotics, even our green sector, green hydrogen mission. All of these are helping make skills aspirational for our youth. We are also working in MSDE in designing a program, special program called Skilling for AI Readiness, SOAR. And SOAR, SOAR, stands as a testament to India's commitment to equipping our youth with future-ready digital competencies. By integrating AI literacy, foundational skills, and understanding of the ethics of AI, what are the platforms available to our young students, and combining it with vocational training from as early as class 6, SOAR aligns with NEP 2020's vision of skill-based education. And the idea here is to foster computational thinking, analytical thinking, problem solving, and industry-aligned foundational AI skills in our young students. It's relevant to understand, we all know today's rapidly evolving landscape, global job market. The question is, how do we ensure that Indians who are doing skilling programs are not left behind? The answer is in the flexibility and mobility. Under the G20 framework, Honorable Minister Mandavia ji also took us through what the ministry is doing. And the Ministry of Labor and Employment is working with International Labour Organization. What they are doing is conducting a feasibility study on developing an international reference classification of occupations by skills and qualification requirements. This initiative aims to promote skill-based migration pathways, transparent pathways, ensure that all our G2G mechanisms with various countries who are looking towards India to fill their own gaps with aging populations, with industry who wants Indian workers, who appreciate Indian workers' commitments and skills. We have to ensure that an Indian professional doing a skill course in a ITI in India, his skills should be transferable when he goes to Germany. His German employers must understand exactly what his competence is. And he must be able to access the global job markets with recognized credentials. In our domestic sectors, the National Credit Framework has served as an important reform. It is allowing today students and workers to transition seamlessly between vocational training, higher education, industry roles. Imagine a young professional, young boy or girl in a rural town trained in AI under PM Kaushal Vikas Yojana. Through stackable nano credentials, micro credentials, he or she can upskilling. Those credentials are now in the DigiLocker. They earn an industry recognized certification, and then they can transition into an international role or job through transnational standards. This is the future through all our efforts that we're working towards, where learning is lifelong, it is appreciated, there's a value put to learning, it is adaptive, and it is accessible to everyone. Lastly, I point to perhaps the one key focus area which is underpinning all initiatives of Government of India. That is women-led development. Women are no longer just beneficiaries of schemes. They are driving change. They're helping us design policy. Today, over 1.3 lakh women-led startups are thriving, contributing significantly to the innovation ecosystem. And it is clear when you have a woman sitting in a boardroom. Incidentally, women's representation in corporate boardrooms leadership is also rising. Now women hold about 18% of board positions in India's top 500 companies. When a woman is sitting on the highest chair in a corporate boardroom, she's opening pathways for many, many more women. Firms with women at the top, they are hiring more women. And that's what the data tells us. So sustained policy support, leadership development programs will further strengthen women empowerment. Across the country, efforts are made to ensure that women are not merely educated, but they're equipped. Not just literate, but truly skilled. Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, which is our biggest scheme. As you know, the latest phase has just been given approval by the cabinet. Under this scheme, we have trained over 70 lakh women, equipping them with skills in technology, trade, craftsmanship, and coding. In our ITIs, you will be amazed. Non-traditional roles, girls are topping our ITI courses in automotive maintenance, plumbing. Girls from villages, tier 2 cities, they are coming forward. And our ITIs have seen a rise in our female enrollment. It has more than doubled since in the last 10 years from 2014 to 15. Our grassroots scheme intervention in skilling is through a Jan Shikshan Sansthan, doorstep skilling. Under our NSQF framework, what you can call the grade, that's the beginning, that's the start. The most rudimentary skilling going up to 2.5 to 3.5. The JSS have empowered 27 lakh individuals. 82% are women. आप समझिए कि गांवों में महिला कितनी उत्सुक हैं, कौशल विकास की योजनाओं का लाभ ले रही हैं, आगे आ रही हैं, समाज को बदल रही हैं. स्टेम में आपको पता है 42% महिलाएं हैं और पूरे विश्व में एक ऐसा आंकड़ा है कि आप कहीं भी आप जाएंगे विकसित देशों में और वहां ये आंकड़ा रखते हैं तो उनकी आंखें खुली रह जाती हैं क्योंकि उनके देशों में भी ये उपलब्धि नहीं है. It's one of the highest proportions globally. Ensuring the increased workforce participation of women is also crucial. So as we approach International Women's Day, it's imperative to recognize that women-led development, it's not about just economic growth, it is about community growth. Because when one woman progresses, entire families, communities, and ultimately the entire nation thrives. With that, I thank everyone. Jai Hind.
धन्यवाद सर. अब मैं समापन सत्र के अंत में माननीय शिक्षा मंत्री श्री धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी से उनके संबोधन एवं क्लोजिंग रिमार्क के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं. सर
नमस्कार. आज के वेबिनार की इस क्लोजिंग सेशन में उपस्थित हम सभी के नेता, देश के आदरणीय स्वास्थ्य मंत्री श्री जगत प्रकाश नड्डा जी, देश की माननीय संचार मंत्री ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया जी, महिला और बाल विकास विभाग के मंत्री आदरणीय श्रीमती अन्नपूर्णा देवी जी, श्रम तथा रोजगार नियोजन विभाग के मंत्री आदरणीय डॉक्टर मनसुख मांडविया जी, स्किल डेवलपमेंट तथा एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप विभाग के मंत्री आदरणीय जयंत चौधरी जी, नीति आयोग के आदरणीय सदस्य, सभी विभागों के आदरणीय सचिव तथा वरिष्ठ अधिकारी मित्रगण, ये मेरे लिए अत्यंत सम्मान की अवसर है. पोस्ट बजट वेबिनार की क्लोजिंग रिमार्क को एक कोऑर्डिनेशन करने के लिए दायित्व आप सभी ने हमें दिया है. मैं उसके लिए आप लोगों का आभार प्रकट करता हूं. आज दिन भर की चर्चा में 7 मिनिस्ट्री की 12 बजट घोषणा के बारे में आज 11 कोहोर्ट में 11 ब्रेकआउट सेशन में दिन भर की चर्चा हुई. सुबह 11 बजे से शुरू होकर वर्तमान शाम 7 बजे तक ये वेबिनार बड़े सफलता के साथ चल ही रहा है. मैं सबसे पहले माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का इस वेबिनार में हम सभी को संबोधित करने के लिए आभार प्रकट करता हूं. उनको धन्यवाद देता हूं। उन्होंने एजुकेशन, स्किलिंग, हेल्थ केयर और सोशल डेवलपमेंट पर अनेक मूल्यवान सुझाव, जो वेबिनार की विषय इन्वेस्ट इन पीपुल ही है, उसमें ये सारे सुझाव उनकी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण ही है। यह सभी एक सेल्फ रिलायंट और प्रोग्रेसिव भारत बनाने के दिशा में एक कलेक्टिव आइडियाज की मंथन हम लोगों ने दिन भर किया है। हम सभी के लक्ष्य विकसित भारत 2047 ही है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री कहते हैं, इन्वेस्टिंग इन पीपुल, इकोनॉमी एंड इनोवेशन ही विकसित भारत का ही मंत्र है। इन्वेस्टिंग इन पीपुल ये एक जन आंदोलन की रूप इस बजट में दिखा गया है। भारत की मानव संसाधन पूंजी ही है। हमारे देश की 140 करोड़ लोगों में से 35 साल की आयु में 60% लोग हैं, यानी लगभग 75 करोड़ लोग हैं। आज जो समूह की वेबिनार हुई, जो 12 घोषणाएं हुई, सबकी एक इंटरकनेक्टेडनेस से सभी से जुड़ते हैं। सक्षम पोषण से लेके डिस्ट्रिक्ट सेंटर में डे केयर, कैंसर सेंटर, माननीय नाडा जी को का काम आसान हो, भगवान सबको किसी को अवसर ना दे कैंसर सेंटर में जाने के लिए, लेकिन एक संवेदनशील सरकार के नाते सरकार सभी के लिए एक मानवीय अधिकार के नाते सभी प्रकार की व्यवस्था की चिंता की है। जिन विषयों पे आज चर्चा हुई है, महिला और बाल विकास विभाग की सक्षम आंगनबाड़ी और पोषण 2.0, स्कूल विभाग के अटल टिंकरिंग लैब, 3 विभागों की कलेक्टिव अप्रोच से टेलीकम्युनिकेशन, हेल्थ, फैमिली वेलफेयर एंड स्कूल एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट मिलके ब्रॉडबैंड कनेक्टिविटी टू ऑल गवर्नमेंट सेकेंडरी स्कूल्स एंड PHC, यही एक ही कदम आने वाले दिनों में भारत जब डिजिटल वर्ल्ड में अपना नई परचम लहरा रही है, मेरे को लगता है व्यक्तिगत रूप में ये एक ही निर्णय भारत की जन जन तक स्वास्थ्य सुविधा और ज्ञान प्रवाह ये एक नई ऊंचाई तक ले जाएगी। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की प्रतिबद्धता है, भारत एक युवाओं की देश होने के नाते स्किल हब दुनिया की भारत बने, और जिस प्रकार की रचना, जिस प्रकार की बजट अनाउंसमेंट हुई है, निश्चित रूप में 1000 ITI और 5 सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस, ये निश्चित रूप में एक नई आयाम हमारी व्यवस्था में जुड़ेगी। राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 में भारतीय भाषाओं की एक महत्व बढ़ाई है। उसमें केवल भारत सरकार की एक स्लोगन नहीं रहा, भारतीय पुस्तक योजना ऐसे एक महत्वाकांक्षी योजना जिसके बारे में आज दिन भर चर्चा भी हुई है, आप सभी लोग उसमें पार्टिसिपेट किए। ये एक नई अध्याय हमारी पब्लिक पॉलिसी डोमेन में जुड़ रही है। हमारी IITs आज ग्लोबल ब्रांड बन चुके हैं। उसमें हमारी 6 IITs में, 3rd जनरेशन IITs में IITs की अपग्रेडेशन के लिए सीट बढ़ाना और उनकी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बढ़ाने के लिए योजना बनाई गई है। AI आज एक अनिवार्य व्यवस्था बन चुकी है। शिक्षा में AI, उसमें सहजता कैसे लेके आया जाएगा, इसके बारे में एक सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस अपने आप में खोलने की निर्णय किया गया है। 10,000 नए मेडिकल सीट्स इसी साल, जिसके बारे में माननीय नाडा जी एक विस्तार से उसकी वर्णन कर रहे थे। 10,000 नए मेडिकल सीट्स भारत की एजुकेशन एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में एक नई परचम लहराने वाली है। शहरी विकास विभाग की जो 2 महत्वपूर्ण घोषणा बजट में हुई है, स्वनिधि और अर्बन लाइवलीहुड, शहरी गरीबों की रोजगार के लिए समाज जीवन की अंतिम घटक की अंत्योदय हो, इस बजट की एक नई उपलब्धि में मानता हूं। ऐसे ही एक वर्ग सहज उससे जुड़ती है, हमारे गिग वर्कर। श्रम विभाग ने उनके बारे में एक विस्तार से योजना निश्चित रूप में बजट के उपरांत पिछले लगभग महीने भर में बनाया होगा। मित्रों, जब हम देश की 75 करोड़ लोगों के लिए हम लोगों की योजनाएं अभी हम लोग शुरू करेंगे, हमारी ह्यूमन कैपिटल डेवलपमेंट हमारी पूंजी है, हमारी सामने एक संवेदनशील गवर्नमेंट की योजना है और इस बार बजट में ज्ञान को ही आधार माना गया। गरीब, युवा, अन्नदाता और नारी, ये इस बार की बजट की जो मैंने 12 घोषणा बताई, 7 विभागों की सामूहिक प्रयास बताई, इस ज्ञान को और मजबूत करने के लिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने देश के सामने विषय रखा है और मैं फिर एक बार उनको धन्यवाद दूंगा। उन्होंने स्वयं आज वेबिनार में आके इस सेक्टर की प्रमुख पॉलिसी स्टेक होल्डर के सामने अपना विचार को रखा है। पिछले महीने भर में कई प्रकार की चर्निंग हुई है, विभागों ने अपना अपना योजनाओं को रूप देने लगा है, एक्सपर्ट्स अपने सुझाव भी दिए हैं और ग्रेटर सोसाइटी उसको स्वागत भी किया है। मैं शिक्षा विभाग की दायित्व में हूं। अटल टिंकरिंग लैब को एक पिछले 5-7 साल में 10,000 संख्या तक पहुंचाई गई थी। इस बार की बजट में उसको 50,000 करके देश की किशोर बालक बालिकाओं के अंदर एक साइंटिफिक टेम्पर को नई दिशा देने के लिए इस बजट ने योजना बनाई गई है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक नया शब्द संयोजना किया है, एजुकेशन टूरिज्म। ये निश्चित रूप में आने वाले दिनों में ये सारे स्टेक होल्डर्स उसकी परिभाषित करने में काम पे लगेंगे। ये बजट सर्वांगी, सर्वस्पर्शी, सर्वसमावेशी ये हो, इसकी अपेक्षा सबकी है। कई विषयों के साथ साथ एआई पे आज हम सभी को, कभी कुछ साल पहले औद्योगिक क्रांति की किसी क्षण में हम लोगों को बिजली एक गेम चेंजर हुई थी, एनर्जी गेम चेंजर हुई थी, सुपर कंप्यूटिंग भी एक गेम चेंजिंग इनोवेशन हुई थी, इंटरनेट उसको आगे बढ़ाया था, अभी एआई उसको मल्टीप्लाई करने वाला है। सभी विभागों के अंदर एआई के दक्षता ज्ञान बढ़े, ये इस बार की बजट की एक महत्वपूर्ण आयाम है। मित्रों, एजुकेशन, एम्प्लॉयमेंट, हेल्थ केयर और सोशल वेलफेयर, होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट अप्रोच के साथ हम लोग काम करें। और मैं अंत में इतना ही कहूँगा, बहुत विचार विमर्श हुई है। भारत सरकार की सभी जिम्मेवार अधिकारी, भारत की सभी प्रमुख पॉलिसी स्टेक होल्डर्स इस वेबिनार में इन्वॉल्व हुए हैं। मैं इसमें कितने लोग इन्वॉल्व हुए उसकी उस आंकड़ा की उल्लेख करने की मोह में नहीं हूँ, क्योंकि अभी अभी मैं दिन भर जो समझ रहा था, नंबर्स बढ़ते जा रहे थे। शायद कल तक उसकी एग्जैक्ट पार्टिसिपेंट विभाग वाइज अपने अपने सेक्टर से सब लोग बताएंगे, लेकिन मेरा अंतिम निवेदन रहेगा, मैं माननीय नाडा जी के सामने उसका धृष्टता करूंगा कि कम से कम माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी कई सालों से प्रयास करके बजट को 1 महीना आगे लिया है। फरवरी 28 आज बजट की तिथि बनी है, आज हम लोग मार्च 5 में बैठे हैं। पिछले 1 महीने में बजट की स्ट्रैटेजी, बजट की प्रायोरिटी, बजट की फोकस की भरपूर कम्युनिकेशन नीचे हुई है। इस सीरीज ऑफ वेबिनार उसको और स्पेसिफिक तक ले जा रहा है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की अपेक्षा फिर भी हमारे हाथ में 1 महीना और है। 1 अप्रैल को नए, अब इन दिनों में सारे राज्यों ने भारत की पब्लिक पॉलिसी गवर्नेंस में एक पैराडिम शिफ्ट हुई है। राज्य केंद्रीय बजट फरवरी में आने के बाद हम उसको पारित करने के लिए अभी 10 मार्च में बैठेंगे। शायद ये अप्रैल प्रथम सप्ताह तक ये पारित भी हो जाएगा, यानी 1 अप्रैल को नया बजट से खर्चा करने की व्यवस्था हमारे हाथ में पहुंच जाएगी। और इस महीने, इस 1 महीने में हमारी पुराने हिसाब किताब को भी पूरा करना है और नई ऊर्जा के साथ हम लोग इस वेबिनार तब सफल होगा अगर हम जो घोषणा हमारी जिम्मे में है, हमारे लिए विकसित भारत, भारत की सभी हायर सेकेंडरी स्कूल में इंटरनेट पहुंचाने वाला डिपार्टमेंट टेलीकम्युनिकेशन है, उसके लाभार्थी बनेंगे सारे PHC और सारे हाई स्कूल्स, दोनों लगभग देश में अमूमन एक ही जगह पे होते हैं। इसको एक होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट अप्रोच में कैसे हम लोग काम करें। 10,000 नए मेडिकल सीट बढ़ेंगे तो NDA की जिम्मेवारी बढ़ जाती है और बढ़िया परीक्षा करवाने के लिए। हमारे देश में पिछले 10 साल के प्रयासों से लगभग 1,10,000 सीट्स 50,000 से बढ़ के 1,10,000 सीट्स हो गए हैं। ये इस बार बढ़ के 1,20,25,000 तक पहुंच जाएगी। जब सब लोग हम मिल के काम करेंगे, 1 अप्रैल से बजट को खर्चा करने की नई आइडियाज के साथ हम आगे बढ़ेंगे, तब जाके ये वेबिनार भी सफल होगा। और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की जो हम लोगों के लिए मार्गदर्शन रहा है, बजट को समझो, समझाओ और क्रियान्वयन करो, इसी 2 शब्द के साथ मैं सभी को फिर एक बार आभार प्रकट करता हूं सभी के पास कि आप लोग आए, दिन भर जुटे, इस विमर्श को किए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद सर। अब इस समापन सत्र के में उपस्थित सभी माननीय मंत्रीगणों, सभी सचिव गणों को उनके बहुमूल्य समय और उनके उद्बोधन के लिए धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूं। इस अवसर पर मैं इस सत्र तथा प्रत्येक ब्रेक अवे सेशन में भाग लिए सेक्टर एक्सपर्ट्स, पैनलिस्ट एवं विभिन्न संचार माध्यमों से जुड़े सभी प्रतिभागियों के प्रति भी अपना आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। इसके साथ ही इन्वेस्टिंग इन पीपल थीम पर कई टेक अवे के साथ इस सत्र की समाप्ति की घोषणा करता हूं। सभी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। धन्यवाद।
Your meeting has ended.